if you were to choose to stay and help these people. They're facing a terrible enough challenge just with the soldiers, but they additionally must face a wizard. You know a lot better than I how to counter that kind of threat. You could be a tremendous help to these people." She looked for a long time into his eyes before she glanced to the crowd not far off behind him and down the steps. "I need to be with you," she said in a measured tone, but it still sounded to him like a plea. "Like I said, it's your life and I'm not going to tell you what to do, just like I'd not like you trying to tell me what I must do." "You should stay and help," she said. She broke eye contact and looked away. "But it's your life, and you must do what you think best. I guess, after all, you are the seeker." She again glanced at the men gathering around close to Victor, making plans. "These people may not right now voice objections to what you had to say, but they will be thinking about it. And they may very well decide later, after they face the soldiers, after a terrible and bloody fight, that they don't wish to do more. I was kind of hoping that if you stayed and helped them defeat this wizard and the troops coming this way, that you could then add your weight to my words and help convince them of what they need to do. Many of them are well aware of how much you know about the nature of the order. They will put stock in what you say to them, especially if you've just helped them save their city and keep their families safe." Richard waited until she looked up at him before he went on. "After that, you could then come to join Kara and me." She appraised his eyes as she folded her arms across beneath her breasts. "You are saying that if I help stop the Order's force coming to kill all these people, then you would allow me to join you? I'm just telling you what I think would be the most beneficial thing for you to do in our struggle to eliminate the Order. I'm not telling you what to do." She looked away again. "But it would please you if I did as you suggest and stay to help these people?" Richard shrugged. "I admit to that." Nicky sighed irritably. "Then I will stay as you suggest and help them defeat the threat looming a few days away. But if I do that, defeat the troops and eliminate the wizard, then you would allow me to join you?" "I said I would." She finally, reluctantly nodded. "I agree." Richard turned. "Ishak?" The man hurried close. "Yes? I need 6 horses." "6? You will be taking others with you?" "No, just Kara and me. We'll be needing fresh mounts along the way so we can rotate the horses we ride to keep them strong enough for the journey. We need fast horses, not the draft horses from your wagons. And tack," Richard added. "Fast horses." Ishak lifted his hat and with the same hand scratched his scalp. He looked up. "When?" "I need to leave as soon as it's light enough." Ishak eyed Richard suspiciously. "I suppose this is to be in partial payment for what I owe you?" "I wanted to ease your conscience about when you could begin to repay me." Ishak succumbed to a brief laugh. "You will have what you need. I will see to it that you have supplies as well." Richard laid a hand on Ishak's shoulder. "Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I hope someday I can get back here and haul a load or two for you, just for old time's sake." That brightened Ishak's expression. "After we are all free for good?" Richard nodded. "Free for good." He glanced at the stars beginning to dot the sky. "Do you know a handy place where we can get some food and a place to sleep for the night?" Ishak gestured off across the broad expanse of the old palace grounds to the hill where the work shacks used to be. "We have inns now since you were here last. People come to see Liberty Square, and so they need rooms. I have built a place up there where I rent rooms. They are among the finest available." He lifted a finger. "I have a reputation to uphold of offering the best of everything, whether it be wagons to haul goods or rooms for weary travelers. I have a feeling that what you owe me is going to be dwindling rapidly." Ishak smiled as he shrugged. "Many people come to see this remarkable statue. Rooms are hard to come by, so they are not cheap." "I wouldn't have expected them to be." "But they are reasonable," Ishak insisted. "A good value for the price. And I have a stable right next door, so I can bring your horses once I collect them. I will do it now." "All right." Richard lifted his pack and swung it onto a shoulder. "At least it's not far, even if it is expensive." Ishak spread his hands expansively. "And the view at sunrise is worth the price." He grinned. "But for you, Richard, Mistress Kara, and Mistress Nikki, no charge." No. Lifting a hand, Richard forestalled any argument. "It's only fair that you should be able to earn a return on your investment. Deduct it from what you owe me. What with the interest, I'm sure the amount has grown handsomely." "Interest? Of course," Richard said as he started toward the distant buildings. "You have had the use of my money. It's only fair that I be compensated for that use. The interest is not cheap, but it's fair and a good value." Chapter 16. As he walked into his room, Richard was pleased to see the wash basin. It wasn't a bath, but at least he would be able to clean up before bed. He threw closed the bolt on the door, locking himself in, even though he felt perfectly safe in the small inn. Kara was in the room beside his. Nikki was in a room downstairs on the first floor, close to the entrance and right beside the only stairs up to the second floor. Men stood guard both inside and outside the inn, while yet more men patrolled the streets in the area around the building. Richard hadn't thought so many men were necessary, but Victor and the men were insistent about providing the protection, since enemy troops were in the area. In the end, appreciating the opportunity for a safe and peaceful night's sleep, Richard hadn't objected. He was so weary that he could hardly stand any longer. His hip sockets ached from the long day of walking over rough terrain. On top of the journey, the emotional talk with the people at Liberty Square had taken what energy he had left. Richard sloughed off his pack, letting it clunk down on the floor at the foot of the small bed before stepping to the washstand and splashing water on his face. He didn't know that water could feel so good. Nikki, Kara, and Richard had had a quick meal of lamb stew down in the small dining room. Jamila, the woman who ran the place for Ishak, another partner, had been instructed by Ishak to treat them as royalty. The round-faced woman had offered to cook them anything they desired. Richard hadn't wanted to make a fuss, and besides, the leftover lamb stew had meant there would be no waiting, and they could get to sleep all that much sooner. Jamila had seemed a little disappointed not to have the chance to cook them up something special. With the kind of meals they'd had over recent days, though, the bowl of lamb stew and fresh crusty bread with loads of butter had been about the best food Richard could recall having. Had it not been for so many troubling things on his mind, he would have savored it more. He knew that Kara and Nikki needed the rest as much as he did, so he insisted that each take a room of their own. Both women had wanted to stay in the same room as Richard, so that they could be close at hand and watch over him. He'd had visions of them both standing with their arms folded at the foot of his bed as he slept. He'd maintained that nothing was going to get to him on the second floor, and besides, there were plenty of men to stand guard. They had relented, but reluctantly, and only after he reminded them that the two of them would be more help to him if they were well rested and alert. It was a luxury for all of them not to have to stand watch for once, and be able to get the rest they needed. Victor had promised to come see Richard and Kara off in the morning. Ishak had promised to have the horses in the stable and waiting long before then. Both Victor and Ishak were sorry that he was leaving, but they understood that he had his reasons. None of them had asked where he was going, probably because they felt ill at ease talking about the woman none of them believed existed. He had begun to sense the distance it created in people when he mentioned Kaylin. From the tall window in his top-floor room, Richard had a breathtaking view of Spirit, off across the grounds below the rise where the inn stood. With the wick on the lamp in his room turned down low, he had no trouble seeing the statue in white marble lit by a ring of torches in tall iron stanchions. He idly recalled the many times he had been up on this same hillside looking down at Emperor Jagang's palace under construction. It hardly seemed like the same world. He felt as if he'd been dropped into some other life he didn't know, and all the rules were different. Sometimes he wondered if he really was losing his mind. Nicky, in a room on the bottom floor close to the front door, probably couldn't see the statue, but Kara had the room next to his, so she undoubtedly had the same view. He wondered if she was taking advantage of it, and if she was, what she thought of the statue she saw. Richard couldn't imagine how she could not clearly remember everything it meant to him, to Kaylin. He wondered if she, too, felt as if she were living someone else's life, or if she thought he was losing his mind. Richard couldn't imagine what could possibly have happened to make everyone forget that Kaylin existed. He had held out some slim hope that the people in Altarang would remember her, that it had only been those immediately nearby when she had disappeared who were affected. That hope was now dashed. Whatever the cause, the problem was widespread. Richard leaned against the cabinet with the wash basin and tilted his head back as he closed his eyes for a moment. His neck and shoulders were sore from days of carrying his heavy pack as they trudged through dense and seemingly endless woods. Throughout the swift and difficult journey, even conversation had, for the most part, required too much effort. It felt good not to have to walk for a while, even if when he closed his eyes it seemed that all he could see was a parade of endless forests. With his eyes closed, it felt as if his legs were still moving. Richard yawned as he lifted the baldric over his head and stood the sword of truth against a chair beside the washstand. He pulled off his shirt and tossed it on the bed. It occurred to him that this would be a good time to wash some of his clothes, but he was too worn out. He just wanted to clean up and then fall into bed and sleep. He stepped over to the window again as he went about washing with a soapy cloth. The night was dead quiet but for the ceaseless drone of the cicadas. He couldn't resist staring at the statue. There was so much of Kaylin in it that it made him heartsick. He had to force himself not to think about what horrors she might be facing, what pain she might be enduring. Anxiety constricted his breathing. In an effort to set his worry aside for a while, he did his best to recall Kaylin's smile, her green eyes, her arms around him, the soft moans she sometimes made as she kissed him. He had to find her. He dipped the cloth in the water and wrung it out, watching dirty water run back into the basin, and saw that his hands were trembling. He had to find her. In another attempt to force his mind onto other things, he rested his gaze on the wash basin, deliberately taking in the vines painted all around the edge. The vines were blue, not green, probably so as to match the blue flowers stenciled on the walls and the blue flowers on the simple curtains and the decorative cover on the bed. Ishak had done an admirable job of building a warm and inviting inn. The water in the basin, still as a woodland pool, suddenly trembled for no apparent reason. Richard stood stock still, staring at it. The slack surface abruptly bunched into perfectly symmetrical harmonic waves, almost like the hair on a cat's back standing on end. And then the whole building shuddered with a hard thump, as if struck by something huge. One of the panes of glass in the window cracked with a brittle pop. Almost instantly, from the far end of the building, came the muffled sound of splintering wood. Richard crouched, frozen, eyes wide, unable to tell what had caused the incomprehensible sound. His first thought was that a big tree had fallen on the place, but then he remembered that there were no large trees anywhere nearby. A heartbeat after the first jolt came a second thump. Louder this time, closer. The building swayed under the crash of splintering wood. He glanced up, fearing that the ceiling might collapse. Half a heartbeat later came another thump that shook the building. Shattering, splintering wood let out a high-pitched screech, as if crying out in agony as it was being ripped apart. Thump, crash, louder, closer. Richard touched the fingers of one hand to the floor to keep his balance as the building quaked under the jolt of the heavy impact. What had started at the far end of the building was rapidly coming closer. Thump, crash, closer still. Splintering shrieks howled through the night air as wood was rent violently apart. The building swayed, Water sloshed in the basin, slopping over the rolled metal edge with the painted blue vines. The sounds of ripping walls and splintering boards melted together into one continuous roar. Suddenly, the wall to his left, the wall between his and Kara's room, exploded toward him. Clouds of dust billowed up. The noise was deafening. Something huge and black, nearly the size of the room itself, drove through the wall, splintering lath, sending plaster and debris showering through the air. The force of the concussion blew the door off its hinges and violently blasted the glass and the mullions out of the window. Long, ragged fragments of board spun through the room, one smashing the chair that held his sword, another piercing the far wall. His sword tumbled out of reach. One piece whacked Richard's leg hard enough to drop him to one knee. Animate darkness drove debris before it, sending everything flying, enveloping the light and plunging the flying wreckage into a surreal, swirling gloom. Icy fright shimmered through Richard's veins. He saw a cold cloud of his breath as he grunted with the effort of scrambling to his feet. Darkness, like death itself, plunged toward him. Richard gasped a breath. Frigid air stabbed like icy needles into his lungs. Shock at the pain of the cutting cold clenched his throat shut. Richard knew that life and death balanced on a razor's edge, only an instant wide. With every ounce of his strength driving him, he dove through the window as if he were diving into a swimming hole. The side of his body brushed past the descending inky darkness. His flesh sizzled with a sharp sensation so cold that it burned. In midair, plummeting through the window out into the night, fearing the long drop, Richard snatched for the window's frame, and only just managed to seize it with his left hand. He held on for dear life. His falling weight whipped him around so hard that his body slammed into the side of the building, with enough force to knock the wind from him. He hung by his one hand, dazed by the wallop against the outside wall, trying to gasp in a breath. The humid night air on top of the blow against the wall, coming right after the frigid gasp in the room just before he jumped out the window, seemed to conspire to do its best to suffocate him. From the corner of his eye he saw the statue in the fluttering torchlight. With her head thrown back, fists at her sides, and her back arched, the figure stood proud against the invisible power trying to subdue her. The sight of it, the strength of it, made Richard at last draw an urgent breath. He coughed and drew another, gasping for air as his feet searched for any purchase. They found none. He glanced down and saw that the ground was awfully far below him. It felt as if he might have ripped his shoulder from its socket. Hanging by one hand, he dared not let go. He feared that such a fall would at the least break his legs. Above, from the window, came a wail so shrill that it made every hair on his body stand on end and every nerve scream in sharp pain. It was a sound so black, so poisonous, so horrific, that Richard thought that surely the veil to the underworld had ripped apart, and the keeper of the dead had been loosed among the living. The savage wail in the room above him drew out into a twisting, seething shriek. It was a sound of pure hate brought to life. Richard glanced up and almost let go. The fall, he thought, might be preferable to the thing in the room now suddenly streaming out through the window. A dark, incorporeal stain poured out of the shattered window like the exhalation of utter evil. Although it had no shape, no form, it was somehow crystal clear to Richard that this was something beyond mere wickedness. This was a scourge, like death itself, on the hunt. As the inky shadow slipped through the window and out into the night, it suddenly began to disintegrate into 1,000 fluttering shapes that darted off in every direction, the cold darkness decomposing, melting into the night, dissolving into the heart of the blackest shadows. Richard hung by one arm, panting, unable to move, watching, waiting for the thing to coalesce suddenly before his face and rip him apart. The hillside fell under the spell of a still hush. Death's shadow had seemingly become part of the night. The cicadas, until then silent, started in again. As they began their shrill songs, the rising sound moved in a wave across the vast expanse of grounds off toward the distant statue. "Lord Rahl!" a man below shouted. "Hold on!" The man, wearing a small-brimmed hat similar to Eshok's, scrambled around the building, heading for the door. Richard didn't think that he could hang on by his one arm until someone came to help him. He groaned in pain, but managed to twist himself around enough to lunge, and with his other hand grasped the windowsill, his legs swinging to and fro over a frightening drop. He was relieved to find that just taking some of the weight off his one arm helped ease the pain. He had just pulled his upper body in through the shattered window when he heard people spilling into his room. The lantern was gone, probably buried, so it was hard to see. Men scrambled over the rubble littering the floor, their boots crunching shattered bits of the wall, snapping fragments of broken wooden furniture. Powerful hands seized him under his arms, while others grabbed his belt to help lift him back inside. In the nearly pitch-black room, it was difficult to get his bearings. "Did you see it?" Richard asked the men, as he still struggled to get his breath. "Did you see the thing that came out of the window?" Some of the men coughed on the dust while others spoke up that they hadn't seen anything. "We heard the noise, the crashing and the window breaking," one of them said. "I thought the whole building was coming down." Someone appeared with a candle and lit a lantern. The orange glow illuminated a startling sight. A second man, and then a third, held a lantern out to be set alight. Amid the swirling dust, the room was a confusing jumble, what with the bed overturned, the washstand embedded halfway through the far wall, and a hill of rubble across the floor. In the flickering light, Richard was able to better see the roughly round hole that had been blown through the wall. Broken lumber around the edges all jutted into his room, indicating the direction of intrusion. That was hardly a surprise. The size of the hole, though, was surprising. It spanned nearly the entire distance from floor to ceiling. Most of what had once been the wall now lay shattered all over the floor. Long, splintered boards knitted together sections of lath and chunks of plaster. He couldn't imagine how something that had made such a large rupture could have then made it out a window. Richard spotted his sword and worked it out from under broken boards. He propped it up against the windowsill, where it would be handy if he needed it, although he wasn't sure what his sword could have done against whatever it was that had come through the wall only to dissolve into the night. Men coughed from the thick dust still swirling through the air. Richard saw in the lantern light that they were all covered with the white dust, making them look like a gathering of ghosts. He saw that he, too, was covered in the white plaster. The only difference was that he was also bleeding from dozens of small cuts. The blood looked all the more stark against the white powder. He briefly brushed some of the plaster dust from his hair, face, and arms. Worried about others who might have been buried or hurt, Richard took one of the lanterns from a man standing nearby and then scrambled to the top of the rubble. He held up the light, peering into the darkness beyond the hole. The sight was astounding, although not unexpected because he had heard and felt each one of those walls being violently breached. Each wall in a straight line all the way back through the building had a hole smashed through it. All the holes were similar to the one in the wall to his room. At the end, Richard could see stars through the round opening in the far outside wall. He stepped carefully over long, jagged fragments of wood. Some of the pile caved in under his weight, and it was a struggle to get his foot back out. Other than sporadic coughing, the men were mostly silent as they looked around in awe at the damage wrought by something unknown, something powerful that had vanished into the night. Through the swirling dust, Richard saw then Kara, standing in the middle of her room, looking off in the same direction as he, off toward the hole to the outside. Her back was to him, her feet spread in a defensive stance. Her aegil was gripped tightly in her right fist. Nicky, a flame dancing above her upturned palm, rushed into Richard's room through the broken doorway. "Richard, are you all right?" From atop the wreckage, Richard rubbed his left shoulder as he moved the arm. "I guess so." Nicky murmured angrily under her breath as she stepped carefully over debris. "Any idea what's going on?" one of the men asked. "I'm not sure," Richard said. "Was anyone hurt?" The men all peered around at each other. A few offered that they didn't think so, that everyone they knew was accounted for and safe. Another man said that the other rooms on the top floor had been unoccupied. "Kara," Richard called as he leaned into the dark hole. "Kara, are you all right?" Kara didn't answer, nor did she move. She stood fixed in the same stance. His anxiety growing, Richard scrambled the rest of the way over the tangled boards and crumbled plaster. Using one hand against the ceiling to help him balance atop the unstable debris, he stepped through the hole into Kara's room. The destruction was much the same as it had been in his room. 2 walls, rather than just one, were holed. But the impact had thrown the material from the second wall into Richard's room. The glass in her window, too, was blown out, but the door still hung, if crookedly, in place. Kara stood directly in the center line between the 2 holes, but she was backed closer to the void in the wall into Richard's room. Wreckage lay all around her. Her leather outfit appeared to have kept her from being shredded by the flying debris. "Kara?" Richard called out again as he made his way down the shifting pile of rubble. Kara stood unmoving in the dark room, still staring off into the distance. Nicky scrambled over the broken boards and plaster and through the hole in the wall. She seized Richard's arm briefly for support as she caught up with him. "Kara?" Nicky said as she brought her hand holding the flame around in front of Kara's face. Richard held up the lantern. Kara's eyes were opened wide, staring, yet unseeing. Tears had left damp trails through the dust on her face. She still hadn't moved from her defensive stance, but now that he was close, Richard could see that her entire body trembled. He gripped her arm, but startled, drew back. She was as cold as ice. "Kara, can you hear us?" Nicky touched Kara's shoulder, and with the same surprise as Richard, drew back. Kara didn't react. It was as if she really were frozen in place. Nicky held the flame up close to the moored Sith's face. Her skin looked almost pale blue, but with the way she was covered in a layer of white dust, he wasn't sure if it was really true or not. Richard slipped an arm around Kara's waist. It was like putting his arm around a block of ice. His instinct was to draw back, but he refused to allow himself to do so. He realized by how his shoulder hurt that he wasn't going to easily be able to lift her by himself. He looked back at the faces framed in the ragged round hole in the wall. "Could some of you help me with her?" Men scrambled over the wreckage, spilling into Kara's room, causing yet more dust to billow up. With others bringing light close, Nicky let the small flame extinguish as she stepped close to the moored Sith. The men gathered into a knot as they silently watched the sorceress. Frowning in concentration, she pressed the flats of her hands to Kara's temples. With a cry, Nicky staggered back. Richard reached out with his free hand and caught her elbow to prevent her from tumbling backwards over the tangled rubble. "Dear spirits," Nicky whispered, panting to catch her breath, as if from unexpected pain. "What?" Richard asked. "What is it?" The sorceress placed her hands over her heart, still gulping air as she recovered from the unexpected. "She's barely alive." With his chin, Richard pointed to the door. "Let's get her out of here." Nicky nodded. "Downstairs, my room." Richard, without thinking, swept Kara up in his arms. Fortunately, the men were right there to help when they saw him wince in pain. "Dear Creator," one of the men exclaimed as he lifted her leg. "She's as cold as the keeper's heart." "Come on," Richard said. "Help me get her downstairs." Once they lifted her, Kara's limbs were easily moved, although they wouldn't go limp. The men helping Richard carry Kara shuffled through the rubble. One of the men kicked the broken door out of the way. They carried her down the narrow stairs, feet first. Richard held her shoulders. At the bottom of the stairs, Nicky directed them into her room and to the bed. They gently laid Kara down as Nicky first yanked the covers out from under the stricken woman. Once Kara was settled into the bed, Nicky immediately covered her with the blankets. Kara's blue eyes were still opened wide, staring, it seemed, into some distant nothingness. Occasionally a tear set out from the corner of her eye on a slow journey across her cheek. Her chin, her shoulders, her arms trembled. Richard pried Kara's fingers open, making her release the agiel she still had in a death grip. Her eyes showed no reaction. He endured the excruciating pain of touching her agiel until he got it out of her grip and was able to release it to hang by the chain around her wrist. "Why don't you all wait outside?" Nicky said in a quiet voice. "Give me some time to see what I can do." The men made their way out, saying that they were going back on patrol or to stand guard in case they were needed. "If that thing comes back," Richard told them, "don't try to stop it. Come get me." One of the men cocked his head in puzzlement. "What thing, Lord Rahl? What is it we're supposed to be looking for?" "I'm not sure. All I was able to see was a huge shadow as it came through the wall and then went out the window." The man looked upward. "If it broke that hole through the wall to get through, then how did it get out a small window?" "I don't know," Richard admitted. "I guess I didn't really get a good look at it." The man glanced up again, as if he could see the wreckage above. "We'll keep our eyes wide open. You can be sure of that." It was then that Richard remembered that he'd left his sword up in his room. It made him uneasy to be without it. He wanted to go get it, but he didn't want to leave Kara's side. After the last man had left, Nicky sat on the side of the bed as she held a hand over Kara's forehead. Richard knelt close. "What do you think is wrong?" he asked. Nicky let the hand settle on Kara's forehead. "I have no idea. But you can do something to make her better?" Nicky's answer was a long moment in coming. "I'm not sure. Whatever I can do, though, I will." Richard took hold of Kara's still trembling, frigid hand. "Do you think we should shut her eyes? She hasn't even blinked." Nicky nodded. "Probably not a bad idea. I think it's the dust making her tears run." One at a time, Nicky carefully shut Kara's eyes. It somehow made Richard feel better that Kara wasn't staring at nothing. Nicky returned her hand to Kara's forehead as she placed her other hand high on her chest. While Nicky held a wrist, an ankle, and slipped a hand under the back of Kara's neck, Richard went to the wash basin and returned with a wet cloth. He carefully washed Kara's face and brushed some of the dust and bits of plaster out of her hair. Through the wet cloth, he could feel the icy cold of her flesh. With as warm and humid as it was, Richard couldn't understand how she could be this cold. He remembered then how when the black thing had come crashing into his room, the air had suddenly gone icy cold. He remembered the painfully cold touch as he brushed past it, as he leaped out the window. "Don't you have any idea what's wrong with her?" Richard asked. Nicky absently shook her head as she concentrated on pressing the palms of both hands against Kara's temples. "Any idea what that thing was that came through the walls?" Nicky turned to look up at him. "What? I asked if you had any idea what could have done this, what crashed through the walls." Nicky looked exasperated by the question. "Richard, go wait outside, please, but I want to be in here with her." Nicky gently took his wrist and lifted his hand off of Kara's. "You are interfering. Please, Richard, let me do this alone. It's easier without you watching over my shoulder." Richard felt awkward being in the way. "If it will help Kara." "It will," she said as she turned back to the woman in her bed. He stood and watched briefly. Nicky was already absorbed in slipping a hand under Kara's back. "Go," the sorceress murmured. The thing that came through our rooms was cold. Nicky looked back over her shoulder. "Cold?" Richard nodded. "It was so cold that I could see my breath. It felt painfully cold to be near it." Nicky considered his words briefly before turning back to Kara. "Thank you for the information. When I can, I will come out and let you know how she is doing. I promise." Richard felt helpless. He stood in the doorway for a moment, watching the almost imperceptible movement of Kara's shallow breathing. The lamplight lit Nicky's fall of blonde hair as she leaned over the moored Sith, working to find out what was wrong. Richard had the awful feeling that he knew what was wrong with Kara. He feared that she had been touched by death itself. Chapter 17. After pulling his pack from the rubble, Richard briefly cleaned himself up and put on a shirt. He also put on his sword. He didn't know what had crashed into the building, but it seemed pretty likely that it had been coming for him. He had no idea if his sword would help him fight such a thing, but it did make him feel a little better having it at hand. Outside, the night air was still and warm. One of the men saw him emerge from the door and stepped closer. "How is Mistress Kara?" "We don't know yet. She's alive. That's encouraging, at least." The man nodded. Richard recognized the man's hat. "You were the one who saw me hanging from the window." "That's right." "Did you get a look at the thing that attacked us?" "I'm afraid not. I heard all the commotion, looked up, and there you were hanging by one arm. I thought you might fall. That's all I saw." "No dark thing coming out of the window?" The man clasped his hands behind his back as he thought about it a moment. "No, except maybe I might have just caught the shadow of something. At the most, that's all I might have seen, a glimpse of a shadow. I was more concerned with getting up there before you fell." After thanking the man, Richard walked for a time without really thinking about where he was going. He felt as if he were in a daze, his thoughts as heavy and dark as the muggy night. Everything he knew and cared about seemed to be disintegrating. He felt helpless. The murky humidity obscured the stars and the moon hadn't come up yet, but the lights burning in the city all around reflecting off the haze provided enough light for him to make his way to the edge of the hill. He felt useless, not being able to help Kara. She had so many times been there to help him. This time she had faced something that was more than she could handle. At the brink of the drop, Richard stood for a time gazing off at the statue of Spirit in the distance. Victor had made the ring of iron stanchions that held the torches. Kaelin, fascinated by the process, had stood for most of a day in the blacksmith's sweltering shop, watching him shape the white-hot iron. Victor had not frowned once that day, but had smiled at her genuine interest as he showed her how he worked the metal to achieve what he wanted. Richard also remembered Kaelin's awe at seeing that carving of hers being reproduced in towering white marble. He remembered when that small statue in buttery smooth, rich, aromatic walnut was finally returned to her, and she had clutched it to her breast. He had watched the way her fingers had glided lovingly over the flowing robes. Richard remembered, too, the way her green eyes had then looked up into his eyes. Having no one believe him about Kaelin made him feel completely alone and isolated. He'd never been in a situation like this before, where people who sincerely cared about him, thought that he was only imagining the things he told them. It was a frightening, helpless feeling to have people think he was out of touch with reality. But even that was not nearly as frightening as his worry about what might have become of Kaelin. He didn't know what to do to find her. All he knew for sure was that he had to get help.
This is the end of disc number 6. Please insert disc number 7. This is disc number 7.
Richard didn't know what to do to find Calen. All he knew for sure was that he had to get help. He didn't know if that help would be forthcoming, but he fully intended to do whatever was necessary to make sure he got it. After a time, he made his way back to the inn. Jamila was at the bottom of the stairs, sweeping up dust and bits of plaster. She eyed him as he walked in. "You must pay for this." "What do you mean?" With the handle of her broom, she pointed up the stairs. "The damage. I have seen the place up there. You must pay for fixing it." Richard was taken aback. "But I didn't do it." "It is your fault." "My fault? I was in my room. I didn't cause the damage, and I don't know what did." "You and the woman were the only two in rooms up there. The rooms were fine when you took them. Now they are a mess. It will cost a lot to fix them. I didn't cause the damage. Why should I have to pay? The damage is your fault, so you must pay, including for the loss of rent while they are being repaired." She had demanded he pay for fixing the rooms without first asking how Kara was, or even expressing concern for her. "I will give Ishak my permission to deduct the cost from what he owes me." Richard glared at the woman. "Now, if you will excuse me." With the back of his hand, he pushed her aside as he stepped past her into the dark hall. She huffed at him before turning back to her sweeping. Not knowing where else to go, he paced slowly up and down the hall. Jamila finally finished collecting the debris from the first floor and trundled off to other business as he continued to pace. He finally sat with his back against the wall opposite the door to Nikki's room. He didn't know what else to do, where else to go. He wanted to see Kara. Richard drew his knees up and locked his fingers over them. He rested his chin on the back of his hands as he thought about what Jamila had said. In a way, she was right. The thing had been coming for him. Had he not been there, it wouldn't have happened. If anyone else had been hurt or killed, he would really be to blame for bringing danger near them. If not for him, Kara wouldn't be hurt. He cautioned himself to put the blame on the guilty. That was Jagang and those working toward his goals. It was Jagang who had ordered the creation of the beast that was coming after Richard. Kara had simply been in the way. Kara had been trying to protect him from what Jagang and the Sisters of the Dark had created. As Richard thought about Victor's men who had been killed a few days back, probably by that same beast, he couldn't help but to feel the awful weight of guilt. And yet, the thing that had come into the inn had not harmed him. Richard had no doubt that it would have, but then it had simply vanished before its sinister work was finished. He couldn't imagine why it would do such a thing, or why it had come through the walls the way it had. After all, if it went out the window, why didn't it just break in through the window in the first place? Whatever it was had demonstrated awareness by heading right for his room. Had it come in the window, it would likely have had him before he knew what was happening. The thing that had killed Victor's men had behaved differently. Kara had not been ripped to shreds in the way they had, although it was clear that she had been seriously hurt. He began to question that it really had been the same creature that had killed Victor's men. What if Jagang had created more than one beast, more than one weapon to come after him? What if the Sisters of the Dark had spawned an army of creatures to hunt him? All the questions seemed to swirl around in his mind, unable to form into answers. Richard jumped when Nicky shook his shoulder. He realized that he must have fallen asleep. "What?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "What time is it? How long has it been?" "It's been a few hours," Nicky said in a quiet, tired voice. "It's the middle of the night." Richard rose expectantly to his feet. "Kara's all right then? You healed her?" Nicky stared at him for what seemed an eternity. It fell to Richard as he looked into Nicky's timeless eyes, as if his heart were coming up in his throat. "Richard," she finally said in a voice so soft and compassionate that it made his breathing stop. "Kara isn't going to make it." Richard blinked at the words, trying to be certain that he understood what Nicky was really saying. "I don't understand." He cleared his throat. "What do you mean?" Nicky gently laid a hand on his arm. "I think you should come in and see her while she is still with us." Richard seized her shoulders. "What are you talking about?" "Richard." Nicky's gaze sank to the floor. "Kara isn't going to make it. She is dying. She won't live the night." Richard tried to retreat from the sorceress, but his back met the wall. "From what? What's wrong with her?" "I don't know exactly. She's been touched by something that has brought death into her. I don't know how to explain it because I don't really know exactly what she is dying from. All I know is that it has overwhelmed her body's defenses, and moment by moment she is slipping away." "But Kara is strong. She'll fight it. She'll make it." Nicky was shaking her head. "No, Richard, she won't. I don't want to give you false hope. She is dying. I think she may even want to die." Richard came forward off the wall. "What? That's crazy. She has no reason to want to die." "You can't say that, Richard. You don't know what she is going through. You don't know her reasons. Maybe the suffering is too much for her. Maybe she can't endure the pain and she only wants it to end. If not for herself, Kara would do anything to stay alive in order to protect me." Nicky licked her lips as she gave his arm a reassuring squeeze. "Maybe you're right, Richard." Richard didn't like being humored. He looked from the door back to the sorceress. "Nicky, you can save her. You know how to do such things." "Look, you had better come see her before." "You have to do something. You have to." Nicky hugged her arms around herself. She looked away, her eyes brimming with tears. "I swear, Richard, I tried everything I knew or could think of. Nothing was of any help. Death already has her spirit, and I can no longer reach that far. She is breathing, but barely. Her heart is weak and nearly gone. Her whole body is shutting down as she slips away. I'm not even sure that she is really even still alive in the sense we think of as a person being alive. She is only here by a thread, and that thread will not hold for long." "But can't—" He could think of no words to hold back the weight of grief beginning to slide in on him. "Please, Richard," Nicky whispered, "come see her before she is gone. Say what you would to her while you have the chance. You will forever hate yourself if you don't." Richard felt numb as Nicky led him into the room. This couldn't be happening. It just couldn't. This was Kara. Kara was like the sun. She couldn't die. She was his friend. She couldn't die. Chapter 18. The feeble glow of 2 lanterns failed to do much to brighten the murky room. The smaller one sat on a table in the corner, as if cowering in the presence of death itself. The other stood on a bedside table beside a glass of water and a damp cloth, struggling to hold the gathered shadows at bay. A brocade bed cover with luxuriant gold fringe was draped over Kara, her arm limp atop it, one of its corners hanging down over the side of the bed to puddle on the floor. Kara didn't look like Kara. She looked cadaverous. Even in the golden light of the lamp, her face looked ashen. Richard didn't see her breathing. He could hardly draw a breath himself. He could feel his knees trembling. The lump in his throat seemed as if it might choke him. He wanted to fall on her and beg her to wake. Nicky leaned close, gently touching Kara's face. Her fingers slid down to the side of her neck. Richard noticed that Kara's terrible shuddering had finally ceased. He didn't think that was the good news it might appear to be. Is she... Nicky looked back over her shoulder. "She's still breathing, but I'm afraid it's coming slower." Richard worked his tongue, wetting the roof of his mouth so that he could form words. "You know, Kara has a man she cares about. She does, really? Richard nodded. Most people don't think that Mord Sith can ever really care about anyone, but they can. Kara cares about a soldier, General Meifert. Benjamin cares for her, too. You know him? Yes. He's a good man. Richard stared at the blonde braid lying over Kara's shoulder and out over the brocade bed cover. I haven't seen him for ages. He's with the Daharan army. Nikki looked skeptical. And Kara admitted to you that she cares about this man? Richard shook his head as he stared at Kara's familiar face. Her beautiful face was now sunken and pale and only looked like a ghost of her former self. No, Kalen told me. The two of them became pretty close over the course of the year they were with the Daharan army, while you had me down here in Altarang. Nikki looked away and fussed with the covers over Kara. As Richard stepped closer, Nikki moved over to a chair beside the table to be out of his way. He felt as if he were outside of his own body, watching from somewhere above, watching himself go to one knee, watching himself take up Kara's cold hand, watching himself hold it to his cheek. "Dear spirits, don't do this to her," he whispered. "Please," he added with a choking sob. "Don't take her." He looked over at Nikki. "She wanted to die as a Mord Sith, fighting for our cause, not in bed." Nikki offered the smallest of smiles. "She had her wish." The words, making it sound as if Kara was already dead, hit him like a blow. He couldn't allow this to happen. He just couldn't. Kalen was gone, and now this. He just couldn't let it happen. He cupped a hand to Kara's icy face. It felt like touching the dead. Richard swallowed back the tears. "Nikki, you're a sorceress. You saved me when I was near death. No one else but you would have ever been able to come up with a solution. No one but you could have saved me. Isn't there anything at all that you can think of to do for Kara?" Nikki slipped forward off the chair to kneel beside him. She took up his hand and held it to her lips. He felt a tear fall onto the back of the hand she so tenderly held, as if she were a humble subject beseeching her king's forgiveness. "I'm so sorry, Richard, but there isn't. I hope you know that I would do anything it took if I could save her, but I can't. This is beyond my ability. A time comes when we all have to die. Her time has come, and I can't change it." Richard blinked at the watery sight of the death scene. The room barely lit by the weak light of two small flames. The bed holding Kara seemed to float by itself in that light, with darkness waiting all around her. He nodded. "Nikki, please, could you leave me alone with her? I want to be alone with her when the time comes that... It's nothing against you. It's just that I think I should be alone with her." "I understand, Richard." Nikki's fingers touched his back as she stood, and then, as if reluctant to break that contact with the living, trailed along his shoulder as she moved past. "I'll be close by if you need me," she said as her living touch ended. The door softly shut behind her, leaving the room in silence. Even though the heavy drapes were closed over the window, Richard could hear the ceaseless chorus of the cicadas outside. He could no longer hold back the tears. He laid his head on Kara's middle as he sobbed, clutching her limp hand. "Kara, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. It was after me, not you. I'm so sorry. Please, Kara, don't leave me. I need you so much." Kara was the only one who followed him, because she believed in him. She might have agreed with Nikki that he was dreaming up Kalen, but she still believed in him. With Kara, that wasn't a contradiction. More and more lately, it seemed that her faith in him was all that was holding him together and keeping him focused on what he had to do. There were frightening moments when he no longer knew if he believed in himself. It was so hard to face an entire world that thought he was delusional. It was so hard to do what he believed in when almost no one believed in him. But Kara believed in him, even if she didn't believe in Kalen's existence. There was something unique about that sentiment, something unlike even Nicky or Victor's respect for him. He held Kara's face in both hands as he kissed her forehead. He hoped she wasn't suffering. He hoped it was a peaceful end to a life that had been anything but peaceful. She was so pale, her breathing so shallow. Her flesh felt as cold as death. Hating that she was so cold, Richard pulled the bed cover aside as he leaned over and slipped his arms around her, hoping that his warmth would help her. "Take my warmth," he whispered in her ear. "Take all you need, please, Kara. Take warmth from me." Lying there holding her, Richard descended into a fog of agony. He knew how much this woman had suffered. He knew what her life had been like. He knew how much she had been hurt. He had endured some of the things she had endured under the mad rule of his father, Darken Rahl. He had suffered some of the same pain and hopelessness. Perhaps more than anyone else, he could truly empathize with her. He knew how strangers had taken her into a world of pain and madness. Richard knew because he had been there too. He had so wanted to bring her back from that dark and terrible place. "Take my warmth, Kara. I'm here for you." He opened himself to her, opened his need to her, opened himself to her need. He clutched her tightly in his arms as he wept against her shoulder. He almost felt that if he were to hold her tight enough, she couldn't slip away into death. Richard could feel as he held her in his arms that she was still alive, and he couldn't bear for that to end. He wished so much that Nicky could have done something. If anyone deserved to be healed, it was Kara. At that moment, more than anything, he wanted her to be healed. Richard opened himself, his very soul, to that purpose. He released himself into his empathy for this woman who had given him so much. More than once she had risked her life to follow his orders. She had often risked her life for him in open defiance of his orders. She had followed him across the world. Countless times she had placed herself between danger and his and Kalen's lives. Kara deserved life, deserved all the goodness in life. He wanted nothing but to make her whole again. He gave all of himself over to that desire. He held back nothing in his focused need to have Kara stay among the living. To that end, to that desperate desire, he consciously sought the life within her as he descended into the swirling current of her agony. As fast as that thought, he found his mind with hers, with her agonizing pain. He held her tight in his arms as he wept with her desolate suffering. He gritted his teeth, held his breath, and pulled her pain into himself. He wanted nothing more than to draw that pain away from her. He spared nothing to protect himself from the onslaught that suddenly inundated him. He felt everything she felt. He suffered everything she suffered. He pressed his open mouth against her shoulder, muffling his scream as the pain lanced through him. They were in an empty, dark, and hopeless place, a lifeless place. He shook with her suffering as he lifted some of her burden. She held tight to the pain, loath to release it, especially to him. But as weak as she was, he was able to draw it anyway, and then he drew yet more. Lifting and uncovering the layers of suffering, he felt the icy touch of death within her. The raw fear at such an encounter was as arresting as anything he had ever confronted. Kara was saturated in that dark and icy sensation. He shook with the suffering he shared with her, with the dread they felt together. His mind twisted with the wrenching pain until it was a terrible and seemingly insurmountable struggle just to maintain his own will to go on. Richard was swept into a coursing, cold current of hopeless misery that consumed him. It seemed more than he could bear, and yet he endured it and took on more. He wanted her to take on his strength, his living warmth. But to do that, he would first have to survive pulling that dark poison into himself, while at the same time giving over to her his strength. Time lost all meaning. The pain itself was the embodiment of forever. "Death will come often, offering to take you, wanting to take you," he whispered against her ear. "Don't accept the offer, Kara. Stay. Don't accept death." "I want to die." That single thought came spiraling up through the agonizing desolation. It shocked and terrified him. What if trying to hold on to life was more than she could endure? What if it was more than he could endure? What if he was asking more of her than she could abide, more than he had had a right to ask? "Kara," he whispered into her ear, "I need you to live, please, I need you to live." "I can't." "Kara, you are not alone. I'm here with you. Hold on. For me, hold on, and let me help you." "Please, let me go. Let me die. I'm begging you. If you care for me, then leave me. Let me die." She began to slip away. He clutched her tighter. He pulled more of her suffering into himself. Her inner self wailed in agony as she fought him. "Kara, please," he gasped against the torrent of pain flooding through him. "Let me help you. Please don't leave me." "I don't want to live. I have failed you. I should have saved you when Nicky came to capture you. I know that now. You made me see it. I would die for you, but I failed in my duty, in my promises to myself. There is no reason for me to live. I am not worthy to be your protector. Please let me go." Richard was stunned to grasp the despair in her longing, but more than that, he was horrified by it. He gathered that pain too and lifted it from her. He took it even as she tried to hold on to it, to slip away from him. "Kara, I love you. Please don't leave me. I need you." He fought to draw more of her agony into himself. He overpowered her resistance and took more yet. She was unable to stop him. He lifted the ashen robes of death, dragging her down. Richard held her tight in his arms as he opened his heart, his need, his soul. She wailed in heartbreak. He understood the crushing loneliness. "I'm with you, Kara. You aren't alone." Richard soothed her even as he struggled to endure the stunning agony of the evil that had touched her. It was not simply the pain of it, but the bleak horror of it that was killing her. And now that same cold desolation was slowly crushing him, and at the same time her blinding suffering blocked his healing power from flowing into her. He suddenly felt as if he had swum out to save a drowning person, and now they were both caught up in the same savage torrent, and they were both drowning together in the black waters of death. If he was to have a chance, if she was, he first had to lift enough of her suffering. He had to hold the weight of it from her. He pulled the pain onward, heedless of it, welcoming it, drawing it with all his might. When he felt that full weight of misery and anguish gathered into the core of himself, he had to struggle mightily to hold on to his own life at the same time as he let flow his power, his healing strength, his healing heart. Richard had never been taught how to heal, how to direct his power. He could only let the warmth of it flow into her. "I don't want to live. I have failed you. Please let me die." "Why do you want to leave me? Why?" "Because only in that way can I serve you. Because then you can have another who will not fail you." "Kara, that isn't true. Something is wrong. Something neither of us understands." Through the pain, Richard fought to get the words out. "You didn't fail me. You have to believe me. You must believe in me. That is what I need more than anything, for you to be with me and believe in me. It is you I need, not your service. Please, I need you. I need you to live. That is the service. Your life makes mine better." He fought with all his might to hold on, to hold Kara with him, but the weight of the darkness within seemed bottomless. As the barriers of his restraint collapsed, he felt as if he were plunging into a molten void. spiraling ever downward into that dark shadow that had come through the wall for him. He saw flashes of it, as she had seen it, saw the heart-stopping terror of it crashing in on her. That was the core of her dread, that vile thing, that death incarnate, coming for him right through her. This was not the gentle dissolution of consciousness into the void of non-existence. This was every nightmare come to life, come to rip the life out of the living. This was dark death descending upon her, all alone and defenseless, that merciless reaper of souls come to rip hers out while she screamed her life away. As she'd stood before it, blocking its way, she had taken its deadly touch. He understood then that Kara felt she had failed him before with Nicky, and this time she had been determined to die to prove her oath. Madness still dwelt within her. She believed that death falling in upon her would be her redemption in his eyes, and so she refused to shrink before it. She wanted to die for him to prove herself to him. As it had come through the wall and through her room, Kara had tried to steal the power from death itself. Richard felt that torturous touch envelop him in its all-consuming agony. It was a touch so cold it began to freeze his heart. The world began slipping away from him, as it had begun to slip away from her. He was lost in the crushing pain of that deadly touch. Chapter 19. It felt to Richard as if he were trapped beneath the ice in the swift raven waters of a frozen river. The shadow of panic swirled ever closer around him. He was exhausted and didn't have any reserve of strength left. As the specter of failure loomed, and the full realization of what such a failure would mean came to him, he rallied his will and exerted greater effort to fight his way toward the remote light of consciousness. Even though he was aware that he had managed to come partially awake, he was still in some distant, deep place and having difficulty completing the journey. He struggled to rise up, struggled for the life above, but he couldn't break through. Even as Richard tried to press himself harder, it seemed too difficult, too far. For the first time, he considered the peace of surrender, truly considered it, as had she before it had dragged her under. The deadly fangs of failure hovered closer. Driven by the fright of the full realization of everything that such a defeat would mean, he drew together his strength, focused his will, and with desperate passion reached toward the world of life. With a gasp, his eyes opened. The pain had been crushing. He felt dizzy and sick from the encounter with such malevolence. He still trembled with the power of it. After such raw inner violence, he feared that every hammer beat of his heart might be the last. The slick touch of depravity had bequeathed him a repugnant memory of the gagging stench of rotting corpses, making it nearly impossible to draw the full breath he needed. He had reached into Kara's soul, and he had felt an alien evil lurking there within her, sucking the life from her, pulling her into the dark eternity of death. It had been a debilitating dread beyond anything he had ever felt before, beyond the mere fear of the black abyss of eternity. It had been the grinning, naked vow of unimaginable terrors that were coming for him. At first it had seemed that he had touched the icy face of death itself, but now he knew that he hadn't. Despite his revulsion, he knew that it was something other than simply death. Death was merely a part of its poisonous architecture. Death was inanimate. This was not. He hurt so much that he was unsure at that moment if he would have the strength to ever stand again, the strength required to live. His bones ached. The marrow of his bones ached. He couldn't seem to stop trembling. Yet the pain was more than mere physical agony. It was an abhorrent misery that had seeped through his soul and touched every aspect of his existence. The quiet room at last began to float into focus around him. The lamps still held back the veil of darkness. Beyond the heavy drapes, the cicadas still sang their song of life. Lying on the bed, still embracing Kara protectively in his arms, Richard was at last able to draw the full breath he so desperately needed. As he did, he relished the fragrance of her hair, savored the scent of the warm, moist skin along the curve of her neck, and in so doing the agony began to recede. He felt Kara's arms tightly embracing him. Downy, soft hair behind her ear caressed the side of his face. "Kara?" he whispered. She reached up and ran a hand tenderly down the back of his head as she unashamedly held him against her. "Shh," she soothed in his ear. "It's all right." He was having trouble making sense of things. He was somewhat disoriented to find himself holding Kara in his arms, to find her holding him so tenderly in hers, to realize they were locked in such an intimate embrace. He could feel the entire length of her pressed against him, but then nothing could be more intimate than what they had shared in that dark place as they together faced the evil that had taken her. He ran his tongue across his cracked lips and tasted salty tears. "Kara?" She nodded against the side of his face. "Shh," she soothed again. "It's all right. I'm with you. I won't leave you." He drew away just enough to look into her eyes. They were blue and clear, revealing a depth he had never seen before. She studied his face with a kind of caring, knowing sympathy. At that moment he clearly saw in her eyes that this was Kara and no more. In that moment he saw that the appellation of Mord Sith had been stripped away down to her soul. In that moment it was Kara, the woman, the individual, and nothing else. It was as revealing and profound a view of her as he had ever had. It was startlingly beautiful. "You are a very rare person, Richard Rahl." The soft breath of her words against his face soothed some of the lingering pain as seductively as did her arms, as did her eyes, as did her words, as did the living, breathing warmth of her. Even so, the agony he had lifted from her still coursed through him, seeking to pull him back toward darkness and death. Somewhere in the back of his mind he fought it with his love of life, and with his joy that Kara was alive. "I am a wizard," he whispered back. She stared up into his eyes as she slowly shook her head in wonder. "There has never been a Lord Rahl like you before. I swear there never has." With her arms around his neck, she pulled his head closer and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, Lord Rahl, for bringing me back. Thank you for saving me. You made me see again that I want to live. It is I who is supposed to be protecting your life, and you are the one to risk yours to save me." She again searched his eyes with leisurely satisfaction. It was completely unlike the way a Mord Sith had of gazing through a person, of seeing all the way into their soul. This was an emotion of regard born of her appreciation for his value to her. In the purest sense, it was love. She showed absolutely no reticence in him seeing her feelings laid bare. He supposed that, after what they had just shared, any such modesty would be pointless. He knew, though, that this was more, that this was Kara, sincere, unafraid, and unashamed. "There has never been a Lord Rahl like you. Kara, you don't know how glad I am to have you back with me." She held his head in both her hands and kissed his forehead. "Oh, but I do know. I know what you suffered for me this night. I know very well how much you wanted me back. I know very well what you did for me." She slipped her arms around his neck again and hugged him tight. "I have never been afraid like that, not even when I was first—" He touched his fingers to her lips to silence what she had been about to say, for fear that it would break the spell, that it would too soon bring the armor of Mord Sith back into her beautiful blue eyes. He knew what she had been about to say. He knew that madness. "Thank you, Lord Rahl," she whispered in wonder when he took his fingers away. "Thank you for everything. and for not letting me say what I had been about to say." With a twitch of her brow, pain ghosted across her face. "That is why there has never been a Lord Rahl like you before. They all created Mord Sith. They all brought the pain. You ended it." Richard couldn't force any words past the lump in his throat, so he simply brushed her blonde hair from her forehead and smiled at her. He was so happy to have her back that he couldn't put it into words. He gazed around the room then, trying to judge how late it was. "I don't know how long it took you to heal me," she said as she watched him surveying the curtains for any sign of the approach of dawn. "But after you did, you were so exhausted that you seemed to collapse into sleep. I couldn't wake you. I didn't want to wake you." Her arms still loosely around his neck, she gazed up at him with a blissful smile, looking as if she never wanted to move. "I was so weak that I fell asleep as well." "Kara, we have to get out of here." "What do you mean?" Richard pushed himself up, the urgency of the situation becoming all too clear. His head spun sickeningly. "I used magic to heal you." She nodded, looking uncharacteristically content at the mention of magic and her in the same breath. This had been magic that had shown her the wonder of life. What he was getting at abruptly became clear to her. She sat up in a rush, but had to put a hand back to steady herself. Richard stood on trembling legs. He realized then that he was still wearing his sword. He was glad to have it at hand. "If Jagang's beast is around, then it might have sensed that I used my gift. I don't know where it might be, but I'd not like to be lying here when it returns." "Nor would I. Once was enough for a lifetime." He held out an arm and helped her stand. She balanced in a stiff posture for a moment before gathering her senses and loosening her pose. It somehow seemed startling to him to see that she was dressed in her red leather. After having been so close to her, after having been within her, in a sense, clothes somehow seemed alien. In some inexplicable manner, Kara drew the aura of Mord Sith around herself. She smiled, the composed confidence in that smile lifting his heart. "I'm all right," she said, as if to tell him to stop worrying. "I'm back with you." The steel was back in her eyes. Kara was indeed back. Richard nodded. "Me too. I'm feeling better now that I'm waking up." He gestured to her pack. "Let's get our things and get moving." Chapter 20. Nicky stood at the edge of the hill, hands clasped, gazing across the grounds at the white marble statue lit by torches. The people of Alter Rang had thought that such a noble figure, a symbol of liberty for them, should never go dark, and so it was always lit. Nicky had slowly paced the gloomy hall in the inn for much of the night, dispirited about the life slipping away on the other side of the door. She had tried everything she knew to save Kara, but it had been hopeless. Nicky didn't know Kara all that well, but she certainly knew Richard. She probably knew him better than anyone alive, except perhaps his grandfather Zed. She didn't know his past so well, the stories about his childhood or that sort of thing. She knew Richard the man. She knew him down to the core of his soul. There was no one alive she knew better. She understood the depth of his grief at losing Kara. Throughout the vigil, Nicky's gift, unbidden, had brought her the sounds of some of that open misery. It broke Nicky's heart to have Richard suffer such a loss. She would have done anything to have spared him that. At one point she had thought to go in and comfort Richard's grief, to ease some of it by sparing him at least a bit of the loneliness of it. The door would not open. While it was puzzling, what she could sense told her that there were only two people inside, and what she could hear told her that there was nothing more than simple sorrow on the other side, so she hadn't tried to force open the stuck door. Unable to bear the pain of listening to Richard's supplications to Kara as she lay dying, Nicky had eventually gone outside, finally ending up staring out across the black chasm of night to the statue he had created. Other than being with Richard himself, There were few things Nicky would rather do than gaze at the majestic things he had created. Sometimes the death of someone close had a way of making people see the world in a new light, a way of making them come back to those things that were most important in life. She wondered what Richard would do once Kara passed away, if it would jolt him back to reality and he would finally abandon the search for phantoms and stand with the people who wanted to be free of the Imperial Order. Hearing footsteps and then her name called, Nicky turned. It was Richard, with someone else, approaching through the shadows. Nicky's heart sank. That could only mean that Kara's ordeal had finally ended. As Richard came closer, Nicky saw who was with him. "Dear spirits, Richard," she whispered, her eyes going wide. "What have you done?" In the dim light of the distant torches, Kara looked perfectly alive and well. "Lord Rahl healed me," she said offhandedly, as if such an accomplishment had been a minor task of no more note than if he had helped her to fetch water. Nicky stared in shock. "How?" was all she could say. Richard looked as weary as if he had been through a battle. She half expected to see him covered in blood. "I couldn't stand the thought of not doing something to try to help her," he said. "I suppose that need was strong enough so that I was able to somehow do what I needed to do in order to heal her." The meaning of why that door wouldn't open suddenly became all too clear. He had indeed been through a battle, and he was, in a sense, covered with blood. Just not the kind one could see. Nicky leaned toward him. "You used your gift." It was a charge, not a question. Nonetheless, he answered it. "I guess so." "You guess so." Nicky wished she could make herself not sound like she was mocking him. "I tried everything I knew. Nothing I did was able to reach her. I couldn't heal her. What did you do? And how did you manage to touch your Han?" Richard shrugged self-consciously. "I'm not exactly sure of it all. I held her, and I could feel that she was dying. I could feel her slipping farther and farther away. I kind of let my mind, sink down into her, down into the core of who she is, down to where she needed the help. Once I reached that place of union with her, I collected her pain into myself so that she would have enough strength to take the warmth of life I offered her." Nicky understood very well the elaborate phenomenon he was describing, but she was astounded to hear it explained in such incidental terms. It was as if she had asked him how he carved such a lifelike statue in marble, and he had said of his masterwork that he had just cut off all the stone that didn't belong. While accurate, such an explanation was casual to the point of absurdity. "You took upon yourself what was killing her?" "I had to." Nicky pressed her fingers to her temples. Even she, with all the power she had at her disposal, and she had considerable power, to say nothing of her training, experience, and knowledge, could not undertake such a deed. She had to make an effort to slow her hammering heart. "Do you have any idea at all of the danger involved in such an endeavor?" Richard looked a little ill at ease by the heated tone of her questions. "It was the only way, Nicky," he said in simple summary. "It was the only way," she repeated in astonishment. She could not believe what she was hearing. "Do you have any idea how much power it takes to embark on such a voyage of the soul? Much less to ever come back from such a place, or the peril in going there?" He stuck his hands in his pockets as if he were a child being upbraided for misbehaving. "All I know is that it was the only way to get Kara back." "And he did," Kara said, pointing a finger at Nicky not only for emphasis, but to stress her defense of him. "Lord Rahl came for me." Nicky stared at the moored Sith. "Richard went to the brink of the world of the dead for you, and perhaps beyond." Kara stole a glance at Richard. "He did?" Nicky slowly nodded. "Your spirit had already slipped into a twilight realm. You were beyond my reach. That was why I could not heal you. Well, Lord Rahl did it. Yes, he did. Nicky reached out and with a finger lifted Kara's chin. I hope that as long as you live you never forget what this man has just done for you. I doubt there is anyone living who would have attempted such a thing. He had to. Kara gave Nicky a brazen smile. Lord Rahl can't get along without me, and he knows it. Richard turned aside as he smiled to himself. Nicky could hardly believe such a casual attitude after such a monumental event. She took a breath in an attempt to control her voice and not give the wrong impression, an impression that she was displeased that he had healed Kara. You used your gift, Richard. The beast is already about, and you used your gift. I had to, or we would have lost her. To Richard, it all seemed so simple and straightforward. At least he had the sense not to look as self-satisfied as Kara. Nicky planted her fists on her hips as she leaned closer to him. Don't you comprehend what you've done? You used your gift again. I warned you before that you must not do so. The beast is already somewhere close, and by using your gift, you just hold it right where you are. What did you expect me to do, let Kara die? Yes! She is sworn to protect you with her life. That is her job, her sworn duty, not helping you to bring the beast closer to you. We could easily have lost you in such an attempt, to say nothing of the profound menace you have just awakened. You risked all you mean to the people of Dahara and your value to our cause, just to save one person. You should have let her go. In saving her, you have only allowed her to bring death to both of you, because the beast will now be able to find you. What just happened will now happen again, only this time there will be no escape. You have just saved Kara's life at the price of your own, and no doubt hers in the bargain. Even as she spoke, Nicky knew by the smoldering anger in his eyes that she was not doing a good job of making him see what she meant. Kara's eyes, on the other hand, revealed sudden alarm, verging on panic. Richard placed a hand on the back of her neck and gave it a reassuring squeeze, as if to tell her to ignore such a supposition. That's not certain, Nicky. The muscles in his jaw flexed as he gritted his teeth. It may be a possibility, but it's not certain, and besides, I wasn't going to let someone I care about die just because it might make me a little safer. I'm already hunted. Letting Kara die wouldn't have changed that. Nicky let her hands flop down against her thighs. He was in no mood to hear anyone speak against saving the life of a woman he cared deeply for. Nicky had no idea how she could explain it to him in a way that could make him understand the magnitude of the forces he had invoked, or the grave danger he had unleashed. How could she say anything and not have him misunderstand her meaning? In the end, she knew she couldn't. Nicky placed a hand on his shoulder. I guess I can't blame you, Richard. I guess that in your place I would have done the same. Someday, when we have the luxury of time, we will have to talk about this. When we are able, I would like you to tell me everything you did. Maybe I can help you learn to better control what you alone were able to harness. If nothing else, maybe I can at least make things you do spontaneously a little more focused and a little less dangerous. Richard nodded his appreciation. Whether of her offer or her softer tone, she wasn't sure. Nicky could see in Richard and Kara's eyes that the experience had brought the two of them closer. When she realized that he would soon be leaving, Nicky's brief bout of joy at seeing Kara alive and well faded. Besides, Richard said as he scanned the darkness, we don't even know if this had anything to do with the thing back in the woods. Well, of course it did, Nicky said. His gaze returned to her. How do you know? That thing tore all those men apart. This was a different kind of attack. For that matter, we don't even know for certain that either attack was the beast that Jigang ordered to be created. What are you talking about? What else could it be? It has to be the weapon that Jigang directed the sister to conjure? I'm not saying that it isn't. It very well could be. But a lot of it doesn't make any sense to me. Like what? Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. The thing in the forest attacked the men. It didn't attack me, even though I wasn't far away. Here, it didn't bother to tear Kara apart like it did the men. If it was the same thing, then we know it could have easily killed me. So when it was right here and had the chance, why didn't it use the opportunity? Maybe because I tried to capture its power, Kara offered. Maybe it just passed me by because I was a threat, or maybe I distracted it enough that it decided to flee. Richard shook his head. You were no threat. It went right through you, and besides, its touch was enough to eliminate your interference. Then it came through the wall for me, but as it reached my room, it didn't flee. It simply disappeared. Nicky abruptly turned suspicious. She never had heard the whole story. You were in the room and it just vanished? Not exactly. I jumped out the window to escape it as it came through the wall into my room. As I hung there, some kind of dark thing like a moving shadow came out the window, and as it did, it seemed to evaporate into the night. Nicky idly drew the end of the cord of her bodice through her fingers as she considered what he'd said. She tried to fit the pieces into everything else she knew, but none of it would match. Nothing that the beast did seemed to make sense. If it really was the same beast, Richard was right in that it all seemed to defy logic. Maybe it didn't see you, she murmured half to herself as she considered the puzzle. Richard flashed her a skeptical expression. So you're saying that it could find me at night inside the inn, and it then crashed right through a succession of walls as it was coming for me, but then when I just barely managed to jump through the only window, it became confused and so it wandered off? Nicky appraised his eyes a moment. Both attacks have something important in common. They both displayed incredible power, shattering trees like they were twigs and going through walls as if they were no more than paper. Richard sighed unhappily. I suppose that's true. What I'd like to know, Nicky added as she folded her arms, is why it didn't kill Kara. She caught the slight flicker in his eyes, and she knew then that he knew something more than he had said. Nicky cocked her head as she watched him while she waited. When I was there in Kara's mind, taking up the pain of the touch of that vile thing, there was something more that it left behind. He admitted in a quiet voice. I think it wanted to leave a message for me to find, a message that it's coming for me, that it will find me, and that for all eternity it will make my death a luxury beyond reach. Nicky's gaze slid to Kara. I didn't choose for him to come after me, to that twilight place as you call it. I didn't ask him to, and I didn't want him to. The Mord Sith's hands fisted at her sides. But I can't lie and say that I'd rather be dead. Nicky couldn't help but to smile at such simple honesty. Kara, I'm joyful that you're not dead. I truly am. What kind of man would we be following if he easily let a friend die without trying his best to save her? Kara's expression cooled as Nicky looked again at Richard. I'm still perplexed as to why it didn't kill Kara. After all, a message like that could have just as easily been given directly to you once it had you in its clutches. If the threat is credible, and I certainly don't doubt that it is, then the beast would have all the time it wished to make you suffer if it would have snatched you right then. Such a message serves no real purpose. What's more, it makes no sense for the beast to be right there and then vanish. Richard drummed his fingers on the crossguard of his sword as he thought it over. All good questions, Nicky, but I just don't have good answers. With the palm of his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he scanned the darkness again, checking for any threat. I think Kara and I had better be on our way. Considering what happened to Victor's men, I'm concerned about what will happen if that thing comes back here after me. I'd not like that kind of beast rampaging through the city in a blood frenzy. I don't want any more people to be needlessly hurt or killed. Whatever that thing is, the beast Jagang had his sisters conjure, or something we don't even know about, It seems to me that I'll have a better chance to stay alive if I keep moving. Sitting in one place feels too much like waiting for the executioner to arrive." "I don't think that you are necessarily making logical assumptions," Nicky said. "Nonetheless, I need to be going anyway, and I'd feel better if it was sooner rather than later for a variety of reasons." He hoisted his pack higher on his back. "I have to find Victor and Ishak." Resigned, Nicky gestured behind her. "After the attack, I went and got them. They are both over at the stables back there. Ishak has the horses you requested. Some of the men helped him gather supplies for you." She put a hand on his arm. "Some of the relatives of Victor's men, the ones who were killed, are there too. They want to hear from you." Richard nodded as he let out a deep breath. "I hope I can offer them some comfort. Grief is fresh in my mind." He gave Kara a quick squeeze on her shoulder. "But mine has been lifted." Richard hitched his bow higher up onto his shoulder as he started away. In little more than a blink, he dissolved into the darkness. Chapter 21. As Kara went past, following in Richard's wake, Nicky caught the Mord Sith's arm, holding her back until she could speak without Richard hearing. "How are you, Kara, really?" Kara met Nicky's direct gaze with a steady look of her own. "I'm tired, but I'm fine now. Lord Rahl made it right." Nicky nodded her satisfaction. "Kara, may I ask you a personal question?" "As long as I don't have to promise, I'll answer it." "Do you have a man for whom you care greatly named Benjamin Myford?" Even in the dim light, Nicky could see Kara's face go as scarlet as her red leather outfit. "Who told you such a thing?" "Do you mean to say, then, that it's a secret and no one knows?" "Well, that's not what I'm saying exactly," Kara stammered. "I mean, you're trying to trip me into saying something I don't intend." "I'm not trying to trip you into saying anything, especially something that isn't true. I only asked about Benjamin Myford." Kara's brow drew tight. "Who told you such a thing?" "Richard." Nicky arched an eyebrow. "Is it true?" Kara pressed her lips tight. At last she looked away from Nicky to glare off into the night. "Yes." "So you told Richard all about how you care a great deal for this soldier?" "Are you crazy? I would never have told such a thing to Lord Rahl. Where could he have heard it?" For a moment, Nicky listened to the cicadas singing their incessant mating songs as she considered the Mord Sith. "Richard said that Kaelin told him all about it." Kara stood with her mouth agape. She at last touched her fingers to her forehead as she worked to gather her senses. "Well, that's just crazy. I must have told him myself. I guess I just forgot. We talk about so much. It's hard to recall everything I told him, but now that you bring it up, I think I do recall mentioning it one night when we were both talking about such sentimental things. I think that must have been when I told him about Benjamin Myford. I guess I pushed such a personal discussion to the back of my mind. I guess he didn't. I ought to learn to keep my mouth shut." "You have no need to fear anything you tell Richard. You have no better friend in the world, and you have no need to fear me knowing such things either. He told me about it in the depth of his grief for you because he wanted me to know that you are more than just Mord Sith, that you're a person with a life and desires of your own, and you had come to value a good man. He was honoring you by telling me. But I will keep it to myself. Your feelings are safe with me, Kara." Kara idly tugged at strands of hair at the end of her single braid. "I guess I never looked at it quite that way. I mean about him honoring me by telling you. That's kind of nice. Love is a passion for life shared with another person. You fall in love with a person who you think is wonderful. It's your deepest appreciation of the value of that individual, and that individual is a reflection of what you value most in life. Love, for sound reasons, can be one of life's greatest rewards. You shouldn't be ashamed or embarrassed about being in love. I mean, if you really do love Benjamin, that is. Kara thought it over a moment. I'm not ashamed of it. I am Mord Sith. Some of the tension went out of her shoulders. But I don't know if I'm in love with him either. I don't know for certain what I think about it. I know I care greatly for him. I'm not sure it's love, though. Maybe it's only the first step along the path to love. It's kind of hard for me to tell about such things. I'm not used to it mattering what I think or how I feel. Nikki nodded as she began walking slowly through the shadows. For a lot of my life, I didn't understand what love was either. Jagang used to sometimes think that he was in love with me. Jagang? Seriously? He's in love with you? No, he's not really in love with me. He just thinks he is. Even back then I knew that it wasn't love, even if I didn't understand why. Jagang's measure of worth runs from hate to lust. He scorns and defiles anything that's good about life, so he couldn't possibly experience true love. He can only discern it as the faint fragrance of something tantalizing and mysterious beyond his reach, and he longs to possess it. He imagined that he could experience love by grabbing me by my hair and forcing me down on him. He interpreted his enjoyment as he watched as feelings of love. He thought that I should be grateful that he had such powerful feelings for me, that he would be overcome with desire for me to the exclusion of everything else. Since he believed that forcing himself on me was an expression of his love, he thought I should accept it as an honor. He would have liked Dark and Rahl, Kara muttered. They would have gotten along splendidly. She looked over, suddenly puzzled. You're a sorceress. Why didn't you use your power to incinerate the bastard? Nikki let out a deep breath. How could she simply explain a lifetime of indoctrination? I don't think that a day goes by that I don't wish I would have killed that vile man. But, brought up as I was under the teachings of the Fellowship of Order, the same as he, I believe that moral virtue was only realized through self-sacrifice. Under their tenets, your duty is to those in need. Such dictates are imposed under the banner of the common good or the betterment of mankind, or dutiful obedience to the Creator. By the ideology of the order, we were to devote ourselves not to those we regarded as the best among mankind, but to those who we ourselves regarded as the worst among men, not because they had earned it, but precisely because they hadn't. This, the order claims, is the heart of morality, and the only means by which we earn our entry into the everlasting light of the Creator in the afterlife. It's the sacrifice of the virtuous into servitude to the vile. It is never done under the banner of what it really is, naked greed for the unearned. Jagang's worldly needs revolved around his crotch. I had what he believed he needed, so I was morally required to sacrifice myself to his need, especially since he is the leader bringing the Order's moral teachings to the heathens of the world. When Jagang would beat me until I was only half-conscious and then throw me on his bed to have his way with me, I was doing what I had been taught was not only right but my selfless moral duty. I thought I was evil for hating it. Since I believed that I was evil for such self-interest, I felt that I deserved all the pain I got in this world and eternal punishment in the next. I couldn't kill a man who was, under the creed taught me by the Fellowship of Order, morally superior to me by virtue of his need. How could I possibly harm someone who I had been taught to serve? How could I possibly object to the harm done to me when I so deserved all I got and more? What could I object to? Justice? That's the endless, miserable trap of teachings about your duty to the greater good. They strolled in silence as Nikki endured an array of ghastly memories. What changed? Kara finally asked. Richard, Nikki said softly. Right then, she was glad for the darkness. Despite her tears, she lifted her head with pride. The Imperial Order's teachings can only endure through brutality. Richard showed me that no one has a right to my life, not the whole of it, nor pieces of it. He showed me that my life is mine to live for myself, for my own purpose, and does not belong to others. Kara watched with a kind of knowing sympathy. I guess that you had a great deal in common with Mord Sith under the rule of Darken Rahl. Dahara was once a place of darkness, as life is now under the Imperial Order. Richard didn't just kill Darken Rahl. He ended that kind of sick doctrine for Dahara. He gave us the same thing he gave you. He gave us back our lives. I guess Lord Rahl could understand us because he was treated much the same. Nikki wasn't sure what Kara meant. The same? He was once a captive of a Mord Sith named Denna. At the time, it was our duty to torture Darken Rahl's enemies to death. Denna was the best of the best. Darken Rahl had personally selected her to capture Richard and be in charge of his training. Darken Rahl had been hunting Richard for quite a while because he knew something important about the boxes of Orden. Darken Rahl wanted that information. It was Denna's job to torture Richard into being eager to answer any question Darken Rahl asked. Nikki glanced over and saw tears glistening in Kara's eyes as she slowed to a halt. She lifted her aegil, staring at it as she rolled it in her fingers. Nikki knew all about Denna and what she had done to Richard, but she decided that right then it might be best to remain silent and simply listen. Sometimes people needed to say things for themselves more than they needed to say them for others. Nikki thought that perhaps after coming so close to dying, this was one of those times for Kara. "I was there," Kara said in a near whisper as she stared at her aegil. "He doesn't remember because Denna had tortured him until he was delirious and only partially conscious. But I saw him there at the People's Palace, and I saw some of what she did to him, of what we all did." Nikki's breath paused. She cautiously glanced over at Kara. "Of what you all did? What do you mean?" It was standard practice for Mord Sith to pass their captives around. It made it more difficult for them to learn to endure any particular pattern of torture from one individual. It helped to keep them confused and afraid. Fear is an integral part of torture. That's something a Mord Sith learns from the first moment she is taken to be trained to become Mord Sith, that fear and the unknown makes any pain infinitely worse. Most of the time, Denna let a Mord Sith named Constance share in training Richard, but sometimes Denna wanted to use others besides Constance. Kara stood stock still as she stared at her aegil. "It was not long after he arrived at the People's Palace. Richard doesn't remember. I don't think he even knew his own name at the time because Denna had him in a fog of delirium, in a state of madness from the things she had done to him. But he spent a day with me." This Nikki hadn't known. She stood frozen, afraid to say anything. She had no idea what she could say. "Denna took Richard as her mate," Kara said. "I don't think she understood love any better than Jagang or Darken Rahl. At the end, though, she came to have a deep and genuine love for Richard. I saw the change coming over her. As you described it, she came to value him as an individual. She came to have sincere passion for him. She loved him so much that in the end, she let him kill her, so that he could escape. But before then, when Denna was still torturing him, I saw him there more than once hanging helpless, covered in blood and begging for the release of death." A tear ran down Kara's cheek. "Dear spirits, I too made him beg for death as I stood over him." Kara seemed to suddenly realize what she had just said aloud. Panic flooded her eyes. "Please don't say anything to him. It was so long ago. It's over and everything has changed now. I don't want him to know about me there with him like that." Tears ran down her face. "Please." Nikki took up one of Kara's hands in both of hers. "Of course I wouldn't say anything about it. I, of all people, understand the way you feel. I, too, once did terrible things to him, only for a great deal longer than anyone else. As you say, that's over." Nicky let out a deep sigh. "I guess we all three know a little about what love is, and what it isn't." Kara nodded, not just her relief, but her sincere appreciation that Nicky understood. "We'd better catch up with Lord Rahl." Nicky gestured casually toward the stables. "Richard is talking to the relatives of Victor's men who were killed." She tapped the side of her forehead. "I can just barely hear him with my gift." She reached out and gently wiped a tear from Kara's cheek. "We have the time to gather our senses before we get there." As they started slowly walking toward the stable, Kara said, "Nicky, could I tell you something, then something personal?" On a night of such surprises, this was yet another. "Of course." "Well," Kara began as she frowned, trying to find the words, "when Lord Rahl came to me to heal me, he was close to me." "What do you mean?" "I mean, he was lying there with me, in the bed with me, with his arms around me, protecting me and keeping me warm." She rubbed her arms, as if the memory had brought the chill back. "I was so cold." Kara stole a quick glance over at Nicky. I guess that in my condition and all, I was kind of holding on to him too." Nicky lifted an eyebrow. "I see. And the thing is, I felt things when he came into me, and if you tell him this, I'll kill you. I swear I will." Nicky smiled as she nodded her assurance. "We both care a great deal about him. I assume that what you're telling me is only because you are concerned for him." "That's right." She rubbed her arms again as she went on. "When he came to pull me back, or whatever it is he did, it was like he was inside me, inside my head. I mean, it was a kind of intimacy unlike any other. Lord Rahl healed me once before when I was seriously hurt, but this was different. Parts were the same, some of the feelings were the same, the sincere caring and such that I felt from him. But this was different, somehow really different. That time he was healing my physical injury." Kara leaned closer in an effort to try to get her point across. "This time it was more. This time the touch of that evil thing was inside me, like it was poisoning me, poisoning my existence, my will to live." She straightened then, seemingly frustrated and unable to think of how to explain it better. "I know the difference you're trying to define," Nicky offered. "This time it was a more personal connection between the two of you." Kara nodded, as if relieved that Nicky seemed to understand. "Yes, that's right. It was more personal. A lot more personal," she added under her breath. "It was like my soul was laid bare to him. It was kind of like... well, never mind." Kara went silent. Nicky wondered if the woman had said all she had really wanted to say, and would decide to stop there, but then she went on.
This is the end of disc number 7. Please insert disc number 8. This is disc number 8.
Kara went silent. Nicky wondered if the woman had said all she had really wanted to say and would decide to stop there. But then she went on. "The point is that Richard felt so much of me, of my inner thoughts and all. No one has ever..." Kara went silent again, but this time in apparent frustration at trying to find the words to explain what she meant. "I understand, Kara," Nicky assured her. "I really do. I've healed people, so I know the sensations you experienced, if not as deeply. I've never been able to succeed to the extent that Richard did with you, but I've experienced more or less the same kind of conditions when I heal people, especially when I healed Richard. That's good to hear, that you know what I'm talking about. Kara casually kicked a rock as she walked along. Well, I don't think Lord Rahl is aware of it, but when we were together like that, he didn't just experience me, experience my inner feelings and thoughts, so to speak. I experienced him as well. She growled to herself, I shouldn't be saying this. She waved a hand. Forget I said anything. Nicky wasn't sure what the woman was getting at. Kara, if you aren't comfortable telling me, then don't. You know how much I care for Richard, but still, if you don't think you shouldn't say anything, or that you are stepping out of bounds in your relationship with him, then perhaps you should trust that instinct. Kara sighed. Maybe you're right. Nicky couldn't ever recall Kara appearing so flustered. If there was one thing enduring about the woman, it was her resolute confidence. She was always decisive about precisely what she should do in any given circumstance. Nicky didn't always think that Kara was right, and she knew that Richard didn't either. But they could always count on Kara being determined to do the best thing for Richard, no matter how it might endanger Kara herself or anger them. If she felt her actions were necessary to protect him, she simply went ahead, dismissing the consequences to herself, including his disapproval. As they walked in silence through the dark alleyway, Nicky, with the help of her gift, could hear people in the distance speaking in low voices. She didn't try to pick out the words. She did no more than note the general nature of the conversation. It was men and women gathered at the stables, some speaking in turn. Nicky could distinguish Richard speaking gently to them, answering questions. She could hear people weeping. At the corner of the inn, where the road to the right led down a few doors to the stables, Kara abruptly caught Nicky's arm and brought her to a halt while they were still in the deep shadows. Look, you and I, well, we both started out in all this determined to kill Lord Rahl. Somewhat taken aback, Nicky didn't think that this was the time to split hairs. I guess you're right. Maybe more than anyone else, you and I have a unique perspective on Lord Rahl. I think that when you start out wanting to do someone harm, and they make you see how wrong you've been, and how your own life means more than that, well, it kind of makes you care all that much more for them. I think I would have to agree with you. Kara gestured back the way they had come, toward the grounds of the palace that was now Liberty Square. Back there, when the revolt started, when Lord Rahl was wounded and near death, people didn't want to let you try to heal him. They were afraid that you would instead do him harm. I'm the one who told them to trust you. I understood the awakening you had gone through because I had gone through much the same thing. I was the only one who knew what you had come to feel about him. I told them to let you do it. They feared you might use the opportunity to take his life. I knew you wouldn't. I knew you would save him. You're right, Kara. We both care deeply for him. We both have a special bond with him. Yes, that's it. A special bond. Different, I think, than other people. Mystified by what Kara could be getting at, Nicky spread her hands. So you wish to tell me something? Kara looked down at her boots as she nodded. When Lord Rahl and I shared that togetherness, I felt some of his inner emotions. Inside him, he has a terrible burning loneliness. I think that maybe all the business about this woman, this Kaylin, is because of his lonesomeness. Nicky took a deep breath and let it out slowly as she wondered at the precise nature of what Kara had sensed in him. I suppose that may be part of it. Kara cleared her throat. Nicky, when you hold a man in your arms like that and you have been, together in such a personal way, you come to truly feel what's inside him. Nicky pushed her feelings farther back into the shadows. I don't doubt that you're right, Kara. I mean, I just wanted to hold him forever, to comfort him, to keep him from feeling so alone. Nicky stole a sidelong glance at the moored Sith. She was twisting her mouth as she studiously watched the ground. Nicky didn't say anything, waiting instead for Kara to go on. but I just don't think I'm the one to do such a thing for Lord Rahl." Nicky cautiously framed her question. "You mean you don't think that you're the woman who can satisfy his loneliness?" "I guess not." "Benjamin?" The woman shrugged. "That's part of it." She looked up and met Nicky's gaze. "I love Lord Rahl. I'd give my life for him, and I have to admit that lying there and having him in my arms made me feel like maybe I could be more than just his bodyguard and friend. As I lay there in that bed, holding him close to me, I imagined what it would be like to be his—" Her voice trailed off. Nicky swallowed. "I see. But I just don't think that I'm the one. I don't know why. I'm not exactly an expert in matters of the heart, but I don't feel like I'm the one he needs. I just don't think I could be. If he were to ask it of me, I would do it in a heartbeat, but not because I wanted it exactly. Do you understand what I mean?" "You mean you would do it out of your deep respect and caring for him, not out of your personal wish to be his lover?" "That's it," Kara said with a sigh of relief, apparently at having someone else say it aloud. "Besides, I just don't think that Lord Rahl feels that way about me. When I was sensing his feelings, when we were in each other's arms, I think I would have known if he felt that way about me, but he doesn't. He loves me, I know that much, but not in that way." Nicky carefully eased out her own breath. "So, that's what you wanted me to know? That you think his loneliness is the source of his fantasy woman?" Kara nodded. "Yes. But one more thing, too." Nicky glanced down the street, watching men making their way to the stable. "And what would that be?" "I think that maybe you could be the one." Nicky's heart came up in her throat as she turned to see Kara staring right at her. "What?" "I think you could be the one for Lord Rahl." She held up her hands to forestall any argument. "Don't say anything. I don't want you to be saying that I'm crazy. Don't say anything for now. Just think about it. We'll be leaving shortly, and it will be a while until you can come to meet up with us, so you have time and you could think about it. I'm not asking you to sacrifice yourself for him or anything foolish like that. I'm just saying that I think Lord Rahl needs someone, and you could be that woman. I mean, if you felt right about it. I'm not the one he needs. I'm Mord Sith, and Lord Rahl is a wizard. Dear spirits, I hate magic, and he is magic. We just aren't right for each other in all kinds of little ways, but you have so much in common with him. You're a sorceress. Who could understand him better than you? Who could help him with every aspect of his life better than you? I remember back that night at camp in the shelter, when the two of you were talking about the creative dimension of magic. I didn't understand half of it, but it struck me then how the two of you could talk so easily to each other and understand each other's thoughts, ideas, and meaning like no one else could. I remember being taken by how the two of you, seemed so right together. And I remember thinking, too, when we lay down close to him to keep him warm, how good you looked close to him like that, like a woman would be close to a man she cared about. I remember for some reason half expecting him to kiss you. It would have seemed natural. Nicky couldn't make her heart slow down. Kara, Words failed her. Kara picked at a strip of peeling paint on the corner board of the building. Besides, you're about the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Lord Rahl should have a wife who is his match, and I can't think of a better match than you. Wife? Don't you see how much sense it makes? It would fill the emptiness I felt inside him. It would bring him joy and happiness to replace his misery. He would have someone to share his gift and his connection to magic. He wouldn't be lonely. Just think about it. But Kara, Richard doesn't love me. Kara appraised her for a long, uncomfortable moment. Nicky recalled then Richard once telling her how paralyzing it felt to be under the scrutiny of a Mord Sith when she looked into your eyes, really looked into them. Nicky now understood what he meant. Maybe he doesn't feel that way now. But maybe when you come back to join us, you could do a little more to let him know you were open to such a notion about the two of you. I mean, if you wanted to, if you were open to the idea. Sometimes people just have to be made aware of something so that they will consider it seriously. That's why I felt I needed to say something to you. Maybe if he thought you might be open to such a thing, then he'd get interested and start looking at you in that light. You know, people who are in love had to fall in love at some point. They weren't born in love with their mate. Maybe you just have to help him get to that point where he will start to think about you in that light. It could even be he thinks that a beautiful, intelligent woman like you could never care for him seriously. Sometimes men are shy that way about a woman they think is extraordinarily beautiful. Kara, I just don't think he... Kara leaned in confidentially. It could even be that he thinks you would never be interested in him, and so he dreamed up this other woman to fill the void. Nikki wet her lips. I think we had better get over to the stables, or he may leave without you. He seems pretty set on leaving. Kara offered a smile. You're right. Look, Nikki, if you'd rather, you could just forget I said anything. I can see that I'm making you uncomfortable. I don't exactly feel right about saying anything anyway. Then why did you? Kara gazed off wistfully. I guess because as I was holding him and I felt the depth of his loneliness, it just broke my heart. Her gaze drifted back to Nikki's. And Mord Sith don't get broken hearts all that often. Nikki almost said that neither did sorceresses. Chapter 22. Lanterns hanging from stout posts lent a cozy glow to the stable. The dusty smell of fresh straw hung thick in the wide passageway running in front of the stalls and pens. Men and women, some with their children along, had filled the walkway and in a few places spilled over into the empty pens. But now, after Richard had talked to the relatives of the men who had been killed, many had bid him a safe journey and started for their homes. Dawn was still a couple of hours off. Despite the hour, there had been a number of people other than grieving relatives who had come to ask questions about the impending battle for their city. More people, sitting on hay bales, had watched from the loft, but now many had started down the ladders. Richard supposed that they would be going back to bed to catch a little more sleep. He knew that their sleep would be troubled by worries about the soldiers marching toward their city. Victor, standing nearby, looked grim after speaking about the bravery of his men and how much he would miss each of them. Many people wept openly as they listened. Richard had known that nothing he could have said would have lifted their grief. He had done his best to make them understand what good men he thought they had been, and how much he cared for them. In the end, all he could really do was sympathize with their loss. He had felt helpless and useless, even though they had seemed to appreciate the things he'd said. From the corner of his eye, Richard caught sight of Nikki and Kara as they came in the big doorway at the end of the stable. They had to ease their way among people who were leaving. He had been wondering where the two of them had gone to, but, surrounded by people all wanting to speak with him, he hadn't had a chance to go check. He'd figured that either they had wanted to let him have the time to talk to the people, or else Kara had wanted to look around outside to make sure that all was well. Either way, he was glad to see their faces. So that's what you think, then? That this thing, this beast that crashed through the walls of Ishak's inn was after you? An older man named Hendon asked as he paused beside Richard. He held a pipe with a long, curved stem in one hand, his elbow propped on a rail as he spoke. The skin on his thin, leathery face sagged with the weight of years. Because he was older and possessed a quiet, prudent manner, many in the crowd had deferred to his earlier questioning of Richard. Hendon drew air in through his pipe and released aromatic clouds of smoke from the opposite side of his mouth as he waited for Richard's answer. Like I said, the evidence seems to point to it, so I think it probably was. But whatever it was, it's likely that it was coming after me, so you can see why I think it's best if I leave now and not risk that thing coming after me again in the city, and maybe causing harm to a lot of people here. The man removed the pipe from his mouth and gestured toward Richard with the stem. You mean like those men with Victor were harmed as a result of you being near? Victor stepped forward. Now look here, Hendon. It's not Lord Rahl's fault that evil people are trying to kill him. Those same evil people want to come here and kill us as well, beast or no beast. Would you be to blame if Jagang's soldiers coming to kill you happened to harm Lord Rahl on their way to get you? My men were fighting against the Imperial Order when they were cut down by something evil. That evil was spawned by the Order. They were fighting for a world for themselves and their families in which they could live their lives free and safe. They made the choice to do that, rather than live in subjugation. Hendon chewed on the pipe stem a moment, as his placid eyes considered Victor. Just asking. Only think it's reasonable to know what the situation is and what we're up against. Richard saw heads among the men and women nodding. You're right. It is reasonable, he told the man before Victor could get any hotter. I don't begrudge a man asking questions, especially where lives are concerned. But Victor is right as well. Jagang is intent on killing us all. And as I've told you, the order needs to be stopped or none of us, no matter where we are, will ever be able to rest easy. Richard saw Nicky slipping effortlessly through the press of people departing. Her flowing blonde hair cascaded over the shoulders of a black dress. The dress, cut low with a laced bodice, showed off her shapely form to advantage. But it was her commanding presence that made her stand out like a queen in the throng. Kara, in her red leather, could have been the royal escort. Richard felt a little uncomfortable at the way they both stared at him as if they hadn't seen him for a month. Hendon unexpectedly clapped Richard on the back of his shoulder, bringing him out of his thoughts. The man spoke with the pipe clenched in his teeth. Safe journey, Lord Rahl. Thank you for everything you've done for us. We look forward to your return to the free city of Alterang. Thanks, Richard said with a smile to the man. Hendon moved in with the flow of the others who were engaged in conversation as they made their way along the aisle and out the door. Richard had been relieved to see that these people understood what their freedom meant and meant to keep it. Ishak, standing near Richard, waved his red hat at Nicky and Kara when he spotted them. There you are, he called out. Are you all right, Mistress Kara? Richard told me you were safe, but I'm thankful to see it so with my own eyes. Richard followed Ishak as he rushed to meet the two women, beaming his pleasure at seeing them both. We're fine, Kara said. I'm sorry about the damage to your inn. Ishak waved a hand, as if the matter were trivial. It is nothing, boards and plaster, nothing at all. People can't so easily be fixed. You're right about that, Kara said, as she met Richard's gaze. Richard saw Jamila, standing on the other side of the passageway, scowl at Ishak's dismissal of the importance of the damage to the inn, but she didn't say anything. She held the hand of a little girl as she leaned back against the wall near the big door, watching. By the girl's round face, Richard thought that it had to be Jamila's daughter. The girl beamed an infectious smile at him, and he couldn't help smiling back. Ishak, I said that you should deduct the damage from what you owe me, and I meant it. Ishak replaced his hat. Why you worry so? I told you I fix. Before Richard could answer, he heard a commotion just outside. Some of the men who had been patrolling the neighborhood came in the door dragging two big men with them. The two men, one with tangled, grimy strands of dark hair, and the second with his hair cropped short. Both were dressed in brown tunics, similar to those worn by many of the people of the city. Victor leaned closer to Richard and spoke under his breath. Spies! Richard didn't doubt it. He could see broad belts underneath the tunics that would probably have held weapons. With the Imperial Order soldiers getting close, they would have sent scouts ahead to gauge what they were going to be up against. Now that they were captives, it was possible that they might be prevailed upon to provide valuable information on the nature of the impending attack. Despite their attempt to dress the part, the two looked out of place among the people of the city. The plain clothes they wore weren't quite large enough to fit their bulk. Neither was huge, nor were they massively muscular, but they had a well-honed, cool, resourceful demeanor. Both men kept silent, but their eyes were always on the move, surveying everything around them. They looked as dangerous as wolves among sheep. As the guards pulled the two men into the passageway inside the stable, Richard instinctively lifted his sword a few inches, making sure that it was clear in its scabbard before letting it drop back. As one of the guards turned to look at something, the prisoner with the long hair suddenly and savagely kicked the shin of the man holding him from behind. The guard cried out in pain and shock as he crumpled to the ground. The man violently broke the grip of the men holding his arms by twisting and flinging them away. Some of the nearby people were toppled to the ground. Guards pounced on the free man. In the scramble, several crashed to the ground bloodied, and another tumbled back over a rail. In an instant, the subdued mood in the stable changed as the entire place erupted in panic. Women screamed. Children, when their mothers screamed, shrieked. Older children started wailing. Men yelled. The guards cried out orders. Confusion and fear swept through the crowd. The free enemy spy, a powerful man who knew how to handle adversaries and how to create a break for himself in a relatively confined space where they couldn't employ the numbers necessary to apply overwhelming force, sprang up with a roar. He had Jamila's little girl by the hair. Somehow in the scramble, the man had managed to snatch a knife from someone, and now had it pressed to the girl's throat. The child squealed in terror. Jamila dove for the girl, only to be side-kicked in the head. The powerful blow knocked her aside. Another guard on the ground at the other side also received a wicked kick to his head as he tried to use the opportunity to get close. Richard was already methodically advancing, his attention focused on the threat. "Everyone back!" the man growled at all the people close in all around him. He tossed his head to flip his greasy hair back off his face. His eyes darted around at the people trying to back up out of the way. He still panted from the effort of the brief struggle. Sweat ran down his pockmarked face. "Everyone back or I'll slit her throat." The girl, a meaty fist holding her aloft by the hair, again shrieked in terror. He held her fast against his stomach. Her feet kicked in the air as she struggled in vain to escape. "Let him go," the man ordered the guards holding his partner. "Now, or she dies." Richard was already lost in a rage unleashed. There would be no compromise, no negotiations, no quarter given. He stood sideways in a slight crouch, his right side to the man holding the girl, preventing him from seeing his sword. The man kept glancing at the guards to his left who were holding the other man. He wasn't paying any particular attention to Richard. The burly man holding the wailing girl didn't know it, but in Richard's mind the deed had already been completed. In Richard's mind the man was already dead. The fury of the magic from Richard's sword had been freed before his hand even found the hilt. When it did, the storm thundered, unrestrained up through him, powering his muscles, joining his overwhelming lust to consummate the deadly thought. In an instant, calm had been swept away by a terrible avalanche of need for action. In that instant, there was nothing Richard wanted more than the man's blood. Nothing less would stop him. Conviction burned away all uncertainty. The sword of truth was a tool of the seeker's intent, and that intent was now simple and clear. Now that Richard's hand was on the hilt of his sword, nothing else existed but his purpose, and his singular purpose was to bring death raining down on the man before him. His vision tunneled toward his target, his entire life narrowed down to that singular lethal commitment. The man with a knife had only to pull it across the tender veil of flesh, and the girl would die. But that would take time, brief time to be sure, but time nonetheless, because he would first have to decide to do it. At that moment the man's life was tied to the life of the girl. If she died, his shield would lose its value. He would have to weigh that choice and decide on killing her before he resolved to it. That decision would take a fleeting glimmer of time. Richard had already made his decision, and had fully charged himself to the task. He now had a sliver of time that gave him an opportunity to alter the nature of the situation, to be the one to control the outcome. He would not let that small slip of time escape him. But even that no longer mattered to him. Now, powered by lethal rage, both the sword's and his own, he wanted the man's blood. Nothing else would satisfy him. Nothing else would stop him. He would accept nothing less. Richard twisted away from the threat, putting the back of his shoulders to the man with the girl, feigning that he was turning away, that he was backing off as the man had commanded. In so doing, Richard knew that with so many things pulling for his attention, the man would discount Richard and direct his concern to the more obvious threat of the men to his sides and back. With his fist tightly gripping the wire-wound hilt of his sword, Richard pulled a breath. The world around him seemed to go silent and still. As he reached the apex of his backward twist, he paused. Richard felt his heart begin a beat. With all his power, as people stood frozen, as the man with the knife stood at the brink of murder, as the girl's shrill scream drew out into a wire-thin sound filling the empty void in time, Richard unleashed himself in an explosive movement. With all his strength he uncoiled. His blade erupted from its sheath, fully charged not only with a wrath of its own, but with Richard's deadly resolve. At the same time as the sword of truth rang with the unique sound of its liberation, Richard released a cry of fury. As he spun, he emptied all his rage into that roar. With every ounce of effort he had, he drove the blade around with as much speed and power as he could put behind it. In a crystal-clear instant in time, Richard's vision focused on the man with the knife standing rigid with surprise. Into that void in time, Richard poured all his effort, all his muscle, all his wrath, all his need. That instant belonged to him alone, and he used it to his singular purpose. He could see the drops of sweat leave the man's face as his head snapped toward Richard. Yellow-orange light from the lanterns reflected in tiny points on those drops as they floated weightless in midair. Richard could count each point of light from each lantern in each individual droplet of sweat as his sword ever so slowly swept around. He could count each greasy strand of the man's hair as it whipped around, floating up into the air with the droplets. Richard knew that eyes all around the stable were watching, that the eyes of the girl too were watching, but that made no difference. The only eyes that mattered to him were the dark eyes that at last met his glare. In those black eyes Richard could see the initiation of thought. The tip of Richard's sword whistled through the dusty air. Lantern light glinted off the razor-sharp steel. He could see the blade mirrored in the man's dark eyes. Those eyes reflected the recognition of the full dimension of the threat. Onward came the sword, sweeping like the crack of a whip toward those eyes, sweeping around toward the target Richard held in his own sight. In that instant, the man completed his thought and made the decision to act. But even in the infinitesimal fragment of time that it took to come to the conclusion of that thought, the lightning arc of the blade closed most of the distance. Even as the man's decision was being made, flinching fear from Richard's battle cry caused the man to tense. For that instant in time, the muscles of the man's arms paused as fear fought intent. It became a race to see which blade would first bite flesh. Losing that race would be irrevocable. With his gaze riveted on the man's eyes, Richard at last saw his sword, flying at frightening speed, entering his line of sight. Seeing that blade again filled him with exhilaration. Driven by thundering rage, the blade caught the side of the man's head level with his dark eyes, exactly where Richard intended it. In that instant, the crystal-clear moment in time that had been stretched to the breaking point shattered in sound and fury. The world went red in Richard's vision as the man's head came apart around the blade crashing through his skull. The hammer-hard sound of it thundered through the stables. Bone fragmented. Crimson droplets sprayed up and away. The entire top of the skull lifted as the blade crashed through living tissue. In a long trail across the wall, bone, tissue, and blood traced the route of the sword's sweep. In that instant of shattering violence, the man's life was gone. Richard's remorseless rage shielded him from feeling the pain of any pity. The force of the sword's impact caused the arm with the knife to fall away from the girl even before the swing of Richard's sword was complete. The man's body, like nothing more than boneless meat, began collapsing. The man had decided to kill the girl, but after he had made that choice, he had not had enough time to make his blade do his bidding. Richard had. He felt his heart finish the beat it had begun when he had leaped into the narrow window of time. The man's body gathered speed as it descended until it hit the ground heavily, lifting a small cloud of dust. The top portion of his head, most of his scalp still attached, landed with a heavy thud just outside the open stable doors, bouncing and tumbling away into the night, leaving a trail of gore to trace its crooked route. Richard heard the people gasp in shock. Others screamed. The little girl, shrieking in terror, scrambled away into her mother's outstretched arms. As he held the blade cocked, ready for any other threat, Richard met the gaze of the wide eyes of the second man, still standing in place, held fast by Victor's guards. The man made no attempt to escape or to fight. Victor charged in through a gap in the bystanders, his heavy mace raised and ready. From somewhere, Kara had appeared behind Richard, her aegil in her fist. Richard spotted Nicky for the first time. She raced across the passageway, her arms held up. "No!" she screamed. "Stop!" Victor straightened in surprise. Nicky seized his raised wrist, as if she believed he was about to slaughter the other prisoner. "Stand down, blacksmith!" Startled, Victor paused and let his arm drop. Nicky turned a furious glare on Richard. "You too, carpenter! You will do as I say and stand down. Do you hear me?" she screamed in fury. Richard blinked. Carpenter? Chapter 23. Through the haze of the sword's anger storming through him, Richard realized that Nicky had to be up to something. He didn't know her intent, but by calling both Victor and him by a trade, rather than by their real names, she was sending them a signal that was too obvious to miss. She was making an emphatic bid for them to catch on to her effort and to follow her lead. Probably because people often did call him blacksmith, Victor didn't seem to get the hint. He started to open his mouth to say something. Nicky smacked him across the face. "Silence! I will hear none of your excuses." Shocked, Victor took a step back. The shock quickly curdled into a dark scowl, but he didn't say anything. Seeing that Victor got the message to keep quiet, Nicky turned her ire on Richard. She shook her finger at him. "You will have to answer for this, carpenter." Richard didn't have any idea what she was up to, but when their eyes met, he gave her a slight nod. He feared to do anything else, lest he spoil whatever it was she was doing. Nicky appeared to be worked up into a fit. "What's the matter with you?" she yelled at him. "Where would you ever get the unacceptable idea that you can act of your own accord in such a manner?" Richard didn't know what she wanted him to say, so he offered only a humble shrug, as if he were too ashamed to speak up for himself. "He was saving my child," cried Jamila. "That man was going to cut her throat." Nicky wheeled indignantly to the woman. "How dare you show such little regard for our fellow man? How dare you judge what is in another man's heart? That is the Creator's exclusive right, not yours. Are you a witch woman who can see the future? If not, then you can't say what he would have done. Do you think he should be murdered for what you think he might do? Even if he would have acted, none of us alone has the authority to judge the right or wrong of whatever he did." Nicky turned again to Richard. "What would you expect the poor man to do? The two of them are dragged in here by a mob without any charges, trial, or even being allowed to explain themselves. You treat a man like an animal, and then are surprised when he acts out of confusion and fear? How do you expect Jagang the Just to ever decide to give our people another chance to do what is right and proper when we act like this? The man had a right to fear for his life when among such a mindless rabble as he saw all around him. As the mayor's wife, I will not allow such behavior. Do you hear me? The mayor will not like to hear how shamefully some of our fellow citizens have acted tonight. In the mayor's absence, I will see that our ways are upheld. Now put away your sword." Beginning to understand what she was doing, Richard made no attempt to answer, and instead sheathed his sword as instructed. As he took his hand from the hilt, the weapon's rage extinguished. Richard's knees nearly buckled. No matter the justification, the need, the number of times he righteously used the sword, Killing remained a hideous deed. Not wanting to spoil Nicky's act, Richard duly hung his head. She turned a fierce look on the crowd. They all took a step back. "We are a peaceful people. Have you all forgotten our duty to our fellow man, to the Creator's ways? How can we ever expect the Emperor to someday accept us back into the fold of the Imperial Order if we behave like subhuman animals?" The crowd stood mute. Richard certainly hoped that they, too, grasped that Nicky had a purpose, and they should not spoil what she was trying to accomplish. "As the mayor's wife, I will not allow senseless violence to poison our people and our future." A younger woman in the crowd put her hands on her hips and took a step forward. "But we must at all times keep in mind our duty to our fellow man," Nicky said in a threatening tone, cutting her off. "Not our selfish desires." With a surreptitious glance to Victor, he understood her meaning and pulled the woman back to make sure she kept her mouth shut. Nicky glanced around at the guards. "It is our responsibility to guide our fellow man, not to butcher him. One man has been murdered this night. The people's authorities will have to hear this case and decide what will become of this carpenter. Some of you will have to see to it that he is confined until then. In the meantime, as the mayor's wife, I will not allow this other man to meet a similar unjust fate. I know my husband would want to set matters right, but I also know that he would not want it to have to wait until tomorrow just for him to say as much. He would want it rectified immediately. So you will take this other citizen outside of the city and release him. Let him go on his way in peace. We will cause him no harm. The carpenter, as I said, will have to be held until he can be brought before the proper authorities to answer for his heinous deed." Victor bowed. "Very wise, madam. I'm sure your husband, the mayor, would be pleased that you intervened on his behalf." Nicky glared at the top of his head for a moment while he was bowed before her. Then she turned to stand before the second captive spy. She bowed to him. Richard noticed that somewhere along the line the cord of Nicky's bodice had come unlaced. It wasn't lost on the man, either. Her deep bow provided him a good long look at her cleavage. Once she straightened, it was a moment before he finally looked up into her eyes. "I hope that you will accept our apology for your inhumane treatment. It is not the way we were taught to respect all people as our brothers and equals." The man made a face, as if to say he might be able to forgive his mistreatment. "I can understand why you people are so touchy, what with your insurrection against the Imperial Order and all." "Insurrection?" Nicky waved a hand dismissively. "Nonsense. It was little more than a misunderstanding. Some of the workers," she gestured toward Richard without looking, "like these ignorant, selfish men here, wanted more say for themselves and higher wages. It was nothing more than that. As my husband has often told me, it was misconstrued and blown all out of proportion. Selfish men caused an unfortunate panic that got out of control. It was much like this terrible tragedy here tonight, a misunderstanding resulting in needless harm to one of the Creator's innocent children." The man regarded her with a long, unreadable look before he spoke. "And all of Alterang feels this way?" Nicky sighed. "Well, along with the vast majority of the people of Alterang, my husband, the mayor, certainly does. He's been working to bring to task the hotheads and troublemakers. Along with representatives of the people, he has worked to make these few reactionary types see what a mistake they made and what great harm they do us all. They acted without considering the greater good. My husband has brought the leaders of the trouble before the People's Council, and they have decreed the proper punishment. Most have repented. At the same time, he works to reform and re-educate the less intelligent of the lot." The man tipped his head to her in a slight bow. "Please tell your husband that he is a wise man and has a wise wife who knows that her place is properly in service to the greater good." Nicky nodded in return. "Yes, exactly, the greater good. My husband has often said that, despite our own personal wishes or feelings, we must always consider the greater good above all else, that despite any personal sacrifice we must think only of the betterment of all people, and not cling to the sinful ways of individual wishes and greed. No one has a right to place themselves above the well-being of others." Nicky's words seemed to have struck a chord with the man. Such notions were the fundamental teachings and beliefs of the Imperial Order. She knew precisely how to strum those chords. "How true," he said, as he watched her, taking another long look down the gaping neckline of her dress. "I guess I'd better be on my way." "And where are you headed?" Nicky asked. Her hand came up to modestly contain the sagging front of her dress. He looked back up to her face. "Oh, we were just traveling through, heading farther to the south to where we have family. We were hoping to take up some work there. I didn't know this fellow all that well. We've simply been traveling together for the last few days." "Well," Nicky said, "considering what happened here tonight, I'm sure that my husband would suggest that for your own safety you continue with your journey, and considering the few reactionary types still about, it would be best if you were to do so at once. There has already been one tragedy tonight. We would not like to chance another." The man passed a murderous glare across the assembled crowd. His gaze settled on Richard, but Richard kept his eyes turned to the ground. "Yes, of course, madam. Please thank the mayor for trying to bring the filthy troublemakers back to the ways of the Creator." Nicky flicked her hand toward a few of the guards. "You men, show this citizen safely out of the city. Take enough men to ensure that there will be no trouble. And I need not remind you of how displeased the mayor and the People's Council would be if they discovered that any harm whatsoever came to this man. He will be allowed to go on his way." The men bowed and mumbled that they would see to it. By the way they acted, Richard could tell that they knew how to fall back into the role of what life had been like under the Imperial Order. All the people in the stable watched in silence as the men disappeared into the night with their charge. Long after they were gone, everyone stood still in tense silence, watching the empty doorway, fearful to speak until the man was far enough away, lest he hear anything. "Well," Nicky said at last with a sigh, "I hope that he makes it back to his fellow soldiers. If he does, then we have gone a long way toward spreading a little confusion before the battle." "Oh, he will," Victor said. "He will be eager to report such news as you have given him tonight. Hopefully they will be so confident that we can give them a real surprise." "Let's hope so," Nicky said. Some of the people still remaining in the stable broke into chatter, pleased with Nicky's apparent stratagem of confusing the enemy. Some bid a good night and went on their way. Some stood around the corpse, staring. Nicky offered Victor a brief smile. "Sorry to have to strike you." Victor shrugged. "Well, it was to a good purpose." When Nicky turned to Richard, she looked uneasy, as if she feared a lecture or a reprimand. "I want the troops coming this way to think they will have no trouble crushing us," she explained. "Overconfidence leads to mistakes." "There was more to it," Richard said. Nicky cast a quick glance at the people still in the stables and then eased closer to him so that others couldn't hear. "You said that I could come and join up with you once the troops coming to crush the people of Altarang are destroyed." "And?" Her blue eyes turned as hard as iron. "And I intend to see to it." Richard considered her for a time, finally deciding to let her do what she could to help the people of Altarang and not interfere with how she planned to accomplish it. Besides, he was more than a little worried about what her plan might be. Right then, he didn't really want to know what she was up to. He already had enough to worry about. Richard took the loose ends of the cords lacing her bodice, drew them tight, and retied them. She stood with her hands at her side, watching his eyes the whole time he did it. "Thank you," she said when he finished. "I guess that must have come undone in all the excitement." Richard ignored her lie and checked to the side to see Jamila there, behind some of the other people. The woman, her cheeks swollen and red, was kneeling, hugging the frightened little girl. Richard stepped closer. "How is she?" Jamila looked up at him. "Safe, Thank you, Lord Rahl. You saved her precious life, thank you." As the little girl sobbed and clutched her mother, she eyed Richard with a look of terror, as if she feared he might slay her next. She had witnessed something terrible at Richard's hand. "I'm relieved that she's safe and unharmed," he said to Jamila. Richard smiled at the girl, but received only a hateful glare in return. Nicky clasped his arm in empathy, but said nothing. The people still left in the stable finally spoke up to congratulate him on saving the child. They all seemed to have guessed that Nicky's words to the man were a ruse of some sort. Many spoke up then to tell her that they thought her deception was clever. "That should throw them off," one of the men said. Richard knew that she had more planned than to simply throw them off. He was concerned about what she intended to do. He watched briefly as some of the men dragged away the dead spy. At Ishak's direction, others began quickly cleaning up the gore. The smell of blood made horses nervous, and the sooner they were rid of it, the better. The rest of the people bid Richard a safe journey and then departed for their homes. It wasn't long before they had all gone. The men cleaning up the remains finished and left. Only Nicky, Kara, Ishak, and Victor remained behind. The stables became a quiet and empty place. Chapter 24. Richard carefully surveyed the shadows before going to see to the horses that Ishak had collected for him. The stables felt too quiet. He remembered the hush in the room in the inn before the thing came crashing through the wall. It was hard not to find the sudden quiet menacing. He wished he had a way to know if the beast was near, or if it was about to pounce. He wished he knew how to fight such a thing. His fingers touched the pommel of his sword. If nothing else, at least he had his sword and its attendant power. He remembered all too well the inhuman promises of suffering and torment left lurking within Kara for him to find. It made him nauseated and lightheaded just recalling the wordless whisper of those covenants. He had to pause and put a hand on the rail to steady himself for a moment. As he glanced over to see Kara, he still felt the wordless joy of her being alive and well. It lifted his heart just to see her looking back at him. He felt a profound connection to her as a result of the experience of healing her. He felt as if he knew the woman beneath the armor of Mord Sith a little better. Now he needed to help Kaelin to see her alive and well. 2 of the horses were already saddled and waiting, with the supplies loaded on the others. Ishak had always been as good as his word. Richard ran his hand along the flanks of the bigger bay mare as he entered her stall, feeling her muscles and letting her know he was behind her so she wouldn't be spooked. One ear swiveled toward him. With all that had happened, to say nothing of the scent of blood in the air, the horses were all jumpy. The mare tossed her head and stomped nervously at having a stranger near. Before he went about hooking his bow to the saddle, he first stroked the mare's neck and spoke softly to her. He reached up and gently caressed her ear. He was pleased that she settled down after a little assurance. When he stepped back out from the stall, Nicky was watching him, waiting for him. She looked lost and lonely. "You will be careful?" she asked. "Don't worry," Kara said as she walked past, carrying some of her things. On her way into the stall, holding the smaller of the 2 saddled mares, she said, "I will be giving him a very long lecture on the foolishness of his unthinking actions tonight." "What unthinking actions?" Victor asked. Kara laid an arm over the shoulder of her horse, idly running her fingers through its mane as she turned back to the blacksmith. "We have a saying in Dahara, we are the steel against steel so that the Lord Rahl can be the magic against magic. What it means is that it's foolish for the Lord Rahl to needlessly risk his life in things like battles with blades. We can do that. But we cannot battle the magic. He alone is the one who must do that. To do so, he must be alive. Our job is keeping the Lord Rahl safe from weapons of steel so that he can protect us against magic. That is the Lord Rahl's duty. That is his part of the bond." Victor gestured toward Richard's sword. "I'd say he seems to do all right with a blade." Kara arched an eyebrow. "Sometimes he is lucky. Need I remind you that he almost died from getting himself shot with a simple arrow? Without a Mord Sith, he would be helpless," she added for good measure. Richard silently rolled his eyes when Victor cast a worried look his way. Eshok, too, seemed concerned as he peered at Richard, as if he were a stranger he was seeing for the first time. Both men had known him for nearly a year, as simply Richard, a man who loaded wagons for Eshok's transport company and hauling iron to Victor's blacksmith shop. They had thought that he was married to Nicky. They didn't know that he had really been Nicky's captive at the time. Discovering that he was in fact the Lord Rahl, the nearly mythical freedom fighter from far to the north, was still somewhat disorienting for both men. They tended to view him as one of their own who had risen up to fight tyranny with them. That was how they knew him. Whenever the Lord Rahl issue came up, they got nervous, as if they suddenly didn't know how they should behave around him. As Kara went about loading the rest of her things into the saddlebags, Nicky laid a hand on Eshok's shoulder. "If you don't mind, I need to see Richard alone for a moment before he leaves." Eshok nodded. "Victor and I will be outside. We have matters to discuss." As the two men made for the door, Nicky cast Kara a brief glance. Kara gave her horse a quick pat on the side and then followed the two men out of the stable, pulling the big door closed behind herself. Richard was amazed, and just a little concerned, to see Kara leave without an argument. Nicky stood before him in the soft lamplight, twining her fingers together and looking rather uneasy, he thought. "Richard, I'm worried about you. I should be with you. You've started something tonight that I think you will have to be the one to finish." She sighed. "You're right about that." Richard wondered just what it was she had started, what it was she had in mind, but he was in a hurry to leave. While he was concerned for Nicky's safety, he was vastly more worried about Kaylin. He wanted to get going. "But when you're done helping these people and the immediate threat from the soldiers who are on their way here, you can catch up with me," Richard told her. "With this wizard, Kronos, leading them, the people here are certainly going to need your help." "I know." She was nodding, having already been over all of this ground before. "Believe me, I intend to eliminate the threat descending upon Alterang. I don't intend to allow it to waste a lot of my time, and then I can leave to catch up with you." A wave of cold dread washed through him as he suddenly grasped the core of her plan. He wanted to tell her to forget what she was thinking, but he made himself keep silent. He had important and perilous work of his own that he needed to get to. He wouldn't want her telling him that he couldn't do what he had planned. Besides, she was a sorceress who knew very well what she was doing. She had been a sister of the dark, one of 6 such women who had managed to become his teachers at the Palace of the Prophets. When one of them had tried to kill him to steal his gift, Richard had killed her instead. That had been the beginning of the battle that had brought down the palace. Jagang eventually captured the rest, including Sister Eulicia, their leader. In order to save Kaylin's life, Richard had once allowed 5 of them to swear a bond to him so that they could escape the Dreamwalker's hold on them. Nicky hadn't been with them at the time. Another later died in the Sliff, leaving only those 4 Sisters of the Dark besides Nicky, not in Jagang's clutches. Nicky was certainly a formidable threat to any who opposed her. He just hoped she wasn't taking a foolish chance just to be able to more quickly get back to protect him. Richard hooked his thumbs behind his belt, not quite knowing what it was she wanted. "You will be welcome to join me, whenever you can manage it. I told you that." "I know." "A piece of advice." He waited until her gaze turned up to his. "No matter how powerful you think you are, something as simple as an arrow can still kill you." A brief smile visited her face. "That advice goes both ways, wizard." A thought occurred to him. "How will you find me?" She reached up and gripped his shirt at the collar as she leaned against him. "That's why I wanted to be alone with you. I will need to touch you with magic so that I can find you." Richard's suspicion flared. "What kind of magic?" "I guess you could say that it's a little like your bond to the Daharan people, which allows them to find you. Now is not the time to go into an explanation of it." Richard began to worry about why she would need to be alone with him to do such a thing. Still gripping his shirt, she pressed against him, her eyes sliding half-closed. "Just stay still," she whispered. She looked rather hesitant and reluctant about whatever it was she had planned. She looked and sounded as if she were slipping into a trance. Richard could have sworn that the lamps had been brighter before. Now the stable was dimly lit in a mellow orange glow. The hay smelled sweeter. The air felt warmer. Richard thought that perhaps he shouldn't be allowing her to do whatever it was that she intended to do. In the end, though, he decided that he trusted her. Nicky's left hand released its grip on his shirt and slipped up and over his shoulder to the back of his neck. Her fingers glided around his neck, her hand fisted, holding his hair at the back of his head to keep him still. Richard's level of alarm rose. He suddenly wasn't so sure that he wanted her to touch him with her power. He'd felt her magic several times before, and it wasn't something he was exactly eager to experience again. He wanted to back away, but somehow he didn't. Nicky leaned in even more and gently kissed his cheek. It was more than a kiss. The world around him dissolved. The stables, the humid air, the sweet aroma of hay all seemed to cease to exist. The only thing that existed was his connection to Nicky, as if she were all that held him from evaporating as well. He was swept into a raising realm of breathless pleasure with all of life itself. It was an overpowering, disorienting, magnificent sensation. Everything from the feel of the connection to her, the warmth and life of her, to all the beauty of the world, felt as if it flooded through him, filling him until it saturated his mind, making him dizzy with the staggering exhilaration of it. Every kind of pleasure he had ever known swept through him with overwhelming force, amplified beyond anything he had ever experienced, engulfing him in bliss so intense that the satisfaction of it brought a gasp and tears. When Nicky broke the kiss on his cheek, the world inside the stable swirled back in around him, and yet it seemed more intense than it had before, the sights and smells more vibrant than he remembered. It was quiet but for the hiss of a nearby lamp and the soft neigh of one of the horses. Richard's hands trembled with the lingering sensation of her kiss. He didn't know if what Nicky had done had lasted for a second or an hour. It was magic completely unlike any Richard had ever felt before. It left him so breathless that he had to remind himself to breathe again. He blinked at her. What did you do?" The slightest smile blossomed in the curve of her lips and in her blindly blue eyes. "I touched you with a small trace of my magic so that I can find you. I recognize my power. I will be able to follow it to you. Fear not, the effect will last long enough for me to be able to find you." "I think you did more, Nicky." Her smile ghosted away. Her brow tightened with her concern. It took her a moment to find the words. At last she peered at him with an intensity that told him that it was important to her that he understand. "Always before, Richard, I have hurt you with magic, when I took you away, when I held you prisoner, even when I healed you. It was always hurtful or painful. Forgive me, but I wanted just once to give you a touch of magic that would not leave you being hurt by me, or hating me." Her gaze sank away from his. "I wanted you to have a better memory of me than of those times before when I touched you with the pain of magic. I wanted just once to give you a small trace of something pleasant instead." He could not begin to imagine what any more than a small trace would have been like. He lifted her chin, making her look up into his eyes. "I don't hate you, Nicky. You know that. And I know that the times when you healed me, you were giving me my life. That was what counted." Finally, he was the one who had to look away from her blue eyes. It occurred to him that Nicky was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever met, other than Kaylin. "Thank you, though," he managed, still feeling the lingering effects of the sensation. She gently clutched his arm. "You did a good thing tonight, Richard. I thought some pleasant magic would give you back some of your strength." "I've seen a lot of people suffer and die. I couldn't stand the thought of the little girl dying, too." "I meant in saving Kara's life." "Oh. Well, I couldn't stand the thought of the big girl dying either." Nicky smiled at that. He gestured to the horses. "I need to get going." She nodded, and he moved off to collect the horses and check their gear. Nicky went to open the stable door. After she did, Kara came back in to get her horse. Dawn was still a couple of hours off. Richard realized that he was terribly tired, especially after the emotional strain of having used his sword, but he did feel better after what Nicky had just done. He knew, though, that they wouldn't be getting much sleep for quite a while. They had a very long way to travel, and he fully intended to do it as swiftly as possible. By taking fresh horses with them, they would be able to ride hard, change mounts, and then continue to ride just as hard in order to make good time. He intended to ride more than hard. Nicky held his horse's bit as he stuffed his boot into the stirrup and swung up into the saddle. The horse flicked her tail and danced about, eager to be out of the stable, even if it was still night. Richard patted her shoulder to settle her down. She would have plenty of time to show him her spirit. Kara, once in her saddle, turned to frown at him. "By the way, Lord Rahl, where is it we're traveling to in such a hurry?" "I need to go see Shota." "Shota?" Kara's jaw dropped. "We're going to see the witch woman? Are you out of your mind?" Nicky, suddenly mortified, rushed to his side. "Going to the witch woman is madness, to say nothing of the Imperial Order troops all along the way back up through the New World. You can't do this." "I have to. I think that Shota may be able to help me find Kaelin." "Richard, she's a witch woman." Nicky was beside herself. "She's not going to help you." "She's helped me before. She gave Kaelin and me a wedding gift. I think she may remember it." "A wedding gift?" Kara asked. "Are you crazy? Shota would just as soon kill you as not." There was more truth in that than Kara knew. His relation with Shota had always been an uneasy one. Nicky put a hand on his leg. "What wedding gift? What are you talking about?" "Shota wanted Kaelin to die because she feared that together we would conceive what Shota believed would be a monster child, a gifted confessor. At our wedding, as a truce, she gave Kaelin a necklace with a small dark stone. It's magic of some sort that prevents Kaelin from getting pregnant. Kaelin and I decided that for the time being, with all that's going on and all that we have to worry about, we would accept Shota's truce." There had been a time when the chimes had been loosed, that magic of every sort had failed. For a while they hadn't known about the chimes, and that the necklace's magic had failed. It was then that Kaelin had conceived a child. The men who beat her that terrible night had ended that. It was also possible that because of that brief failure of magic, the nature of the world had undergone a fundamental, irrevocable change that would eventually lead to the end of all magic. Kaelin certainly believed that it was happening. There had been a number of strange events that were otherwise inexplicable. Zed had once called it the cascade effect. He said that once begun, such a thing could not be stopped. Richard didn't know if it was true that magic was failing or not. "Shota will remember the necklace she gave Kaelin. She will remember her magic, just as you will remember yours, so that you will be able to find me. If anyone will remember Kaelin, Shota will. I've had my disagreements with the witch woman, but in the past I've also inadvertently helped her as well. She owes me. She will help me. She has to." Nicky threw her hands up. "Of course such a thing has to be a necklace that Kaelin would wear, not something that you would have. Don't you see what you're doing? Once again your mind has invented something that conveniently can't be proven. Everything you come up with is somewhere else, or something we can't see. This necklace is just more of your dream." Nicky pressed a hand to her forehead. "Richard, this witch woman is not going to remember Kaelin because she doesn't exist." "Shota can help me. I know she can. I know she will. I can't think of any better opportunity to get answers. Time is slipping away. The longer Kaelin is with whoever has her, the greater the danger to her life and the less my chance of helping get her back. I have to go to Shota." "And what if you're wrong?" Nicky demanded. "What if this witch woman refuses to help you?" "I will do whatever it takes to make her help me." "Richard, please put this off for at least a day or two. We can talk it through. Let me help you properly consider your options." Richard pulled the reins around, letting his horse and the one tethered to it start toward the door. "Going to Shota is my best chance of getting answers. I'm going." Richard ducked under the big doorway as they rode out into the night. Out across the expanse of grounds the cicadas droned on. He pulled his horse around to see Nicky standing in the doorway, lit from behind by the lantern light. "You be careful," he told her. "If not for yourself, then for me." That, at least, made her smile. She shook her head in resignation. "By your command, Lord Rahl." He waved his farewell to Victor and Ishak. "Safe journey," Ishak said as he removed his hat. Victor saluted with a fist over his heart. "Come back to us when you can, Richard." Richard promised them he would. As they started down the road, Kara shook her head. "I don't know why you bothered going to all the trouble to save my life. We're going to die, you know. I thought you were coming with me to prevent that from happening. Lord Rahl, I don't know if I can protect you against a witch woman. I've never faced their power, nor have I heard of any Mord Sith who has. A confessor's power used to be deadly to Mord Sith. It could be that witch woman's power is just as fatal. I will do my best, but I just think you should know that I might not be able to protect you from a witch woman." "Oh, I'd not worry about it, Kara," Richard said as he squeezed his legs and shifted his weight, urging his horse into a canter. "If I know Shota, she won't let you get anywhere near her anyway." Chapter 25. As she marched down the side of a wide thoroughfare leading a small knot of men, Nicky thought that, in a way, it seemed like the sun had gone out since Richard had left. She missed just being able to look into his eyes, at the spark of life in them. For 2 days she had tirelessly gone about the urgent preparations for the imminent attack, but without Richard around, life seemed empty, less bright, less of everything. At the same time, when he had been around, his single-minded determination to find his imagined love had been draining. In fact, she had sometimes wanted to strangle him. She had tried everything from patience to anger in an attempt to get him to come around to seeing the truth, but it had been like trying to push against a mountain. In the end, nothing she'd done or said had made any difference. For his own sake, she earnestly wanted to help him to come to grips with reality. To do so, she had to challenge him in an effort to try to get him to come to his senses before something terrible happened. But at the same time, trying to make him see the truth somehow always seemed to cast her as a villain, working against him. She hated being in that position. Nicky hoped that by the time she finished helping to rid Altarang of the threat of the approaching Imperial Order troops and their wizard Kronos, she could quickly catch up with Richard and Kara. With spare horses and as fast as she knew he would ride, Nicky realized that she would not be able to catch up with him until after he reached the witch woman. If he even made it that far. If Shota didn't kill him once he did. From what Nicky knew of witches, Richard's chances of coming out of her lair alive were pretty slim. He would have to face the witch woman without Nicky's help and protection. Still, he knew the woman, and she was a woman in every sense from what Nicky had heard of her, so maybe Richard would at least be civil. It was not at all wise to be impolite to witches. But even surviving an encounter with a witch woman, he would still be devastated if she didn't help him, and Nicky knew she couldn't because there was no missing woman for Richard to find. At times it infuriated her that he was so obstinate about something so obviously nothing more than an illusion. At other times she worried that he really was losing his mind. That was too chilling a thought to contemplate. Nicky paused at the side of the road with a sudden, terrible realization. The men following her had lurched to a halt when she did, bringing her out of her thoughts. They were all with her, either to see to her instructions in regard to some of the defenses of the city, or else to carry messages as needed. Now they stood silent and uneasy, not knowing why she had stopped. "Up there," she said to the men, pointing at a 3-story brick building on the corner across the street. "Make sure that we can use that place to good advantage and put at least a couple dozen archers in the windows. See that they have a good supply of arrows." "I will go take a look," one of the men said before running off across the road, dodging wagons, horses, and hand-drawn carts. People rushed along the side of the street, passing around Nicky and the men with her, as if they were a rock in a swiftly moving river. Passers-by spoke in hushed tones among themselves as they coursed between clusters of hawkers calling out trying to sell their goods, or people gathered to urgently discuss the impending battle for the city and what they would do to protect themselves. Wagons of every sort, from big freight wagons pulled by teams of 6 horses to small wagons pulled by a single horse, sped past in a hurry to complete the stockpiling of provisions or other necessary work while they still could. Despite the din of horses, wagons, and people, Nicky didn't really hear any of it. She was thinking about the witch woman. Nicky had suddenly realized that Shota might not simply be unwilling to help Richard, but she might not tell him so. Witch women had their own way of doing things, and their own ends. If this woman thought Richard was being too insistent or assertive, she very well might decide to get rid of him by sending him on a useless quest to the ends of the world. She very well might do such a thing simply to amuse herself, or to doom him to die a slow death on an endless march across some distant desert. A witch woman might do such a thing just because she could. Richard, in his urgency to find his fantasy woman, wouldn't consider those possibilities. He would promptly head off to where she pointed. Nicky was furious with herself for letting him leave to go to such a dangerous woman, but what could she do? She couldn't very well forbid him from going. Her only chance was to get rid of Brother Kronos and his troops as swiftly as possible and then go after Richard and do what she could to protect him. She spotted the man she had sent to check the brick building, sidestepping his way between the wagons and horses as he ran back across the road. Nicky noticed that even with all the people out traveling the roads of the city, it was still much less busy than an ordinary day. People everywhere were making preparations. Some had already holed up in places where they thought they might be safe. Nicky had been with the order when they swept into a city. There was no safe place. The man dodged his way around an empty wagon bouncing past and at last reached Nicky's side. He stood silently waiting. He was afraid to speak until she requested his report. He was afraid of her. Everyone was afraid of her. She wasn't just a sorceress. She was a sorceress in a bad mood, and they all knew it. No one understood why she seemed so ill-tempered, but for 2 days everyone had walked on eggshells when they were around her. It had nothing to do with them, and not even anything to do with Richard racing off on his mad search for a woman who didn't exist, but none of them knew that. Nicky was mentally immersed in preparing herself for the ferocity of the violence to come, rehearsing in her mind the various things she might need to do, and hardening herself to it all.
This is the end of disc number 8. Please insert disc number 9. This is disc number 9.
Nicky was mentally immersed in preparing herself for the ferocity of the violence to come, rehearsing in her mind the various things she might need to do, and hardening herself to it all. When on the brink of unleashing almost inconceivable savagery, one did not hum a merry tune and remark on the lovely day. One nursed dark thoughts. Nicky never bothered to try to explain her mood. Going through the effort of doing so would drain some of her store of energy. Preparing in her mind to gather every bit of skill, knowledge, wisdom, and power she had at her disposal required a certain kind of withdrawal. There were violent and deadly forces these people could never begin to comprehend that she had to be ready to unleash in an instant. She couldn't explain all of that to everyone. They would just have to deal with it. "Well?" she calmly asked the man as he stood silently catching his breath. "It will work," he said. "They do knitting and make cloth there. All 3 floors are pretty open, so archers will be able to quickly and easily move from window to window to get the best shot." Nicky nodded. She put a hand to her brow to shield her eyes from the low sun as she looked back to the west along the wide boulevard. She studied the layout of the roads and the angles at which they crossed. She finally decided that the crossroads where they stood, with the brick building across the way, was the best spot. with as wide as both thoroughfares were. These roads would likely be the choice of enemy cavalry in the eastern part of the city. She knew the way the order ran their attacks. They liked width, so as to present the strongest front, the most powerful blow in order to break the enemy apart. She was pretty sure that they would send cavalry in this way if they came in from the east, as she expected. "Good," she told the man. "See to getting archers here along with a heavy supply of arrows. Be quick about it. I don't think we have much time." As he ran to see to it, Nicky spotted Ishak in the distance racing up the road in a wagon pulled by two of his big draft horses. He looked to be in a hurry. She had a good idea why he was coming for her, but she tried not to think about it. She turned to another of the men with her. "Back there, just after the brick building where we will station the archers, I want spikes placed. The span of the road is hemmed in by buildings on both sides." She gestured to the road that crossed the main thoroughfare before the brick building. "Down the street to each side as well, so that if the remaining men charging in try to take either route to escape, they will get the same." Once the enemy charged up the main route into Altarang, they would abruptly pull up the spikes to impale them. The archers would then pick off all those caught in the bottleneck between the spikes and the men still rushing up from the rear. The man nodded and ran off to see to her orders. She had already instructed everyone on the spikes. Victor had his blacksmith shop and a number of others working feverishly to manufacture the simple but deadly traps. They were little more than sharpened iron bar stock that was all connected together, almost like a picket fence, but with different length chain between the top crossbar and the upper portion of the spikes. Sections of these linked spikes were laid in the roads all over the city. Lying down flat, they didn't prevent travel on the road, but when cavalry charged in, the pointed ends of the entire section was lifted, and an iron brace was jammed in place. The different length of chains attaching the spikes to the crossbar allowed the deadly spikes to hang at varying distances from the crossbar, thus making them stick up at different angles. Making them stick up at uneven angles allowed them to be far more treacherous than a simple straight line of spikes. If it was done properly, the enemy cavalry would unexpectedly run their horses right onto the sharp iron tips. Even if they tried to jump them, the horses would more likely than not be ripped open. It was simple, but highly effective. There were traps made of the iron sections all over the city, usually at intersections. Once the sections were lifted, they couldn't easily be lowered. The panicked horses would be gored on the spikes, or at least wouldn't be able to escape the confinement created by the obstacle. As the cavalry charged up onto the spikes, the soldiers would either be thrown off their horses and likely injured or killed, or they would have to dismount in order to try to deal with the obstruction. Either way, the archers would then have a much better chance of picking them off than if they were just charging past. The men manning the sections of spikes were instructed to judge the situation and not to necessarily pull the spikes up just as the cavalry ran up to them. In some cases, it would be better to wait until some of the men had already charged past. If there was a large number of cavalry, this would allow the defenders to split the enemy force, not only spreading confusion among the attack, but breaking it apart, severing the lines of command, making it lose its advantage of unity, and making it easier to deal with the fragmented force. Decisively eliminating the cavalry was essential to stopping the invasion. Nicky knew, though, that in the panic of facing a frightening wall of charging enemy soldiers screaming for blood, such careful plans tended to be forgotten. She knew that at the sight of such fearsome soldiers with weapons raised, some of the men would flee, failing to raise the spikes before they did. Nicky had seen such terror before. That was why she had placed redundant sections of spikes. Nearly everyone in the city was committed to its defense. Some would be more effective than others. Even women at home with children had supplies of things, from rocks to boiling oil, that they intended to throw down on any invading soldiers. There had not been a lot of time to make extravagant weapons, but there were men everywhere with stacks of spears. A sharpened pole wasn't fancy, but if it took down a cavalry horse or impaled a man, it was fancy enough. It didn't matter if it was cavalry or foot soldiers. They all had to be defeated, So there were men of the city by the thousands with bows. With a bow, even an old man could kill a vigorous, muscular, hulking young soldier. An arrow could even take down a wizard. It would be futile to have the men of the city trying to fight experienced soldiers in a traditional battle. They had to deny the Order soldiers everything they were used to using. Nikki's object had been to make the city one big trap. Now she had to draw the Order into that trap. To that end, she saw Ishak's wagon rumbling toward her. People scattered out of the way. Ishak pulled back on the reins and drew the big horses to a halt. A cloud of dust boiled up. He set the brakes and leaped down off the wagon, something she wouldn't have expected he could do with such agility. He held his hat on with one hand as he ran. He was holding something else up in his other hand. "Nikki! Nikki!" She turned to the man with her. "You'd all best see to the things we've discussed. I don't think we have more than a few hours." The men looked surprised and alarmed. "You don't think they will wait until morning?" one asked. "No, I believe they will attack this evening." She didn't tell them why she thought so. The men nodded and rushed off to their assignments. Ishak came to a panting halt. His face was nearly as red as his hat. "Nikki, a message." He waved the paper before her. "A message for the mayor." Nikki's insides tightened. "A group of men rode in," he said. "They were carrying a white flag, just as you said they would. They brought a message for the mayor." "How did you know?" She ignored the question. "Have you read it yet?" His face went red. "Yes, so did Victor. He is very angry. It is not a good thing to make the blacksmith angry." "Do you have a horse, as I requested?" Yes, I have a horse." He handed her the paper. "But I think that you had better read this." Nikki unfolded the paper and read it silently to herself. "Citizen Mayor, I received word that the people of Altarang, under your direction, wish to renounce their sinful ways and bow again to the wise, merciful, and sovereign authority of the Imperial Order. If it is true that you wish to spare the people of Altarang the total destruction we reserve for insurrectionists and heathens, then as a token of your good intent and willing submission to the jurisdiction of the Imperial Order, you will bind your lovely and loyal wife's hands and send her to me as your humble gift. Fail to turn over your wife as instructed, and everyone in Altarang will die. In the service of the merciful Creator, Brother Kronos, Commander of His Excellency's Reunification Force." Nikki crushed the message in her fist. "Let's go." Ishak replaced his hat and scrambled to catch up with her as she marched toward the wagon. "You don't seriously intend to do as this brute demands, do you?" Nikki put a foot on the iron step and climbed up onto the wagon's wooden seat. "Let's go, Ishak," he muttered to himself as he climbed into the wagon beside her. He threw off the brake and flicked the reins, yelling for people to get out of the way as he swung the wagon around. Dirt and dust spiraled up off the wheels as he turned the wagon around in the road. He cracked his whip above the horses' flanks, crying out to urge them away. The wagon slid around and finally straightened as the horses threw their weight against the hames. Nikki held on to the side rail with one hand as the wagon lurched ahead, letting her other hand, with the message crumpled in her fist, rest in the lap of her red dress. She watched without seeing as they raced through the streets of Altarang, past buildings and storefronts, other wagons, horses, and people on foot. Low sunlight flickered through rows of trees to the left as they raced north along the wide boulevard. At vegetable, cheese, bread, and butcher stands under awnings, some drab and some striped, a press of people were buying up all the food they could before the impending storm. The road narrowed as it passed into ancient sections of the city, becoming clogged with wagons, horses, and people. Without slowing much at all, Ishak swung his two big draft horses off the main road and took shortcuts through alleyways behind tightly packed rows of buildings, where entire families lived in a single room. Laundry stretched on lines that crisscrossed small yards, and in a number of places strung between opposing second-story apartments, stretched across the alleyway over their heads. Nearly each tiny plot in the back of the crowded buildings was used for growing food or keeping chickens. Wings flapped and feathers flew as the birds panicked at the sight of the wagon thundering past their yard. Ishak deftly handled the team as it raced at a frightening speed, guiding them around obstacles of shacks, fences, walls, and random trees. He called out warnings as he charged across busy roads. Startled people drew back, letting him pass. The wagon turned up a street Nicky remembered all too well, following beside a short wall that eventually curved it along the entrance road to the warehouse doors of Ishak's transport company. The wagon bounced into the rutted yard outside the building and came to a crooked halt in the shade of huge oaks rising above the wall. Nicky climbed down as she saw one of the double doors opening. Apparently, having heard the noise, Victor emerged from the building, glowering like he intended to murder the next person he could get his hands on. "Have you seen the message?" he demanded. "Yes, I have. Where's the horse I asked for?" He pointed a thumb back over his shoulder toward the open door. "Well, what are we going to do now? The attack will probably come at dawn. We can't allow those soldiers to take you back with them to the army. We can't let them leave and report that we won't do as Kronos demands. What are we going to tell them?" Nicky tilted her head toward the building. "Ishak, would you go get the horse, please?" He made a sour face. "You ought to marry Richard. You make a good pair. You are both crazy." Startled, Nicky could only stare at the man. She finally found her voice. "Ishak, please, we don't have a lot of time. We don't want those fellows to go back empty-handed." "Yes, Your Highness," he mocked. "Allow me to get your royal mount for you." "I've never seen Ishak act like that," she said to Victor as she watched the man stalking toward the door, muttering curses under his breath. "He thinks you're crazy. So do I." Victor planted his fists on his hips. "Has that ruse back to the stable with the spy gone bad, or is this what you planned all along?" In no mood to discuss it with the man, Nicky returned the glare in kind. "My plan," she said through gritted teeth, "is to get this over with as soon as possible and to keep the people of Alterrang from being slaughtered." "What's that got to do with turning you over to Brother Kronos as a gift?" "If we allow them to attack at dawn, they will have the advantage. We need them to attack today." "Today?" Victor glanced west, toward the low sun. "But it will be dark soon." "Exactly," she said as she leaned in the back of the wagon and retrieved a length of rope. Victor stared off at the heart of the city as he thought about it. "Well, all things considered, I guess it would be better not to face them in the day on their terms. If we could somehow get them to attack today, they would soon run out of daylight. That would work to our advantage." "I will bring them to you," she said. "You just be ready." The creases across Victor's forehead deepened. "I don't know how you're going to get them to attack today, but we'll be ready if they do." Ishak came out of the warehouse leading a white stallion covered with mottled black spots. The mane, tail, and legs below the hocks were black. The horse looked not only elegant, but had a tough demeanor about him, as if it would have boundless endurance. Still, it wasn't what she had been expecting. "He doesn't look all that big," she said to Ishak. Ishak gave the horse an affectionate rub on its white face. "You did not say big. You said that you wanted a steady horse that would not spook easily, one that had a fearless spirit." Nicky took another look at the horse. "I just assumed that such a horse would be big." "She's a crazy woman," Ishak muttered to Victor. "She's going to be a dead crazy woman," Victor said. Nicky handed Victor the rope. "This will be easier if you stand on the wall after I'm mounted." She stroked the horse under his jaw and then his silky ears. The animal nickered his appreciation and nudged his head against her. Nicky held his head and trickled a thin thread of her han into the creature, giving him a bit of calming introduction. She ran a hand over his shoulder and then along the side of his belly as she inspected him. Without comment, Victor climbed up the wall and waited until she boosted herself up and was seated in the saddle. Nikki arranged the skirts of her red dress and then unbuttoned it to the waist. She pulled her arms out of the sleeves one at a time, holding the front of the dress against her chest and then holding it up with her elbows as she lifted her hands toward Victor, her wrists pressed together. Victor's face went as red as her dress. "Now what are you doing?" "These men are experienced Imperial Order troops. Some will be officers. I spent a lot of time in the Order's camp. I was widely known, to some as the Slave Queen and to others as Death's Mistress. It's possible that certain of these men may have served with Jagang's army during that time, and so they very well may recognize me, especially if I were to wear a black dress. Just in case, I'm wearing a red dress. I also need to give these men something to stare at to keep them off guard and hopefully from recognizing me. It will disrupt the usual calculating judgment of soldiers such as these. It will also get Kronos' attention and make him think that the mayor is desperate to appease him. Nothing rouses the bloodlust in these kind of men more than weakness." "It's going to get you in trouble before you even get to Kronos." "I'm a sorceress. I can take care of myself." "Seems to me that Richard is a wizard and carries a sword charged with ancient magic, and even he got into trouble when he was greatly outnumbered. He was overpowered and nearly killed." Nikki again lifted her hands out toward Victor, wrists together. "Tie them." Victor glared at her a moment before finally giving in. With a growl, he set about binding her wrists. Ishak held the reins just under the horse's bit as he waited. "Is this horse fast?" she asked as she watched Victor wrapping rope around her wrists. "Sadine is fast," Ishak told her. "Sadine? Doesn't that mean the wind in the old tongue?" Ishak nodded. "You know the old tongue?" "A little," she said. "Today, Sadine will need to be as swift as the wind. Now listen to me, both of you. I don't intend on getting myself killed." "Few people do," Victor griped. "You don't understand. This will be my best chance to get near Kronos. Once the attack begins, it would be difficult not only to find him, but even if we did know where he was, it would be next to impossible to get close to him. He would be dealing death against the innocent in ways you cannot even imagine, spreading fear, panic, and death. That makes him valuable to them. In battle, their soldiers will be looking for anyone trying to take out their wizard. I have to do it now. I intend to end it tonight." Victor and Ishak shared a look. "I want everyone to be ready," she said. "When I come back, I expect there will be some very angry people behind me." Victor looked up after yanking the knot tight. "How many angry people?" "I intend to have their entire force right on my heels." Ishak gently rubbed Sadine's face. "What are they going to be angry about, if I may ask?" "Besides trying to take out their wizard, I intend to give the hornet's nest a good stiff whack." Victor sighed irritably. "We'll be ready for them when they attack, but once you go in there, I'm not so sure you will be able to get away." Nikki wasn't either. She remembered a time when she went about her plans not caring if she lived or died carrying them out. Now she cared. "If I don't come back, then you will just have to do your best. Hopefully, even if they kill me, I will be able to take Kronos out with me. Either way, we've laid a lot of surprises for them." "Does Richard know what you had planned?" Ishak asked as he squinted up at her. "I expect he knew. He had the good grace, though, not to make me feel any more afraid by arguing with me about what I know I must do. This is not a game. We are all fighting for our very lives. If we fail, then innocent, decent people are going to be slaughtered in numbers that stagger the imagination. I've been on the other end of attacks like this. I know what's coming. I'm trying to prevent it. If you don't want to help, then just stay out of my way." Nikki looked at each man in turn. Chagrined, they both kept silent. Victor went back to his work and quickly finished up with binding her wrists. He pulled a knife from his boot and sliced off the excess length of rope. "Who do you want to take you to the soldiers who are waiting?" Ishak asked. "I think you'd better take me, Ishak. While Victor alerts everyone and sees to the preparations, you will be a representative of the mayor." "All right," he said as he scratched the hollow of his cheek. "Good," she said as she picked up the reins. Before she could say anything else, Victor cleared his throat. "There is one other matter I've been meaning to talk to you about, but we've both been busy." Victor uncharacteristically looked away from her. "What is it?" she asked him. "Well, ordinarily I wouldn't say anything, but I think maybe you ought to know." "Know what?" "People are beginning to question Richard." Nicky frowned. "Question him? What do you mean, question him in what way?" "Word has gotten around about why he left. People are worried that he is abandoning them and their cause to chase phantoms. They question if they should be following such a man. There is talk that he's deranged or something. What should I tell them?" Nicky took a deep breath as she collected her thoughts. This is what she had feared. This was one of the reasons she had thought it important that he not leave, especially the way he did, right before the attack. "Remind them," she said as she leaned toward him, "that Lord Rahl is a wizard, and a wizard can see things, such as hidden, distant threats, that they cannot. A wizard does not go around explaining his actions to people. The Lord Rahl has many responsibilities other than just this one place. If the people here wish to live free, to live their own lives as they wish, then they must choose to do so for their own sake. They must trust that Richard, as the Lord Rahl and as a wizard, is doing what is best for our cause." "And do you believe that?" the blacksmith asked. "No, but there is a difference. I can follow the ideals he has shown me while at the same time working to bring Richard back to his senses. The two are not incompatible. But the people must trust in their leader. If they think he is a madman, they may fall back on fear and give up. Right now, we can't afford that risk. Whether Richard is sane or not, it doesn't change the validity of the cause. The truth is the truth, Richard or no Richard. Those troops coming to murder us are real. If they win, then those who are not killed will be enslaved once more under the yoke of the imperial order. If Richard is alive, dead, sane, or mad, it does not change that fact." Victor, his arms folded, nodded. Nicky moved her leg back and pressed her heel into Sadine's side, moving his rump closer to the wall. She turned the back of her shoulders to the blacksmith standing on that wall beside her. "Pull my dress down to my waist and be quick about it. The sun will be setting soon." Ishak turned away, shaking his head. Victor hesitated a moment, then sighed in resignation and did as she instructed. "All right, Ishak, let's go. Lead the way." She looked back over her shoulder at Victor. "I will bring you the enemy, chasing the setting sun." "What should I tell the men?" Victor asked. Nicky shrouded herself in the cold exterior she had used so often throughout her life, the cold calm of death's mistress. "Tell them to think dark and violent thoughts." For the first time, Victor's glower twisted into a grim smile. Chapter 26. The soldiers atop huge war horses peered down at Nicky as Ishak led her horse to a stop beside the community well in the small square at the eastern edge of the city. Her stallion, Sadine, felt small in the presence of such huge beasts. Armored plate down the front of their heads lent them a threatening appearance. These were cavalry horses, and the armor helped protect them from arrows as they charged enemy lines. They pawed the ground and snorted their disdain for the smaller horse come among them. Sadine backed a step, just out of range of one of the warhorse's teeth when it snapped, but he didn't shy away. If the horses looked to be frightening animals, the men were clearly their masters, dressed in dark leather armor plates and shirts of chainmail and carrying an array of sinister weapons. These men were not merely brutish-looking, but larger than any of the men defending the city. Nicky knew that they would have been selected for the mission because of the way they looked. The Order liked sending such intimidating messages to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. From dark windows, recessed doorways, narrow streets, and the shadows in alleyways, people who had retreated out of the open watched the woman stripped to her waist, her wrists bound, being handed over to the soldiers. Nikki had endured the ride through the city by not thinking about it, and instead focusing on her need to get this over with so she could catch up with Richard. That was what mattered. So people looked at her. What difference did it make? She had had to endure far worse at the hands of the men of the Order. "I am an aide to the mayor," Ishak said in a subservient tone to the powerfully built man atop a towering brown bull neck gelding. The butt of the pole with the white flag rested on the man's saddle between his legs, his meaty fist gripping it halfway up the length of the stout shaft. The man sat mute, waiting. Ishak licked his lips as he bowed before going on. "He sent me in his place with his woman, his wife, as a gift to the great Kronos to show our sincerity in agreeing with his wishes." The soldier, a mid-level officer of some sort, smirked at Nikki after taking a long and deliberate look at her breasts. Broad leather belts held several knives, a flail, a short sword, and a crescent-bladed axe. The mail and metal rings along studded straps crossing his broad chest jangled when his horse stomped its hooves. She was relieved not to recognize the man and kept her head turned down to hide her face from the men with him. Still, the officer said nothing. With one hand, Ishak swept his hat off his head. "Please relay our message of peace to—" The officer tossed the pole with the white flag down to Ishak. Ishak swiftly replaced his hat in order to catch the pole with one hand, his other still tightly gripping the reins just below Sadine's bit. The pole looked heavy, but Ishak had been loading wagons for most of his life and had no trouble with it. "Kronos will let you know if the offering is satisfactory," the officer growled. Ishak cleared his throat, rather than saying anything else, and again bowed politely. The soldiers all snickered at him before taking another knowing look at Nikki's exposed condition. They obviously greatly enjoyed exerting their dominance over others. Most of them had metal rings or pointed metal rivets pierced through their noses, ears, and cheeks in an attempt to make them look more fierce. Nikki thought that it simply made them look silly. Several of the dozen men had wild, dark, tattooed designs sweeping across their faces, also intended to intimidate. These were men who had risen to their highest ideal in life, to be savages. It was somewhat common for many of the women in the cities surrendering to advancing Imperial Order troops to come out stripped to the waist as a petition for leniency. Because it was such a common form of submission, the soldiers were not at all surprised by the manner in which the wife of the mayor was being surrendered. That, of course, was one of the reasons why Nikki had done it. Such bids for mercy and gentle treatment were never honored, but the women who offered themselves in such a manner didn't know that. Nikki knew because she had often been with the Order troops when they took such women captive. Such obliging people imagined that surrender in such a subservient manner would be ingratiating and elicit reasonable treatment. They had no idea that they had willingly given themselves over to incomprehensible horrors. The soldiers' treatment of women captives was dismissed by the intellectuals of the Order as a trivial matter compared to the greater good the Order was bringing to the non-believers. Nikki sometimes longed for death rather than continue to live with such memories and the knowledge that she had once been a party to such horrors. What she wanted now, though, was to set things right as only she could do. She wanted to participate in wiping the scourge of the Order from existence. The grim officer who had carried the white flag into altar rang bent down and now took the reins to her horse from Ishak. He stepped his mount closer to her. As he leaned toward her, he casually seized her left nipple, twisting it as he spoke intimately to her. "Brother Kronos tires quickly of a woman, no matter how beautiful she is. I expect it will be no different with you. When he moves on to the next, he gives us the one he is finished with. Know that I will be first." The men with him chuckled. He flashed her a grin. His dark eyes gleamed with menace. He twisted harder until she gasped in pain and tears stung her eyes. Satisfied with himself and her timid reaction, he released her. Nicky squeezed her eyes shut as she pressed the back of her bound wrists to herself, trying to ease the throbbing pain. When he batted her arms away from her breast, she jumped in surprise, then lowered her gaze in submission. How many times had she seen women do similar things, trying to appease such men, praying silently for deliverance as they did so. For those women, deliverance never came. Nicky recalled thinking at the time that the Order's teachings had to be right, that the Creator really was on their side, for he easily tolerated such behavior from his champions. Nicky did not bother to pray for deliverance. She intended to create her own. As the man turned his horse and led her away, Nicky cast one last look over her shoulder at Ishak, standing with his red hat in both hands, turning the brim around and around in his fingers. His eyes glistened with tears. She hoped that this wasn't the last time she would ever see him or the others, but she knew that such a possibility was all too real. The officer kept a hold of the reins, so she rode, gripping the horn of the saddle. As they rode east, the company of men closely surrounded her, more to get a good look at her, she thought, than from any worry that she might escape. By the way they swayed easily in their saddles and deftly handled their mounts, these were experienced horsemen who spent the majority of their waking hours in the saddle. They had no fear of her getting away from them. As they rode east on a dusty road, the men all grinned their silent promises whenever they looked her over. She knew, though, that none of them had enough rank or stature to dare to drag her off her horse for a little sport along the way. Men like Kronos did not appreciate their conquests freshly raped, and these men knew it. Besides, they were surely figuring that they would soon enough have their turn at her, and if not her, then their pick once they stormed into Alter Rang. Nicky tried to ignore the leering men by concentrating on what she had to do. She knew that such behavior was part of their routine. They could think of nothing more clever than simple innuendo and intimidation, so they used it like a worry stone, turned over and over in the fingers. As she rode, her resolve became her refuge. It would still be a little while before the low sun at her back set, but already the cicadas had started in with their endless droning song. They reminded her of Richard and the night he had explained about the creatures that emerged from the ground every 17 years. It seemed remarkable that the cicadas had come 10 times in her life, and Nicky had never even realized it. Life under the spell at the Palace of the Prophets had not simply been very long, but had been insulating in ways she had never even realized. While the world went on around her, she had been devoting her time to other worlds. Others, like the Sisters of the Dark, who had been Richard's teachers there, had succumbed to seductive promises from those other worlds. Nicky had as well, but not because of those promises. She had simply believed that this world held nothing of value to her. Until one day, when Richard had shown up. The air was warm and humid, so at least Nicky wasn't cold as she rode, but the mosquitoes were starting to come out, and they were becoming obnoxious. She was glad that her hands weren't tied behind her back, so she could at least keep the biting bugs off her face. The wheat-covered hills they passed through to the east of the city shimmered a greenish gold in the late light, almost like burnished bronze. She didn't see any people working in the countryside, and the roads remained empty. Everyone had fled before the impending arrival of the army, like animals before a wildfire. Cresting a hill, Nicky finally saw them, men and horses from the Imperial Order spread out across the broad valley below her like a dark flood. It appeared they hadn't been there long, as it looked like they were only starting to set up camp. Apparently, they wanted to be close to the city so that when they began their attack in the morning they wouldn't have far to go. The ground was only just beginning to be churned up by all the men, horses, mules, and wagons. Individual territory had been staked out and small tents erected. Rings of sentries and outposts guarded the sea of men. Every hilltop had lookouts watching all the approaches. The tents cast long shadows across the trampled wheat. Already a haze of smoke hung over the valley from all the cook fires. Nicky could see that one of the nearby olive groves had been stripped of its valuable fruit trees to be used for firewood. Men cooked for themselves or in small groups. Simple things, camp stew, rice and beans, bannock and fritters. The aroma of the burning wood and cooking mingled uneasily with the smell of all the animals, men, and manure. Her escort kept a tight formation around her as they trotted into the camp along what was quickly becoming a temporary road among the seething throng. Nicky had expected to see them in a raucous state, drinking and celebrating on the eve of a great battle. They were not. They were going about the business of preparing in earnest for the job ahead, sharpening weapons, working on saddles and other gear, tending to horses. Lances and spears were already sharpened and neatly stacked all over the camp. Blacksmiths at a traveling forge worked with tongs and hammers as helpers feverishly pumped bellows. Farriers shod horses, while other men mended leather equipment. Cavalry horses were being fed, cared for, and groomed. This was not a typical Imperial Order camp where chaos ruled. The army to the north was almost unimaginably vast. Many parts of it were little more than an unruly mob that was periodically unleashed on helpless civilians and allowed to plunder at will. This force, on the other hand, was much smaller, consisting of less than 20,000 men. This was the camp of a well-honed war machine. In the main army camp of the Imperial Order, a woman with her breasts exposed as Nicky's were would already have been dragged from her horse by a rabble and raped. These men were no less lecherous, but they were far better disciplined. These were not just any soldiers sent to do some dirty work. These were experienced, dedicated, hand-picked troops sent to vent the Emperor's rage at the insult of his home city rejecting everything for which he stood. Nicky felt a shiver of dread at again being among such men. These were the cream of the Order's crop. These were men who gleefully killed all those who opposed them. These were brutes who reveled in violence to further their beliefs. These were the embodiment of the term bloodthirsty. These men were the enforcers of the Order's doctrines. As Nicky and her escort rode through the camp, the soldiers all ogled her. Every step of the way, hoots, calls, and cheering followed her. Obscene promises were laughingly given as she passed. Nothing was left to the imagination of anyone in earshot. She heard herself described in every lewd term she had ever heard before, and among Jagang's men, she had heard them all. Now they were all directed at her. She kept her eyes ahead as she rode, thinking of the way Richard treated her, and just how much respect meant. Near a grove of cottonwood trees along the bank of a creek running through the valley, Nicky spotted lambskin tents that were a little larger than the rest. While by no means elaborate accommodations like the tents of Emperor Jagang's entourage, these were still luxurious by army standards. The small group of command tents sat atop a hillock that afforded the officers the opportunity to look down on the rest of the camp. Unlike the main army encampment, here there was no ring of guards protecting the elite forces and officers from the common soldiers. Outside the main tent, slabs of meat were being rotated on spits by slaves that always attended the higher-ranking officers, or high priests of the Fellowship of Order. For a force such as this, only the most loyal slaves would have been brought along. As they slowed to a halt, the man who held the reins to Nicky's horse tilted his head, ordering one of his men to go announce them. The man threw his leg over his horse's neck and jumped to the ground. With each step, dust lifted from his pants as he strode toward the main tent. Nicky noticed that all around, curious men began wandering closer, coming to see the woman being brought as a gift for their leader. She could hear them laughing and wisecracking among themselves as they leered at her. Their eyes were as cold and frightening as any she had ever seen. What worried her the most, however, was that many of the men held spears or had arrows nocked in their bows. These were not men who took anything casually. Even as they drooled at her, They were prepared for any kind of threat her appearance might present. The man sent to announce her was ushered into the main tent by an attendant. A moment later, he reappeared, followed by a tall man in flowing henna-dyed robes. His manner of dress stood out on the drab scene like clotted blood. Despite the heat and humidity, the hood of his robe was draped regally over his head, a sign of pious authority. He stalked to the edge of the rise, closer to her, and struck an arrogant pose. He took his time looking her over, inspecting the goods. The man holding the reins to her horse bowed in his saddle. "A humble gift from the people of all Terang," he explained with mock courtliness. Men far and wide laughed quietly to themselves at that, commenting to one another on the specific pleasures Kronos was going to enjoy from his gift. Officers came out of nearby tents to see what was going on. A lustful grin spread across Kronos' face. "Bring her in. I will have to unwrap the gift and have a closer look." The men laughed all the louder. Kronos' smile widened, pleased that they found his wit entertaining. Nicky found the circumstances of her dress to be distracting, but that was the risk. She had judged the risk necessary. These men were brutes, and they found her situation to their liking. Brother Kronos took her in, as he waited for her to be conveyed inside. His unflinching gaze was riveting. She found herself staring into his dark eyes. Men closed in around her. Nicky knew that she couldn't allow them to get her off her horse. It had to be now. There were 1,000 things she wanted to say to Brother Kronos. She wanted to tell him what she thought of him, what she was going to do to him, what Richard was going to do to all the Imperial Order. A simple death seemed too easy for Kronos. She wanted him to suffer before he died. She wanted him to know full well what she had in store for him. She wanted him to feel it, to twist in pain and agony, to beg for mercy, to taste the bitter bile of defeat. She wanted him to suffer for the misery he spread in his wake. She wanted him to pay the price for everything he had ever done to innocent people. She wanted him to know that his entire life had been a waste, and that it was about to end. But she knew that that was not her task. She would risk failure should she even attempt to accomplish any tiny part of it. Instead, Nicky unceremoniously lifted her fists just a little toward the man as she willed forth her Han. Fearing to tip Kronos as to what was coming, she refrained from taking even an extra split second to conjure anything elaborate. She opened the floodgates using nothing more complex than a blast of air directed at the man. But it was concentrated beyond anything he would expect, even if he suspected she might be a sorceress. In a blinding instant, the late afternoon camp was lit with a flash of crackling light, discharges created by the intense heat generated by a focused compression of air. Threads of light lashed around the convergent release of force. Since even a slight slip could conceivably give him an opportunity to strike out before he died, Nicky didn't even risk the satisfaction of smiling as the iron-hard spike of air shot for his head. Before Brother Kronos ever realized that something was happening, Nicky's sudden release of power blew a fist-sized hole through the center of his forehead. Blood and brain matter sprayed the lambskin wall of the tent behind him. He dropped like a sack of sand. His life already long gone. He never had a chance to respond in kind. Nicky used a shard of power to at last sever the ropes binding her wrists. They hissed from the sting of heat as they were cut and then dropped away. Without pause, she fed a flow of her Han into a focused line of power that she swept around her like a blade wielded by a master swordsman. The officer who had led her horse and leered at her the whole way grunted as that hot edge ripped through him, cutting him in two below the ribcage. His mouth opened, but no scream escaped as his upper half tumbled toward the ground, landing with a hard thud. With a wet thump, the second man could do no more than gasp as he was hit by the same power and torn in two. Coiled ropes of his intestines disgorged across his horse's neck. Nicky twisted in her saddle as she whipped the conjured blade around in an arc. With frightening speed and a flash that lit the shimmering leaves of the nearby cottonwood trees, the edge of deadly power sizzled as it ripped through the air. Before anyone could begin to react, it cut down all the men on horses around her as they still sat in their saddles. The air filled with the stench of burned flesh, blood, and the contents of ruptured viscera. Horses reared up or bucked, trying to rid themselves of the disembodied legs. Ordinarily, war horses were used to the confusion of intense battle, but that was in large part because they had familiar riders to control and direct them. Now they were on their own, and they were spooked. A number of men rushing in were knocked down and trampled by the panicked horses, further adding to the disorder. As pandemonium began to erupt all around her, as men charged in toward her, Nikki gathered her inner will, preparing to unleash an onslaught of withering destruction. Just as she was initiating the launch of that deadly assault, she pitched forward unexpectedly. At the same time, she felt the stunning pain of something heavy clouding her across her back. It was propelled by such staggering force that it drove her breath out with a cry. She saw flying past her the shattered pieces of a heavy lance that had been swung like a club. Dazed, Nikki realized that she had just hit the ground face first. She tried desperately to gather her senses. Her face felt oddly numb. She tasted warm blood. She saw strings of it dripping from her chin as she pushed herself up on wobbly arms. She realized then, when she couldn't pull in a breath, that the wind had been violently knocked out of her. She frantically tried again, but despite her desperate efforts, she couldn't draw a breath. The world swam in dizzy disarray around her. Sadine was above her, dancing about but unable to move away. Even though Nikki feared that the horse might accidentally step on her, she couldn't make herself move out of the way. Men all around finally muscled the horse aside. Other men dropped to their knees beside her. A knee in her back flattened her to the ground again. Powerful hands gripped her arms, her legs, her hair, holding her down, as if she could get up on her own. These men apparently feared that if she got up she might conjure her power, as if the gifted needed to be standing, and they had but to keep her on the ground to be safe. But the gifted did need to have their wits about them, if they were to call upon their power, and she didn't. Some of the men pulled her over on her back. A boot at her throat kept her pinned to the ground. Weapons all around pointed down at her. And then a terrible thought came to her. Dark eyes. The wizard she had just killed had dark eyes. Kronos didn't have dark eyes. Kronos was supposed to have blue eyes. She was having difficulty sorting it all out in her mind. She had killed the high priest. It didn't make sense, unless there had been more than one brother. The men holding her down backed away. Grim blue eyes glared down at her. It was a man wearing long robes. The hood was pulled up. A high priest. "Well, sorceress, you have just managed to kill Brother Byron, a loyal servant to the Fellowship of Order." She could tell by his tone that he had not yet begun to voice his building anger. Through the shock, Nikki still couldn't draw a breath. The pain in her back radiated out in paralyzing waves. She wondered if the man who had clubbed her had broken her ribs. She wondered if her back was broken. She supposed it didn't matter now. "Allow me to introduce myself," the red-faced man above her said. He pushed the hood of his robes back. "I am Brother Kronos. You belong to me now. I intend to make you pay a long and painful price for the murder of a good man who was only doing the Creator's noble work." Chapter 27. Nikki simply couldn't pull in a breath to save her life, much less to say anything. The pain of not being able to breathe cloaked her in a tight shroud of panic that prevented her from thinking. The distress of needing air and not being able to get it grew more terrifying with every passing second. She didn't know what to do. She remembered when Richard had been shot with the arrow and he couldn't breathe. She remembered how his skin had turned ashen, and then had begun turning blue. She had been so afraid seeing him not being able to breathe. Now she couldn't. Kronos' smile was as humorless and wicked as any she had ever seen, but it seemed not to matter to her. "Quite an accomplishment for a sorceress, killing a wizard. But then you only accomplished such a feat by treachery, so it was no real accomplishment after all. It was nothing more than simple underhanded deceit." He didn't know. Nicky realized that he still didn't know who she was, or what she was. She was no mere sorceress, but she needed a breath to be anything. Her vision was narrowing to a black tunnel with the face of the wizard Kronos twisting into rage at the far end. She tried with all her might to pull a breath. It felt like her body had forgotten how to breathe. It surprised her that the lack of air made her ribs throb and ache. She wouldn't have expected that. Despite her fading, frantic effort to get air into her lungs, the life-giving breath simply would not come into her. She could only assume that whoever had clubbed her had done some kind of serious damage, and she would never again draw a life-giving breath. And then Kronos gritted his teeth and seized her breast in a vicious, vice-like grip, spiked with thorns of magic intended to inflict excruciating torment. The sudden sharp shock of pain made her gasp a breath before she realized she was doing it. The air felt hot with life as it flooded into her lungs. Without conscious thought, she instinctively struck out with her Han at the cause of the piercing pain. Kronos cried out and staggered back, cradling the hand that had been on her and dealing out his revenge. Blood ran down his wrist and under the sleeve of his robe. Although she had been able to get him to release her, and even to injure him, she was still too disoriented to muster the force necessary to get past the formidable defenses of a wizard in order to kill him. She panted, gulping air, even though each breath hurt. She knew, though, that it hurt far more not to be able to get a breath. "You filthy bitch!" he yelled. "How dare you use your power against me? You cannot hope to match me with the gift. You will soon enough learn your place." His face flushed red with anger. With a thin thread of her Han, Nicky could sense the powerful shields the man had erected before himself. Before he had, though, she had seared the flesh off his fingers. He held the trembling hand to his breast. She knew full well that his intent was to extract prolonged and gruesome retribution. He ranted at her, cursing and calling her names, telling her what he intended to do with her, and what would become of her once he was finished with her. The grins of the men watching widened at hearing the nature of those plans. He thought she was a sorceress, and that he could overpower her gift with his. He did not know that she was far more. She had become a sister of the dark. Even if he knew that much, Kronos might not have understood, as few people did, the full and terrible meaning behind that appellation. A sister of the dark wielded not only her own gift, but the Han of a wizard as well. His gift was taken before he passed through the veil into death. As if the combined gift of a sorceress and wizard was not formidable enough, added into that powerful mix was subtractive magic gained while the veil was parted at the instant of the donor wizard's death. His own Han acted as the conduit, and she held within herself that power as the subtractive essence slipped through the veil. There were few people who could command subtractive magic, Richard by birth, and the Sisters of the Dark by contrivance. All of the Sisters of the Dark were now captives of Jagang, except for Nicky and 4 others, 3 of Richard's former teachers from the Palace of the Prophets and their leader, Sister Elisha. Kronos shook his bloody fist at Nicky. "The people of Altarang are traitors. They have defiled a holy place. In turning away from the ways of the Order, they have turned away from the Creator himself. Through our hands the Creator will have his revenge and smite these sinful people. We will cleanse Altarang not just of their flesh and bone, but of their unenlightened ways. The Imperial Order will once again rule Altarang, and from there Jagang the Just will rule the world under the rightful ways of the Creator." Nicky almost laughed. Kronos had no idea that he was speaking to the person who had given Jagang the title of Jagang the Just. She had told the emperor that such pronouncements of justice under his rule would win over a great number of people without having to fight them. He had been willing to battle them all. She alone had been able to make him see that it was to his benefit to have them rally to his side of their own free will. She told Jagang that the name she had given him would bring the people to him. She had been all too right. Many people equated intentions with the actual deed. The title she had given Jagang was now widely believed by people who didn't know much at all about him or the order. It never failed to amaze her how simply saying something, no matter how untrue, was all it took to convince a large number of people of what you wanted them to believe. She supposed that it was easier for them to let someone else do their thinking for them. Kronos' tirade had bought her time to recover. With her strength returning, Nikki couldn't afford to wait another instant. She straightened her arm, pointing her fist up toward him. She wanted to draw her force out the length of her arm to let it build and converge at a point just beyond her fist. While it wasn't at all necessary, she wanted to do it that way simply because it pleased her to let Kronos see her overt threat. Confident in his ability and the shields of his power, her hostile posture only served to further enrage him. "How dare you threaten?" She released a tight bolt of additive and subtractive magic laced together in a fearsome cord of destruction that arced through the wizard's shields like lightning through paper, and blew a melon-sized hole right through the center of his chest. Kronos' eyes snapped wide. His mouth hung open in mute shock as his mind registered the irredeemable. Through that hole, Nikki could see the sky. Almost instantly, the internal pressure forced what remained of his surrounding organs into the void and then out the opening as Kronos' mortally wounded body toppled back. The man hadn't known that his power was no match for hers. He could only conjure shields of additive magic. Such shields were of limited use against subtractive magic. All around her weapons were being lifted. Powerful muscles drew bowstrings to cheeks. Arms with spears cocked back, the iron tips all pointing at her along with swords, axes, and pikes. Without pause, Nikki unleashed a blast of opposing magic twined together in a shattering ignition that, in ruinous fury, leveled the officers' tents and blasted through the men on the knoll. The devastating concussion radiated outward in a circle at breathtaking speed, stripping flesh from bone. The ground was made muddy by the sudden deluge of blood. The heat that had been focused into the blast was so intense that nearby trees erupted in flame. The clothes of the men in the surrounding camp, who had been rushing to meet the threat, also caught fire. The flesh of those a little closer ignited. Men closer yet were ripped apart by the thunderous discharge of Nikki's power. The force of what she had unleashed dissipated with distance, and men farther away were only sent sprawling. Such an extreme effort was risky because it was so draining, but it had the desired effect. In an instant, the situation had changed from arrogant brutes gloating over a captive woman to confusion and panic. Fearing to lose the initiative, she focused intense heat into the trunks of trees along the creek bank behind the men. It was a method of getting a large return for a small investment of power. Superheated sap instantly boiled into steam, and the massive cottonwood trunks exploded in thunderous blasts, sending heavy sections of splintered wood spiraling through the crowds of men, cutting them down by the dozens. Nikki swiftly conjured a liquid fire and sent the inferno spilling out across the field and into the confusion, igniting men, horses, and equipment in the terrible fury of roaring flames. The screams of men and beast melted together into one long, terrible cry. The air smelled of oily smoke as well as burning hair and flesh. At last, men were no longer charging in at her. In the brief break, Nikki struggled to get up from the blood-soaked ground. She stumbled through the carnage. Sadine raced forward through the thick haze and nudged her with his head, helping her to find her balance. She threw an arm over his neck, relieved that she had succeeded in directing her power around him and that he was all right. She finally seized the reins and, grunting with effort, managed to pull herself up on the horse before men could spear him or slash her or send arrows at them. She spun Sadine around, all the time casting boiling gouts of fire out among the men as they again began rushing in at her. As they caught on fire, they stumbled blindly, shrieking, flailing, crashing into other men or into tents, spreading the deadly conflagration. A man on one of the big war horses suddenly galloped out of the smoke. The soldier raised his sword as he screamed a battle cry. Before Nicky could do anything, Sadine bellowed in rage and snapped, ripping the war horse's ear off. The wounded horse screamed in terror and pain as it spun and bucked. The soldier was sent flying into the burning bodies. Nicky directed a web of power at men rushing in at her, each in turn, just for an instant, but long enough to stop their hearts. They stumbled, clutching their chests. In a way, it was more frightening for men to see their comrades gasp and drop from a mysterious cause than it was to see them rent by violence. From Nicky's point of view, it was just as effective, and it didn't take as much of her strength. Even though it required specific targeting, stopping a heart was easier than conjuring flames or lightning. With so many men all around her and all rushing in at her, she knew she was going to need all her strength if she hoped to get out of the camp alive. While the men in the immediate area knew what was happening, as of yet those in the outlying areas of camp weren't fully aware of what was specifically going on, although they now knew that they were under some sort of attack. Being well trained, they all rallied. From all directions, arrows zipped through the air. Spears began flying past. An arrow flicked through Nicky's hair. Another clipped her shoulder just enough to cut her. Nicky drummed her heels against Sadine's ribs and lay forward over his withers. She was astonished at the power with which the horse leaped away. He fearlessly galloped right through men rushing in at them. The stallion's hooves made a sickening sound as they struck bone. Men tumbled away. Sadine jumped over tents and fires. The air was alive with terrible screams. As she raced through the camp, Nicky took every opportunity to inflict yet more death and destruction. But from behind her, a swelling, angry roar began to lift from thousands upon thousands of men all the way across the valley. The power of it, the ferocity, was frightening. Nicky vividly recalled Richard's warning that all it would take was one lucky arrow. Now there were thousands. Nicky diverted her power from attacking to shielding her and her horse. As Sadine carried her back through the men, horses, wagons, and tents, Nicky let go of her defenses and again focused a scythe of her gift to slice through anything living that was close enough. The intensely concentrated and compacted edge of air sliced through men as they ran in to intercept her. As her horse leaped some obstacles and dodged others, that deadly edge of her power cut some men off at the knees and decapitated others. Horses screamed as their legs were cleaved from under them, and they crashed to the ground. Shrieks of horror and pain from wounded men followed in her wake, but there were growing cries of rage. As she charged through the camp, Nicky could see men all around swiftly saddling their horses and mounting up. Spears and lances were snatched from those stacked everywhere throughout the encampment. Nicky wished she could destroy the weapons, but she had to concentrate just to hold on to Sadine as he bounded over anything in his way, including an occasional wagon. The horse seemed possessed to get her out of the danger as swiftly as possible. Even so, men in gathering numbers were taking up the chase, whether on horse or foot. As she cleared the last of the tents, Nicky looked back over her shoulder. The place was in an uproar. Flames still shot skyward. Billowing clouds of oily black smoke rose in several places. She didn't have any idea how many men she had killed, but there were thousands of them coming after her. The pounding she was taking atop a galloping horse was making her back hurt something fierce. At least she had eliminated Kronos. They had tried to trick her, but in the end it had cost them a second wizard that she hadn't even known they had with them, and would have been terrible trouble for the defenders back in Ultarang. It had turned out to be a bit of good fortune. as long as they didn't have 3 wizards. Chapter 28. As Nicky crested a hill, the first glimpse of the vast city in the distance was a beautiful sight. A quick glance over her shoulder revealed the thundering cavalry right on her heels. Nicky was able to see the raised swords, axes, spears, and lances glinting in the light of the setting sun like steel quills of an immense porcupine. The cloud of dust boiling up behind them blotted out the darkening eastern sky. The bloodthirsty battle cries were terrifying. And that was only the cavalry. She knew that farther back came the tide of foot soldiers. Even if the sun wouldn't have been in her eyes, Nicky didn't think that she could have spotted anyone in the city. That was as it should be. She wanted people, for the most part, to stay hidden. Even so, it was not reassuring to feel all alone with an angry hornet's nest chasing her. She had told Victor and Ishak the route she would try to take when returning so that they could concentrate their defenses to the best advantage. She hoped they were ready. There hadn't been a great deal of time to prepare. They would get no more, though. Time was up. With the city looming closer, Nicky at last spared the effort to snake her right arm through the sleeve of her dress, then reached back and threaded her left arm through the other sleeve. Holding the reins in one hand, leaning forward over the galloping horse's withers, she at last managed to blindly button her dress back up. She smiled at the small victory. The first small buildings flashed by. Although there had been a cutoff from the main road that would have more quickly gotten her into the confines of the city, Nicky had kept to the main road down out of the hills. Entering Alter Rang, the road turned into a broad boulevard, the main east-west thoroughfare. As the buildings grew closer together, they also rose up higher. In places along the road, trees lined the way. She could see fastened on the bark of those trees the split-open empty skins of cicadas that had molted. It gave Nicky a fleeting memory of lying in the shelter in the warmth of Richard's arm. Sedin was sweating into a lather, and she knew that he had to be tiring, but he didn't show any sign of wanting to slow. She had to urge him to ease up just a little anyway, so that the cavalry would get closer to her. She wanted them to believe they were catching her. Once a predator chasing prey was closing in, they tended to lose sight of everything else. The instinct to chase was as strong in soldiers as it was in wolves. Nicky wanted them to throw caution to the winds as they ran her down, so she leaned a little to the side, making it look as if she might be wounded and ready to fall. Running down the center of the road, trailing a ribbon of dust, she began to recognize groups of buildings. She remembered patterns of windows. She saw a butter-colored clapboard building to the left and red shutters to the right that she recognized. In the shadows down an alleyway just beyond a row of closely packed buildings that she knew were homes because of the laundry hanging on lines between them, she spotted some of the men hiding. They all had bows. She knew she wasn't far. She suddenly came upon the 3-story brick building. In the late light, she almost didn't recognize it. The spikes lying across the road were covered with a thin layer of dirt to hide them from the soldiers. As she galloped past, she spotted men hiding just around the corner, ready to pull up the spikes once she was by. "Wait until most are past," she called out to the waiting men, just loud enough for them to hear, but not so loud that those following could hear. She saw one of them nod to her. She hoped they understood. If the spikes were pulled up at the head of the cavalry, bottlenecking them all, then only those in the lead would be taken out, and most of those in the rear would escape injury and regroup. If that happened, then they would have lost their chance to break up the cavalry. Nicky needed the defenders manning the spikes to allow most to get past. Nicky looked back over her shoulder to see the big men with their weapons raised, thundering past the brick building. Most cleared the rear of the building, but then there was a sudden howling boom as charging war horses crashed headlong into the iron spikes. Horses behind weren't able to stop and violently collided with the animals that had been impaled. Riders cried out as they were crushed. Other men tumbled over the heads of their horses. From the windows, arrows rained down as soldiers now on foot tried to halt the tail of the cavalry still charging in. Men desperately slowed their mounts. As they did, they were hit with arrows. Men and horses were hit with a withering flight of arrows from several directions. Most of the men put an arm up, only to then realize that they had neglected to take the time to get their shields. As the last of the riders were still crashing into the sudden blockade, Nicky went right at the fork in the wide road. The cavalry was right on her heels and swept down the street after her. "Wait until half are past!" she yelled at the man hiding around the corner of a tall stone wall as she raced past. Again came the hard impacts and terrible noise of animals screaming in pain and terror as they were unexpectedly impaled or torn open. Soldiers cried out as they were violently unhorsed. Men carrying spears rushed out from behind the building, running the soldiers through before they had a chance to get to their feet and fight. Axes, swords, and flails belonging to fallen soldiers were swept up by men to be used against the order. Some of the cavalry, fooled a second time, didn't intend to be fooled again, and at a full gallop peeled off from the main column, some taking another street to the left, others turned down a narrow road to the right. The riders following her had gone hardly any distance at all and had not had a chance to fully consider if they should break off the charge when Nicky cleared the third barrier of iron spikes as men yanked them up and jammed posts into place. The horses, just behind her, crashed into the spikes. From immediately behind came the most terrible noise of the immense weight of horseflesh, thudding into the lead animals already caught up in the iron spikes and stopped cold in their tracks. A great cry lifted from the cavalrymen as they were ensnared in the violent debacle. Almost at the same time, the riders who had taken roads to the right and left suddenly found themselves caught up in the same iron traps. The enemy found themselves in a box canyon of brick and iron rather than rock. The impact of the horses running at full speed clouding into a tangled pile of broken men and animals blocking the main road was ghastly.
This is the end of disc number 9. Please insert disc number 10. This is disc number 10.
The impact of the horses running at full speed clouding into a tangled pile of broken men and animals blocking the main road was ghastly. Flesh pounded against flesh and bones snapped. Horses screamed in pain. So powerful was the force of the impact that it broke the spike wall and blew a hole through the bottleneck of carcasses. Great war horses, some with their face armor and some without, spilled through the gap, slipping and sliding on the blood and gore of slain comrades and other animals. In the treacherous footing, some of the horses and riders fell. Others, pouring through the gap at a full gallop, didn't have anywhere else to go and trampled them. Men bristling with spears rushed out of alleyways to the sides and into the path of the charging cavalry to close the breach in the line. The horses, already in shock from the carnage and terrible destruction of so many of their kind, now faced rank upon rank of men running in at them, yelling battle cries, thrusting spears into their sides. The animals squealed with horrific, desperate screams as they were mercilessly gored. The fallen animals tripped up those still running in an attempt to escape. The evening air sounded as if it were ripping as archers rained down a hail of arrows on cavalrymen struggling to escape the carnage. Nicky doubted that these Imperial Order troops would have deliberately attacked into the city, using the cavalry in such a fashion, if they had not been goaded into it. These kind of horses were not meant for this kind of fighting. They simply couldn't maneuver properly in the close quarters, and the cavalrymen couldn't effectively cut down their opposition. To make matters more difficult for them, the defenders had too many places to hide for a cavalry charge to be truly effective. The purpose of the cavalry would have been to swiftly crush any organized resistance out in the open, hoping to stop the order before they reached the city, and then to run down anyone who tried to escape the city after the troops were sent in. Had the commanders been properly in control of the situation and their men, Nicky doubted they would have allowed such a crazy cavalry charge into the confines of a city. Nicky, of course, had known all that when she went to whack the hornet's nest. The folly of a cavalry attack into a city was becoming all too apparent. The killing was as swift as it was brutal. The gruesome sight of so many horses and men torn open seemed somehow unreal. The stench of blood was gagging. When she saw a column of the enemy turn down an alleyway to make an escape, Nicky cast her Han outward, using a concentrated spike of force to snap the bones of the lead horse. As the animal's legs folded under it, the horses following crashed into it at full speed, breaking their legs as the first horse rolled under them before they were able to leap up out of the way. A few of the horses following behind, seeing what was happening and having more time to react, were able to jump clear. Nicky saw the men at the far end of the narrow alleyway close off their escape route. Nicky cut around the corner to reach the main bottleneck and help prevent any Imperial Order cavalry from escaping the trap. As she rounded the final building, she encountered a knot of cavalry as they broke through the lines of men with spears. Nicky sent a molten ball of flame howling toward the enemy. It cleared the heads of the defenders and hit the street, splashing liquid fire across the horses' flanks. The animals, their hides on fire, reared up, allowing the flames to roll up onto the men on their backs. Nicky raced around tightly packed buildings to come up behind the tail end of the center trap that had ensnared a large number of the enemy. The men of the city had already set upon them. For once, the cavalrymen were outnumbered, disorganized, and unable to break free of the onslaught. Men fighting for their freedom had a burning determination that the soldiers had not expected to encounter. Their tactics of intimidation and simple slaughter had fallen apart. In the fading light of dusk, Nicky spotted Victor swinging a heavy mace at any Imperial Order head he could find. She urged Sadine through the slaughter. "Victor!" The man looked up with a murderous scowl. "What?" he cried out over the din of the battle, blood dripping from the steel blades of his weapon. Nicky stepped her horse closer. "The soldiers are coming right behind the cavalry. They will be the real test. We don't dare let them change their mind about attacking now. Just in case they are having any second thoughts, I'm going to give them something irresistible to chase into the city." Victor flashed her a grim grin. "Good. We will be ready for them." Once the army poured into All-Terang, there was no way they would be able to stay together. They would split up to move down different streets. Once they did that, each of those groups could be further divided by the defenders. As each group fled or charged, they would face hidden archers and groups of men with spears, to say nothing of the numerous traps. All-Terang was huge. As darkness took the city, many of the invaders would become disoriented and lost. Because of the narrow warren of streets, they wouldn't be able to stay together to present a coordinated attack. They would not be allowed to go where they wished, as they wished, attacking helpless people. They would be relentlessly pursued and harried. Each group would get smaller all the time, both because they would be whittled down while under constant attack, and because some of their men would try other routes to find a way to safety. Nicky had made sure that there was no place of safety in the city. "There is blood all down the front of you," Victor called up to her. "Are you all right?" "I got clumsy and fell off my horse. I'm fine. This must end tonight," she reminded Victor. "In a hurry to go after Richard?" She smiled, but didn't answer his question. "I'd better go whack the hornet's nest. I will bring them on my heels." He nodded. "We're ready." When she spotted 3 soldiers in the distance trying to make an escape without their horses, Nicky paused to cast a shimmering spell down a narrow, twisting street. With 3 rapid thuds, the lance of power slammed through flesh and bone to drop all 3. "And Victor," she said, turning back to the man, "there's one last thing." "What would that be?" "No one gets away alive. No one." With the sounds of battle raging behind him, he appraised her eyes for a moment. "I understand. Ishak will be waiting for you. Try to get the hornet's nest there as quickly as you can." Nicky, checking the reins to hold Sadine in place, nodded. "I will bring the soldiers right down." She turned to the sudden whoosh of flame. Great gouts of fire flared up to the east. She knew that it could mean only one thing. Victor cursed and climbed up to stand on the carcass of a dead warhorse as he craned his neck, trying to get a view over the rooftops at the thick smoke billowing up into the darkening sky. He cast a suspicious scowl at Nikki. "You failed to get Kronos?" "I got Kronos," she growled through gritted teeth. "And another wizard. It would appear that they have another gifted with them. I guess they came prepared." Nikki laid the reins over, turning Sadine toward the distant sounds of screams. "But they didn't come prepared for death's mistress." Chapter 29. "What do you think it could mean?" Berdine asked. Verna glanced over at the moored Sith's blue eyes. "And didn't say?" The library was dead quiet but for the soft hiss of oil lamps. What with the row upon row of aisles along with the woodwork and shelves of dark walnut, the lamps and candles did little to illuminate the vast inner sanctuary. Had Verna lit all of the reflector lamps lining the walls and hung on the end caps of shelves, the place could have been made to be considerably brighter, but for their purpose she didn't think it necessary. In a way, Verna felt that if they were to light too many lamps, pull out too many ancient volumes, disturb the sanctum to a large degree, it might wake the ghosts of all the Master Rahls who haunted the place. Heavy beams divided the dark frame and panel woodwork of deep-set ceiling coves. Gilded carvings of vines and leaves meandered up columns to the side that supported those massive timbers. Strange yet beautiful symbols were painted in rich colors across the faces of the beams. Underfoot were spread luxurious carpets woven with elaborate designs in muted colors. And everywhere, around the outer walls and cases behind glassed doors, and in freestanding shelves marching through the library in orderly row upon row, were books by the thousands. Their leather bindings, mostly in deep colors, with at least some gold or silver leaf on the spines, added a rich mottled texture to the place. Verna had rarely seen libraries so grand. The vaults at the Palace of the Prophets, where she had spent a great deal of time in study, had also held thousands of books, but the place had been utilitarian, serving only the function of storing books and providing a practical place to read them. This palace revealed a reverence for the books and the knowledge they contained. Knowledge was power, and throughout the ages each Lord Rahl in turn had such power at his fingertips. Whether or not he used that knowledge wisely was another question. The only problem with such vast amounts of information would be accessing a specific item, or even knowing that it existed in such an immense collection. Of course, in times long past there would have been scribes who, besides their work of making copies of important works, attended the libraries and were responsible for specific sections. The master could then easily ask a few relevant questions, narrowing the search to the individual dedicated to the particular area of interest, and be pointed in the right direction. Now, without such specialists tending the libraries, the priceless information contained in the countless volumes was considerably more difficult to retrieve. In a way, the magnitude of information became a hindrance to its own purpose and, like a soldier carrying so many weapons he couldn't move, nearly useless. The books held in this one library alone represented almost an unimaginable amount of work by countless scholars and a great many prophets. A short stroll through the aisles had revealed works here on history, geography, politics, the natural world, and prophecy that Verna had never seen before. A person could spend a lifetime lost in the place, and yet Berdine had said that the People's Palace had a number of such libraries, from some that a variety of people were allowed to visit, to some that no one but the Lord Rahl and, Verna assumed, his most trusted confidants could enter. This library was one of the latter. Berdine had said that because she knew High Daharan, Darken Rahl had sometimes brought her into the most private of the libraries to get her opinion on translations of obscure passages in ancient texts. As a result, Berdine was in a unique position to know at least something about the wealth of potentially hazardous knowledge stored in the palace. Not all prophecy was equally troublesome, though. A lot of it turned out to be incidental and rather harmless. What most people didn't realize was that a lot of prophetic space was taken up with what amounted to little more than the stuff of gossip. But by no means was all prophecy so congenial or frivolous, and wandering through the titillating trivia of everyday lives tended to lull one into complacency, and then when you least expected it, dark things came out of the pages to snatch at your soul. While there were volumes that were by and large completely harmless, there were others that were, for anyone but the untrained, unsafe from the first words to the last. This particular library held some of the most dangerous books of prophecy Verna knew of, books that at the Palace of the Prophets were considered so volatile that they were not kept in the main vault, but in smaller, heavily shielded vaults restricted to all but a handful of people at the palace. The presence of those books was probably the reason why this particular library was a very private retreat for Master Rahl alone. Verna seriously doubted that the guards would have allowed her in had a moored Sith not been escorting her. Verna could happily spend a great deal of time in such a cozy place, exploring countless books she had never seen before. Unfortunately, she didn't have the luxury of time. She idly wondered if Richard had ever even seen what was now his as the Lord Rahl. Burdine tapped a finger to the blank page in the Glendhill Book of Deviation Theory. "I'm telling you, Prelate, I studied this book with Lord Rahl at the Wizard's Keep in Aidendrill." "So you said." Verna found it interesting, to say the least, that Richard knew of the Glendhill Book of Deviation Theory. She found it even more curious, considering his distaste for prophecy and the fact that this book of prophecies was mostly about him, that he'd studied it. There seemed no end to the curious little things that from time to time Verna discovered about Richard. Part of his dislike for prophecy, she knew, was his aversion to riddles. He hated them. She also knew, though, that in large measure his animus toward prophecy was due to his belief in free will, his belief that he himself, and not the hand of destiny, made his own life what it was. While enormously complex and with layers of meaning beyond most people's comprehension, prophecy certainly did revolve around core elements of the preordained in its nature, and yet Richard had more than once fulfilled prophecy while at the same time proving it wrong. Verna sourly suspected that, in a perverse way, prophecy had foretold of Richard's birth just so that he could come into the world to prove the concept of prophecy invalid. Richard's actions had never been easy to predict, even, or perhaps especially, for prophecy. In the beginning, Verna had been baffled by the things he would do, and was perpetually unable to predict how he would react to situations or what he might do next. She had come to learn, though, that what she had thought was his confounding switching in a blink from one matter to something completely unrelated was simply, at its core, his singular consistency. Most people were not able to remain riveted to a goal with such dedicated determination. They tended to become distracted by a variety of other urgent matters requiring their attention. Richard, as if in a sword fight with a number of opponents at once, prioritized those ancillary events, holding them in abeyance or dispatching them, as need be, while always keeping his goal firmly fixed in his mind. It sometimes gave people the false impression that he was skipping from one unrelated thing to another, when in reality he was, to him, innocently dancing across rocks in the river of events around him as he worked his way steadily toward the opposite bank. At times he was the most wonderful man Verna had ever met. At other times, the most exasperating. She'd long ago lost track of how often she had wanted to strangle him. Besides being the man born to lead them in the final battle, he had by force of his own will become their leader, the Lord Rahl, the linchpin of everything she had struggled for as a sister of the light. Just as prophecy foretold, but not at all in the manner it had so carefully laid out. Perhaps more than anything else, he meant to them all, Verna valued Richard as a friend. She ached for him to be happy, the way she had once been happy with Warren. Her time with Warren after they were married and before he had been killed had been the most alive she had ever felt. Since then, she felt like the living dead, alive, but not part of life. Verna hoped that someday, maybe when they finally won the struggle against the Order, that Richard could find someone to love. He loved life so much. He needed someone to share that with. She smiled inwardly. From the first day she had met him and put the collar around his neck to take him back to the Palace of the Prophets to be trained to use his gift, her life had felt as if it had been caught up in the whirlpool that was Richard. She vividly remembered that snowy day back at the Mud People's village when she had taken him away. It had been profoundly sad, because it had been against his will, and at the same time it had been a momentous relief after having searched for him for 20 years. To be sure, he had not gone willingly into such benevolent captivity. In fact, 2 of the sisters with Verna had died in the effort to make Richard put on that collar he so hated. Verna frowned. Put on the collar. That was odd. She tried to recall exactly how it was that she had managed to get him to put the collar around his neck, as it had to be done. Richard hated collars, especially after having once been a captive of a Mord Sith, and yet he had put it on of his own free will. For some peculiar reason, though, she couldn't seem to recall just how she had managed to get him to, "Verna, this is really strange." The brown leather of Berdine's outfit creaked as she leaned in a little more, peering intently at the last of the text in the ancient volume laid open on the table before her. She carefully turned a page, checking, and then turned it back. She looked up. "I know this book had writing in it before. That writing is now missing." As Verna watched the candlelight dance in Berdine's blue eyes, she set aside memories from long ago and returned her full attention to the important matters at hand. But it wasn't this book now, was it? When Berdine frowned, Verna went on to explain. "It may have been the same title, but it wasn't this very book. You were at the keep. It was a different copy of this book, yes?" "Well, sure. I guess you're right that it wasn't this actual book." Berdine straightened and scratched her head of wavy brown hair. "But if it's the same title, then why do you think that the copy at the Wizard's Keep has all the writing in it, while this one has big sections of the writing missing?" "I didn't say that the copy there still has all the writing in it. I'm only saying that the copy at the Keep, not this one, was the one you studied with Richard. That you recall reading it and not seeing any blank pages doesn't prove anything, because it wasn't this very same book. But even more importantly, this book might in fact be identical in that it contains all the same text, but the scribe who made this duplicate might have simply left blank pages among that text for any number of reasons." Berdine looked skeptical. "What reasons?" Verna shrugged. "Sometimes books with incomplete prophecy, such as these here, have blank places left in them to provide room for future prophets to finish the prophecy." Berdine planted her fists on her hips. "Fine, but answer me one question. When I look through this book, I recall the things I'm reading. I may not understand most of it, but I remember it in a general sense, remember reading these passages. So why is it that I can't remember a single thing about the sections that are missing from the book?" "The simple explanation is that you don't recall anything of the blank sections because they are simply that, blank places, as I said, that were left in the book by the person who made the copy." "No, that's not what I mean. I mean, I recall the general nature of the prophecies, the length of them. As a gifted person, you would be more attuned to what you're reading. I wouldn't. Since I never really understood these prophecies, I instead remember more of the way they looked. I remember how long they were. These are no longer complete. I didn't understand them, and I remember how long they seemed and how hard it was to make sense of such long prophecies. When something is hard to understand, it always seems longer than it really is." "No!" Berdine screwed up her face with conviction. "That's not it." She turned to the last prophecy and tapped the page. "This one here is only a page long, followed by a number of blank pages. I can't say that I remember the others so well, but for some reason I paid more attention to the last one. I'm telling you, I remembered that this one for sure was a lot longer. I can't swear to how long the others were, or how long this one is supposed to be, but I do know for certain that this last one, at least, was more than a page. It wasn't incomplete, as this one here is now. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to remember how long it was or what it said, but I know that it was more than a single page. That was the confirmation Verna had been waiting for. While most of it makes little sense to me, Burdine went on, I do remember this part, this beginning having to do with all the talk about a forked source, and the confusing business about going back to a mantic root, and then the splitting the horde that vaunts the Creator's cause. That part at least sounds like the Imperial Order, but I can't recall the rest of it that's blank after a leader's lost trust. I'm not imagining it, Verna, I'm not. I can't say why I'm so sure that the rest of it is missing, but I am. And therein lies what has me so bothered. Why is the part that's missing from the book missing from my memory? Verna leaned close and lifted an eyebrow. Now, that, my dear, is the question I find troubling. Burdine looked startled. You mean, you know what I'm talking about? You believe me? Verna nodded. I'm afraid so. I didn't want to plant the seed of suggestion in your mind. I wanted you to confirm my own suspicions. Then this is what Anne was concerned about. What she wanted us to check? It is. Verna shuffled through the disorderly jumble of books on the sturdy table, finally pulling out the one she wanted. Look here at this book. This is the one that is perhaps the most troubling to me. Collected Origins is an exceedingly rare prophecy in that it was written entirely in story form. I studied this book before I left the Palace of the Prophets to search for Richard. I practically knew the story by heart. Verna fanned through the pages. The book is now entirely blank, and I can't remember a single thing about it except that it had something to do with Richard. Exactly what, I have no idea. Burdine studied Verna's eyes the way only a moored Sith could study someone's eyes. So this is some kind of trouble, and that trouble is a threat to Lord Rahl. Verna let out a deep breath. The flames of several of the closer candles fluttered as she did so. I'd be lying if I said otherwise, Burdine. While the missing text doesn't all have to do with Richard, it all pertains to a time after his birth. I don't have a clue as to the nature of the problem, but I admit that it has me greatly concerned. Burdine's demeanor changed. Usually the woman was the most good-natured of any of the moored Sith that Verna knew. Burdine had a kind of simple childlike glee about the world around her. At times she could be heartwarmingly curious. Despite hardships that had others complaining, Burdine usually wore an unaffected smile. But at the impression of some kind of threat to Richard, she changed in a flash to all business, and now she had turned as suspicious and coldly menacing as any moored Sith ever was. What could be the cause of this? Burdine demanded. What does it mean? Verna closed the book, full of blank pages. I don't know, Burdine, I really don't. Anne and Nathan are as puzzled as we are, and Nathan is a prophet. What does that part about people losing trust in their leader mean? For an ungifted person, Burdine had managed to single out the most crucial part of a very oblique prophecy. Well, Verna said, cautiously framing her answer, it could mean a number of things. It's hard to tell. Maybe hard for me, but not hard for you. Verna cleared her throat. I'm not an expert in prophecy, you understand, but I think it has something to do with Richard. I know that much. Why would this prophecy talk about people losing trust in him? Burdine, prophecy is rarely as straightforward as it seems. Verna wished the woman would stop staring at her. What it seems to say usually has nothing at all to do with the actual event involved in the body of the prophecy. Prelate, this prophecy seems to me to suggest that questions of soundness of mind are going to be the cause of a leader's lost trust. Since this prophecy names the leader as the one opposed to the horde that vaunts the Creator's cause, that would be the Imperial Order, that means it has to be talking about Lord Rahl. It then follows that Lord Rahl is the leader in whom people will lose trust. It comes after the part about the splitting of the horde, which the Order has now done. That makes the threat imminent. Verna felt sorry for anyone who ever made the unfortunate mistake of underestimating Burdine. It is my experience that prophecy sometimes tends to fret over Richard like a doting grandparent. This sounds to me like a specific threat. Verna folded her hands before herself. Burdine, you are a very smart woman, so I hope you can understand why it would be a grave mistake for me to argue or even discuss this prophecy with you. Prophecy is beyond the mind of the ungifted. It has little to do with how smart a person is. Prophecy is a creation of the gifted and meant only for those who are gifted in the same way. They are not even intended for other types of wizards. Even us sisters, talented sorceresses though we may be, had to train for years before we were allowed to even look at prophecy, much less work with it. It is exceedingly dangerous for the untrained to hazard guesses at the meaning of prophecy. You may recognize the words, but you do not recognize the meaning of those words. That's silly. Words are words. They have meaning. That is how we can understand the world around us. Why would prophecy take words that mean something and use them for some other unknown meaning? Verna felt as if she were stepping gingerly through a field of bear traps. That isn't exactly what I meant by what I said. Words can be used to make people understand, to explain, to veil, and to interpret the world. But they can also be used to explain things that are only speculation. If I foretell that dark times will come into your life, those words may be true, but it could mean that you will suffer a loss that will sadden you, or it could mean that you will be murdered. Though the words might be true, their exact meaning is not yet known. It would be a grave injustice to use those words as a reason to start killing everyone around you because the words made you fear you would be murdered. Wars have started over such misunderstandings about prophecy. People have died as the result of the untrained hearing what they think are the simple words of prophecy. That is why the books of prophecy were kept in secure vaults below the palace of the prophets. These books of prophecy are not kept in vaults. Verna's brow drew down as she leaned toward the moored Sith. Perhaps they should be. Are you saying that I'm wrong in what I believe this prophecy says? Verna heaved another sigh. Right or wrong is impossible to discern in this instance. We can't even begin to intelligently dissect this prophecy because it's incomplete. We have here only the beginning of it and then a number of blank pages. So it could be just as you say, that it's about Richard and people will question his judgment and lose faith in him. But maybe the missing text says that the issue will be resolved the next day, by some other event of consequence, and they will think more of him than they ever had before. Not only can prophecy be forked, meaning that it may be an either-or kind of statement, but the same prophecy could mean opposite things. I don't see how it can mean opposite things, and how could something happen in the missing text of this prophecy to change people's minds? Verna shrugged as she gazed around the vast, dimly lit library, trying to think of an example. Well, say that they thought his battle plan was crazy. Maybe the army officers think it ill-advised. That could be something that would result in this prophecy, in people losing faith in him. Then, say that, despite the advice of officers, Richard insists, and so, despite their doubts and lack of faith, the soldiers follow his plan as ordered and achieve a victory that they never thought they could win. Their faith in Richard as their leader would be restored, and they would probably have even more respect for his judgment than they ever did before. But if the prophecy were to be acted upon without understanding its true meaning, those actions very well could countermand the rest of the event as it would have taken place naturally, and give the illusion that the prophecy had been fulfilled. But in fact the real and truly prophesied events had been bypassed by foolishly invoking a misinterpretation of the actual prophecy. Burdine, watching Verna the whole time, drew her single brown braid through a loose fist. I guess that could make sense. You see, Burdine, why prophecy is so confusing even for those of us trained in it? But to make matters worse, without the whole prophecy we dare not even begin to try to understand them, or to assign any significance to them. The complete text is indispensable if one is to even begin to try to understand prophecy. Without all the text, it's as if prophecy has gone blind. That's one reason why this is so disturbing. One reason? Burdine looked up again, still running her braid through her fist. What is the other reason? It's bad enough to be without the text that was previously there, but the cause behind such an unprecedented event, the text of prophecy vanishing, is troubling in the extreme. I thought you just said that we shouldn't jump to conclusions when it comes to prophecy. Verna cleared her throat, feeling as if one of those bear traps just snapped closed on her leg. Well, that's true, but it's obvious that something is going on. Burdine folded her arms as she pondered the problem. What do you think could be happening? Verna shook her head. I can't begin to imagine. Such a thing, to my knowledge, has never happened before. I have no idea why it's happening now. But you think it's trouble that involves Lord Rahl? Verna gave Burdine a sidelong look. The simple fact that so much of prophecy involves him makes that conclusion impossible to avoid. Richard is born to trouble. He is at the center of it. Burdine didn't appear to like that one bit. That is why he needs us. I've never argued that he didn't. Burdine relaxed, if only a notch, and flicked her braid back over her shoulder. No, you have not. Anne is searching for him. Let's hope she can find him, and soon. We need him to lead us in the coming battle. As Verna spoke, Burdine idly pulled a book from one of the glass cases and began leafing through it. Lord Rahl is supposed to be magic against magic, not the steel against steel. That is a Daharan proverb. Prophecy says that he must lead us in the final battle. I suppose, Burdine mumbled without looking up as she slowly turned pages. With part of Jagang's forces headed south around the mountains, we can only hope that Anne will find him in time and bring him to us. Burdine was puzzling at the book. What is it that is buried with the bones? What? Burdine was still frowning as she tried to work out something in the book. This book caught my attention before because it says Vergrissa Ostraka on the cover. That's High Daharan. It means the bringer of death. Burdine glanced up. Yes, how did you know? There was a widely known prophecy that the sisters back at the Palace of the Prophets used to debate. It had actually been hotly debated for centuries. The first day I brought Richard to the palace, he declared himself to be the bringer of death, and thus named himself to be the one in the prophecy. It caused quite a stir among the sisters, I can tell you. One day, down in the vaults, Warren showed Richard the prophecy, and Richard himself solved the riddle of it, although to Richard it wasn't a riddle. He understood it because he had lived portions of the prophecy. This book has a lot of blank pages in it. No doubt. It sounds like it's about Richard. There are probably a great number of books here that are about him. Burdine was reading again. This is in High Daharan. Like I said, I know High Daharan. I would have to work at it to be able to translate it more completely, and it would help if there wasn't so much missing text, but this place is apparently talking about Lord Rahl. It says something like, what he seeks is buried with the bones, or maybe even, what he seeks is buried bones, something like that. Burdine looked up at Verna. Any idea what that's about? What it could mean? What he seeks is buried bones? Verna shook her head with regret. I have no idea. There are probably countless volumes here that have interesting or puzzling or frightening things to say about Richard. As I told you, though, with copy missing, what is there is next to useless. I suppose, Burdine said in disappointment. What about central sites? Central sites? Yes, this book mentions places called central sites. Burdine stared off as she considered something to herself. Central sites. Colo mentioned something about central sites. Colo? Burdine nodded. It's a journal written ages ago, during the Great War. Lord Rahl found the book at the Wizard's Keep, in the room with the sliff. The man who kept the journal is named Colo Blyson. In Haida Haran the name means strong advisor. Lord Rahl and I call him Colo for short. What did this Colo have to say about these places, these central sites? What are they? Burdine turned through the pages of the book she held. I don't recall. It was nothing I understood at the time, so I didn't devote a lot of effort to it. I'd have to go study it again to refresh my memory. She squinted in recollection. It seemed like there was something buried at the places called central sites. I can't remember if it said what was buried. The moored Sith stood frozen in her same pose as she studied the little book. I was hoping this might give me a clue. Verna let out a heavy sigh as she glanced around at the library. Burdine, I would love to stay and spend time researching all these books. I would truly like to know what this library and the others here at the palace contain. But there are more pressing matters at hand. We need to get back to the army and my sisters. Verna took a last look around. Before I go, however, there is one thing here at the People's Palace that I would like to check on. Maybe you can help me. Burdine reluctantly closed the book and replaced it on the shelf. She carefully closed the glass door. All right, Prelate. What is it you want to see? Chapter 30. Verna paused at hearing the single, long peal of a bell. What was that? Devotion, Burdine said, stopping to look back at Verna as the deep toll reverberated through the vast marble and granite halls of the People's Palace. People, no matter where they seemed to be headed, turned and instead moved toward the broad passageway from where the deep resonant sound of the bell had come. No one looked to be in a hurry, but they all very deliberately walked toward the slowly dying sound of the bell. Verna puzzled at Burdine. What? Devotion. You know what a devotion is. You mean a devotion to the Lord Rahl, that devotion? Burdine nodded. The bell announces that it is time for the devotion. Pensively, she gazed off in the direction of the hall where people were headed. Many of the gathering crowd were dressed in robes of a variety of muted colors. Verna assumed that white robes with gold or silver banding on them were the mark of officials of one sort or another who lived and worked at the palace. They certainly had the manner and bearing of officials. Everyone from those administrators to messengers in tunics trimmed in green and carrying leather satchels with an ornate letter R on them, standing for the House of Rahl, continued their casual conversations even as they made their way to the convergence of wide halls. Other people who worked at any of the countless variety of shops were dressed more appropriately for their profession, whether it be working at leather, silver, pottery, cobbling, or tailoring, providing the many foods and services, or doing any of the various palace work from maintenance to cleaning. There were a number of people dressed in the simple clothes of farmers, tradesmen, and merchants, many with their wives and some with children. Like those Verna had seen in the lower levels within the great plateau atop which sat the People's Palace, or at the market set up outside, they appeared to be visitors come to trade or make purchases. Others, though, were dressed in finery for their sojourn to the palace. From what Verna had learned from Burdine, there were rooms that guests could rent if they wished to stay for an extended period. There were as well quarters for the many people who lived and worked at the palace. Most of the people in robes walked calmly, as if this were just another part of their day. Those dressed in finery tried to look just as calm and not stare at the exquisite architecture of the palace, but Verna saw their wide eyes wandering. The simply dressed visitors, as they fell in with the flow of all the people making their way toward the fork that would take them to the passageway with the bell, openly peered about at everything, at the towering statues of men and women in proud poses carved from variegated stone, at polished two-story fluted columns soaring past balconies, at the spectacular black granite and honey onyx floors. Verna knew that such intricate and precise patterns in the stone floors, set with such tight grout joints, could have been created only by the most talented master craftsmen in all of the New World. Serving as prelate at the Palace of the Prophets for a time, she had had to deal with the matter of the replacement of a section of beautifully patterned floor that had in the dim past been damaged by young wizards in training. The precise events leading to the damage and who exactly had been the guilty party remained shrouded in oaths not to tattle. But the result was that the bit of mischievous magic had in an instant torn up a long section of exquisitely laid marble floor. While the debris and loose tiles had long since been removed, the floor sat damaged for decades, filled in with serviceable but unsightly limestone, while life at the Palace of the Prophets moved on. The palace attitude toward the boys had been one of indulgence, in part out of a sense of regret for having to hold such young men against their will. Verna had always been vexed that the damage had never been fixed, in part because by not fixing it, it represented to her an attitude that had indulged such bad behavior. It had always seemed like she was the only one, except maybe until Richard came along, who was bothered by seeing such beauty marred. Richard expected the boys there to take the responsibility for their actions. Even though he was held against his will, he never tolerated such senseless, destructive behavior. Warren saw matters the same way as Richard. Perhaps that was part of the reason they had become such fast friends. Warren had always been serious and dedicated about everything. After Richard had left the palace, Warren had reminded Verna that as the new prelate she no longer needed to complain about either the behavior or the floor. He encouraged her to act on her convictions. So, as prelate, she both set new rules and set about seeing to the completion of the repairs to the floor. That was when she had come to learn a thing or two about such floors, and that while there were any number of men who boldly professed to be master craftsmen, very few actually were. Those who were let their work make clear the distinction. The former made the task a nightmare, the latter a joy. She remembered how proud Warren had been of her for seeing the task through and for not accepting anything less than the best. She missed him so much. Verna gazed around at the spectacular palace, at the intricate stonework, and yet such beauty now failed to move her. Since Warren had died, everything seemed bland, uninteresting, and unimportant to her. Since Warren had died, life itself seemed drudgery. Everywhere throughout the palace, wary soldiers patrolled, probably not ever realizing or even considering the staggering amount of human imagination, skill, and effort that had gone into the creation of such a place as the People's Palace. Now they were a part of it, a part of what kept it viable, like thousands of men just like them who for centuries had walked these same halls and kept them safe. Verna noticed that some of the guards moved through the halls in pairs, while others patrolled in larger groups. The muscular young men were dressed in smart uniforms with molded leather shoulder and breastplates, and all carried at least a sword. Many of the soldiers also carried pikes with gleaming metal points. Verna noticed special guards who wore black gloves and carried crossbows slung over their shoulders. The quivers at their belts held red-fletched bolts. The soldiers' eyes were always on the move, watching everything. "I seem to recall Richard mentioning the devotion," Verna said, "but I didn't think that they still did it when the Lord Rahl wasn't at the palace, and especially not since Richard became the Lord Rahl." Verna hadn't exactly meant it to be condescending, although she realized after she'd said it that it must have sounded that way. It was just that Richard was, well, Richard. Berdine glanced at Verna askance. "He is still the Lord Rahl. We are no less bonded to him because he is away. The devotion is always done at the palace, whether the Lord Rahl is here or not. And regardless of how you may view him, he is the Lord Rahl by every measure. We have never had a Lord Rahl we respected as much as we respect him. That makes the devotion more meaningful and more important than it ever was before." Verna kept her mouth shut, but she cast Berdine a look that came all too easily to her as a sister of the light, and now as prelate. Even though she understood the reasons behind it, she was the prelate of the Sisters of the Light, devoted to seeing the Creator's will done. As a Sister of the Light, living at the Palace of the Prophets under the spell that slowed their aging, she had seen rulers come and go. The Sisters of the Light never bowed down to any of them. She reminded herself that the Palace of the Prophets was gone. The imperial order now controlled many of the sisters. Burdine lifted an arm, indicating the palace around them. The Lord Rahl makes all this possible. He gives us a homeland. He is the magic against magic. His rule keeps us safe. While in the past we have had masters who regarded the devotion as a demonstration of servitude, its origin is actually nothing more than an act of respect. Verna's aggravation seethed just below the surface. This was not some mythic leader Burdine was talking about, some wise old king. It was Richard. As much as Verna respected and valued him, it was still Richard. Wood's guide, Richard. Swiftly on the heels of her flash of indignation came regret for such unkind thoughts. Richard always fought for what was right. He had valiantly put his life in peril for his noble beliefs. He was also the one named in prophecy. He was also the seeker. He was also the Lord Rahl, the bringer of death, who had turned the world upside down. Because of Richard, Verna was prelate. She wasn't sure if that was a blessing or a curse. Richard was also their last hope. Well, if he doesn't hurry up and join up with us to lead the Daharan army in the final battle, there will be none of us left to respect him. Burdine withdrew her reproachful stare and unexpectedly started toward the passageway that turned off to the left, the one where the bell had rung. We are the steel against steel. Lord Rahl is the magic against magic. If he doesn't come to fight with the army, it is only because of his duty to protect us all from the dark forces of magic. Simple-minded gibberish, Verna muttered to herself as she hurried to catch up with the moored Sith. Where are you going? She called after the woman. To devotion. At the palace, everyone goes to devotion. Burdine, Verna growled as she caught Burdine's arm. We don't have time for this. It is devotion. It is part of our bond to Lord Rahl. You would be wise to go to devotion, and then maybe you will remember that. Verna stood frozen in the vast hall, stunned, watching the moored Sith stalk off. Verna had a vivid memory of the time that the bond to Richard had been severed. It hadn't been for long, but in Richard's absence from the world of life, the protection of the bond to the Lord Rahl had ceased to exist. In that brief window in time, when Richard and the bond were gone from them all, Jagang had stolen into Verna's dreams to capture her mind. He had captured Warren as well. It had been beyond horror to have the Dreamwalker in control of her consciousness. But it had been all the worse to know that Warren was just as helpless. Jagang's brutal presence had dominated every aspect of their existence, from what they could think to what they had to do. They no longer had control of their own will. Jagang's will was all that mattered. Just the memory of the searing pain that had been sent through that link into her, and into Warren, unexpectedly brought the sting of tears to Verna's eyes. She quickly swiped away the tears and hurried after Burdine. Verna had important things to do, but she would lose untold time trying to find her way all alone in the vast interior of the People's Palace. She needed the moored Sith to show her the way. If Verna had control of her gift, it might help her find what she sought. But in the palace, her Han was virtually useless. She would just have to go along with Burdine and hope that they could then get back to business without the loss of too much time. The passageway to the left led under an interior bridge with a rail and balusters made of gray marble, struck through with white veins. At a convergence of 4 passageways, the hall expanded into a square open to the sky. In the center of the square was a square pond with a short, polished, speckled gray granite seat all the way around that held the water within it. A large pitted rock sat in the water a little off-center. Atop the rock sat the bell, apparently the one that had rung calling people to the devotion. Gentle rain had begun to fall in through the open roof. The surface of the pond danced with the drops. Verna saw that the floor all around the square was gently sloped toward drains in order to handle any rain. The clay tiles helped reinforce the realization that the square was really out of doors. All around the people were going to their knees, bowing down on the clay tile floor, facing the pond that held the now silent bronze bell. Berdine's dark discontent evaporated at seeing that Verna was coming with her. She smiled back happily and then did the strangest thing. She reached out and took Verna's hand. "Come on, let me take you up by the pond. It has fish." "Fish?" Berdine's grin widened. "Yes, I love the squares with fish." Sure enough, after they wove their way through all the people kneeling down on the floor and reached the front of the crowd close to the pond, Verna saw that there were schools of orange fish meandering through the water. There was hardly enough room for them to stand among all the people bowed down on the floor around them. "Aren't they pretty?" Berdine asked. She had that little girl air about her again. Verna glared at the young woman. "They're fish." Berdine seemed unfazed and knelt in a spot that opened up as people moved aside for them. Verna could see by the sidelong glances that everyone had at least a healthy respect for the Mord Sith, if not open fear. While none of them appeared frightened enough to leave, they clearly didn't want to be where Berdine wanted to be when she wanted to be there. They also seemed more than a little worried about who the Mord Sith was dragging to the devotion, as if it might be a repentant sinner, and the lesson might involve bloodshed. Berdine glanced over her shoulder at Verna before leaning forward and placing her hands on the tile floor. The brief look had been an admonition for Verna to do the same. Verna saw that the guards were watching her. This was crazy. She was the prelate of the Sisters of the Light, an advisor to Richard and one of his close friends. But the guards didn't know that. Verna knew all too well that her power was diminished to next to nothing in the palace. This was the ancestral home of the House of Rahl. The entire palace had been built in the shape of a spell form designed to enhance their power and deny others theirs. Verna let out a sigh and finally went to her knees, bowing forward on her hands like everyone else. They were close to the pond, but the opening in the roof was only about the size of the pond itself. So the rain was confined mostly to the pond and whatever stray rain the gentle breeze carried beyond. The few sprinkles that reached her actually felt rather refreshing, considering her heated mood. "I'm too old for this," Verna complained in a whisper to her devotion partner. "Prelate, you are a young, healthy woman," Berdine chided. Verna let out a sigh. It was no use arguing the foolishness of kneeling on the floor and saying a devotion to a man she was already devoted to in more ways than one. But it was more than foolish. It was silly, and a waste of time besides. "Master Rahl, guide us," the crowd all began together, if not all quite in harmony, as they bowed down and put their foreheads against the floor. "Master Rahl, teach us," they all said, coming more into unison. Berdine, her forehead against the tile, still managed to cast a fiery look Verna's way. Verna rolled her eyes and bent forward, placing her forehead against the tile. "Master Rahl, protect us," she muttered, finally joining in with the devotion she knew and had already once given to Richard himself. "In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Verna sourly considered how, if Richard didn't wisely hurry up and get his hide to the Daharan army, he wasn't going to be able to protect anyone. Together, the assembled throng softly chanted the devotion again. "Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Verna leaned a little toward Berdine and whispered, "How many times are we going to have to say the devotion?" Berdine, looking very much the Mord Sith, shot Verna a stern glare. She didn't say anything, She didn't have to. Verna recognized the look. She herself had countless times used the same look as she peered down her nose at novices who were misbehaving, or young wizards in training who were being mulish. Verna turned her eyes back to the tile under her, feeling very much like a novice again as she softly spoke the chant along with the rest of the people. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. The murmur of the chanted devotion in the single joined voice of all the people gathered in the square echoed through the cavernous halls. After the look Burdine had given her, Verna thought it best if, for the time being, she kept her objections to herself and said the devotion along with everyone else. She spoke the words softly, thinking about them, and how many times they had proven true for her personally. Richard had changed everything about her life. Verna had thought that the most important mission for the sisters was to put a collar around gifted boys' necks and train them in the use of their ability. Richard had humbled her for that unthinking belief. He had changed everything, made her rethink everything. If not for Richard, Verna doubted that she would ever have been thrown together with Warren, and that their fondness for each other would have blossomed into love. In that, Richard had given her the greatest thing she had ever had in her life. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. The cadence of the murmured words of all the voices of the gathered people joined into a reverent sound that swelled until it filled the great hall. Verna felt so all alone, even among the gathered crowd of so many people. She ached with how much she missed Warren. She had built a wall around her feelings and had shut herself away from such thoughts, as well as those around her, hoping to be spared the pain that always seemed to lurk just below the surface. Now she was suddenly overwhelmed by the raw misery of how much she missed Warren, how much she loved him. He was the best thing that had ever happened in her entire life, and now he was gone. Tears from her hopeless heartache welled up. She felt so alone. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Verna sucked back a sob as she remembered kissing Warren for the last time as he lay dying. That had been the most dreadful moment in her entire life. Despite the time that had passed, it seemed as if it had happened yesterday. She missed him so much that it made her bones ache. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Verna spoke the words of the devotion along with everyone else, pouring her feelings into them over and over, yet without haste. The murmured chant filled her mind. She wept as she remembered the time she'd had with Warren. She remembered his last words to her. "Give me a kiss," Warren had whispered, "while I still live, and don't mourn what ends, but what a good life we've had. Kiss me, my love." Pain and longing twisted her insides. Her world was ashes. Nothing seemed worthwhile. She didn't want to live anymore. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Verna choked back her sobs as she chanted the devotion. It never even occurred to her to wonder if anyone noticed her. It had all been so senseless, a young man of no ability for anything worthwhile, with no interest in any values, of no use to anyone, including himself, murdering Warren just to prove his loyalty to the cause of the imperial order, which was, in essence, that people like Warren had no right to live his own life, but instead should sacrifice themselves for the likes of his murderer. Richard fought to end such madness. Richard fought with everything he had against those who brought such senseless brutality to the world. Richard had given himself over to ending it so that others would not have to lose those they loved, as Verna had lost Warren. Richard truly understood her pain. Verna sank into the rhythm of the chant, allowing it to wash through her. Richard stood for everything she had fought for her whole life: solidity, meaning, purpose. A devotion to such a man, rather than being blasphemy, seemed altogether right. In a way, because of who Richard was and what he stood for, it was actually a devotion to life itself rather than some otherworldly goal. Richard had been Warren's good friend, his first real friend. Richard had brought Warren up out of the vaults and into the sunlight, into the world. Warren loved Richard. The soft chant had become a calming refuge. Verna felt a warm shaft of sunlight settling on her as it broke through the clouds. She was bathed in the gentle golden glow of light. It embraced her with its warmth that seemed to seep down and touch her very soul. Warren would want her to embrace all the precious beauty of life while she had it. In the loving touch of glowing light she felt peace for the first time in ages. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. The soft flow of the words of the devotion as she knelt in the warm shaft of sunlight filled her with a profound calm, a serene sense of belonging unlike she ever had before. She whispered the words, letting them lift away the shards of pain. As she knelt, her head to the tiles, putting her heart and soul into saying the words, she felt free of any and every worry. She was suffused with the simple joy of life and with reverence for it. As she chanted along with everyone else, she basked in the tender glow of the sunlight. It felt so warm, so protective, so loving. It felt almost like Warren's loving embrace. As she chanted along with everyone else over and over, without pause but for breath, time slipped by, incidental, inconspicuous, unimportant within the core of calm she felt. The bell rang out twice, a low, mellow, comforting affirmation that the devotion had ended, but at the same time would always be there with her. Verna looked up when she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Berdine smiling down at her. Verna looked around and saw that most of the people were already gone. She alone still bowed forward on her hands and knees on the floor before the pool. Berdine was kneeling beside her. "Verna, are you all right?" She straightened up on her knees. "Yes, it's just that it felt so good in the sunlight." Berdine's brow twitched. She glanced over at the drops of rain dancing in the water of the pond. "Verna, it has been raining the whole time." Verna peered around as she stood. "But I felt it. I saw the glow of the shaft of light all around me." Berdine seemed to catch on, then, and put a comforting hand on the small of Verna's back. "I understand." "You do?" Berdine nodded with a compassionate smile. "Going to devotion in a way gives you a chance to consider your life, and along with that it brings comfort in many forms. Maybe one who loves you came to comfort you." Verna stared at the soft smile on the moored Sith's face. "Has it ever happened to you?" Berdine swallowed as she nodded. Her eyes, brimming with tears, said that it had. Chapter 31. They followed what seemed like a meandering, wandering, convoluted course through the people's palace, not because they were lost or because they were taking their time and picking random routes as they came upon intersections of hallways, but because there was no straight route. The complex, confusing passage through the labyrinth was necessary because the palace had not been built to accommodate ease of travel through the palace, but rather it had been constructed in the explicit shape of a power spell that had been drawn on the face of the ground. Verna found it astonishing to consider that this was not only a spell form similar to spells she herself had drawn, but that she was actually inside the elements that made up the spell. It was an entirely new perspective on conjuring and one on an imposing scale. Since the power spell for the House of Rahl was still active, she knew that the configuration of the foundation would probably have had to have been drawn first in blood, Rahl blood. As the two of them walked down vast halls, Verna could not get over her astonishment at the utter beauty of the place, to say nothing of its size. She had seen grand places in the past, but the sheer magnitude of the People's Palace was staggering. It was less a palace and more of a city in the desolate Azrith Plains. The palace atop the immense plateau was only a part of the vast complex. The interior of the plateau was honeycombed with thousands of rooms and passageways, and there were innumerable stairs taking different routes up through the chambers inside. A great number of people sold goods and services in the lower reaches of the plateau. It was a long and tiring climb up endless flights of stairs to reach the elaborate palace at the top. So many of the visitors who came to trade or make purchases did their business in those lower reaches, never taking the time to make it all the way up to the palace proper, at the top. Even more people did business at open-air markets around the base of the plateau. There was a single winding road, interrupted by a drawbridge, along the outside of the plateau. Even if it weren't heavily defended, it would still be virtually impossible to attack the palace by that road. The interior of the plateau offered many more ways up. There were even ramps used by horsemen, but there were thousands of troops guarding the inside passages, and, if need be, there were colossal doors that could be closed, sealing off the plateau and the palace within. Black stone statues standing to either side of a wide white marble hallway watched Verna and Berdine as they made their way down the long hall. Torchlight glimmered off the polished black marble of the towering sentinels, making them seem almost alive. The contrasting color of stone, the black statuary in a white marble hall, added a sense of foreboding to the passage. Most of the stairwells they ascended were quite large, some with polished marble balustrades, more than an arm's length across. Verna found the variety of stone within the palace amazing. It seemed like each vast room, each passageway, each stairwell, had its own unique combination of colors. A few of the more utilitarian or service areas that Berdine took them through were done in bland, beige limestone, while the more important public areas were composed of startlingly vivid colors in contrasting patterns that lent an uplifting sense of life and excitement to the space. Some of the private corridors that served as shortcuts for officials were paneled in highly polished woods, illuminated by silver reflector lamps that added warm light. While some of those private corridors were relatively small, the main passageways stood several stories high. Some of the largest, main branches of the spell form were lit from above by windows in the roof that let the light stream in. Rows of soaring columns to each side rose to the roof, far above. Balconies, between those fluted pillars, looked down on the people passing below. In several places there were walkways that crossed over Verna's head. In one spot, she saw 2 levels of walkways, one above the other. At times they had to go up to some of these higher levels, cross bridges over the passageways, and then descend again into a different branch of hallways, only to once more have to go back up in another place. Despite the up and down of the serpentine route, they steadily worked their way higher into the center of the palace. "Through here," Berdine said as she reached a pair of mahogany doors. The doors were twice as tall as Verna. Carved in the face of the thick mahogany were a pair of snakes, one on each door. Their tails coiled around branches higher up with their bodies hanging down, so that the heads were at eye level. Fangs jutted out from gaping jaws, as if the pair were about to strike. The door handles, not much lower than the snakes' heads, were bronze mellowed with a patina that spoke of its age. The handles were life-sized grinning skulls. "Lovely," Verna muttered. "They are a warning," Burdine said. "This is meant to command people to stay out." "Couldn't they just paint 'keep out' on the door?" "Not everyone can read." Burdine lifted an eyebrow. "Not everyone who can't read will admit to it when caught opening the door. This gives them no excuse to cross the threshold innocently and lets them know that they will have no excuse when confronted by guards." From the chill that the sight of the doors gave her, Verna could imagine that most anyone would give them a wide berth. Burdine threw her weight into the effort of pulling open the heavy door on the right. Inside, a cozy, carpeted room paneled in the same mahogany as the tall doors, but without any more of the carved snakes. 4 big soldiers stood guard. They looked more fearsome than the bronze skulls. The closest soldier casually stepped into their path. "This area is restricted." Burdine, wearing a dark frown, skirted the man. "Good. See to it that it stays that way."
This is the end of disc number 10. Please insert disc number 11. This is disc number 11.
The closest soldier casually stepped into Verna and Burdine's path. "This area is restricted." Burdine, wearing a dark frown, skirted the man. "Good. See to it that it stays that way." Remembering all too well that her power was next to useless in the palace, Verna stayed close on Burdine's heels. The soldier, apparently not eager to grab the moored Sith, instead blew a whistle that let out a thin, shrill sound, no doubt used because such a sound would carry up the stairs to other guards on patrol. The 2 farthest soldiers, however, stepped together to block the pathway through the room. One of the 2 held up a hand, if politely, commanding them to halt. "I'm sorry, mistress, but as he said, and as you should well know, this is a restricted area." Burdine put one hand on a cocked hip. Her agiel spun into her other fist. She gestured with it as she spoke. "Since we both serve the same cause, I will not kill you where you stand. Be thankful that I'm not wearing red leather today, or I might take the time to teach you some manners. As you should be well aware, moored Sith are personal bodyguards to the Lord Rahl himself, and we are not restricted from anywhere we choose to go." The man nodded. "I'm well aware of that, but I've not seen you around the palace for quite some time. I've been with the Lord Rahl." He cleared his throat. "Be that as it may, since you've been gone, the Commander-General has tightened security in this area." "Good. As a matter of fact, I am here to see Commander-General Trimac about that very subject." The man bowed his head. "Very well, mistress. Top of the stairs. Someone will be able to see to your wishes." When the 2 guards stepped apart, Burdine flashed an insincere smile and swept between them, Verna in tow. Crossing thick carpets of golds and blues, they came to a stairwell made of a rich, flushed, tawny marble, webbed with rust-colored veins. Verna had never seen stone quite like it. It was strikingly beautiful, with polished, vase-shaped balusters, and a wide handrail that was smooth and cool under her fingers. Changing direction at a broad landing, she spotted at the top of the stairs not just patrolling soldiers, but what appeared to be an entire army waiting for them. These were not going to be men Burdine would be able to so easily get past. "What do you think all the soldiers are doing here?" Verna asked. "Up there and then down a hallway," Burdine answered in a low voice, "is the Garden of Life. We've had trouble there in the past." That was the very reason Verna wanted to check on things. She could hear orders being passed and the sound of metal jangling as men came running. They were met at the top of the stairs by dozens of the guards, many with weapons drawn. Verna noticed that there were a lot more of the men wearing black gloves and carrying crossbows. This time, though, the crossbows were cocked and loaded with the red-fletched arrows. "Who's in charge here?" Berdine demanded of all the young faces staring at her. "I am," a more mature man called out as he pushed his way through the tight ring of soldiers. He had piercing blue eyes, but it was the pale scars on his cheek and jaw that caught Verna's attention. Berdine's face brightened at seeing the man. "General Trimac." Men made way for him as he stepped to the fore. He deliberately took in Verna before turning his attention to Berdine. Verna thought she detected the slightest smile. "Welcome back, Mistress Berdine. I haven't seen you for quite a while. Seems like forever. It's good to be home." She lifted an introductory hand to Verna. "This is Verna Sauventrine, the prelate of the Sisters of the Light. She is a personal friend of Lord Rahl and in charge of the gifted with the Daharan forces." The man bowed his head but kept his cautious gaze on her. "Prelate?" "Verna, this is Commander General Trimac of the First File of the People's Palace in Dahara." "First File?" "When he is at his palace, we are the ring of steel around Lord Rahl himself, Prelate. We fall to a man before harm gets a glance at him." His eyes shifted between the two of them. "Because of the great distance, we can only sense that Lord Rahl is somewhere far off to the west. Would you happen to know where Lord Rahl is exactly? Any idea when he will be back with us?" "There are a number of people wanting to know the answer to that question, General Trimac," Verna said. "I'm afraid that you will have to step to the rear of a very long line." The man looked genuinely disappointed. "What of the war? Do you have any news?" Verna nodded. "The Imperial Order has split their forces." The soldiers glanced knowingly at one another. Trimac's face hardened with worry as he waited for her to elaborate. "The Order left a sizable part of their force on the other side of the mountains, up near Aidendrill in the Midlands. We had to leave men and some of the gifted on this side of the mountains to guard the passes, so the enemy can't come over and get into Dahara. A large contingent of the Order's best troops are presently heading back down through the Midlands. We believe that their plan is to take their main force down around the far side of the mountains, and then eventually swing around and up to attack Dahara from the south. We are taking our main army south to meet the enemy." None of the men said a word. They stood mute, showing no reaction to probably the most fateful news they had ever faced in their young lives. These were indeed men of steel. The general wiped a hand across his face, as if all their concern was distilled into him alone. "So our army coming south is close to the palace, then?" "No. They are still some distance to the north. Armies don't move rapidly unless necessary. Since we don't have nearly as much distance to cover as the Order, and Jagang moves his troops at a slow pace, we felt it would be better to keep our men healthy and strong, rather than exhaust them on a long race south. Berdine and I rode on ahead because it was urgent that I examine some of the books here, on matters to do with magic. As long as I'm here, I thought I should check on things in the Garden of Life to make certain that everything is safe." The man took a breath as he drummed his fingers on his weapons belt. "I'd like to help you, Prelate, but I have orders from 3 wizards to keep everyone out of there. They were quite specific. No one, not even the gardening staff, is to be allowed to go in there." Verna's brow tightened. "What 3 wizards?" "First Wizard Durandar, then Lord Rahl himself, and lastly Wizard Nathan Rahl." Nathan. She might have known he would be trying to make himself look important at the palace, no doubt dramatically playing up the part of being a gifted Rahl, an ancestor to Richard. Verna wondered what other trouble the man had been mucking about in while he was at the People's Palace. "Commander General, I am a sister and prelate of the Sisters of the Light. I'm fighting on the same side as you." "Sister?" he said with an accusatorial squint-eyed glare that only an army officer could conjure up. "We had a sister visit us before. Couple years back. Remember, lads?" He glanced around at the grim faces before turning back to Verna. Wavy, shoulder-length brown hair, about your size, prelate. She was missing the little finger on her right hand. Maybe you remember her. One of your sisters, I believe." "Odette," Verna confirmed with a nod. "Lord Rahl told me about the trouble you had with her. She was a fallen sister, you might say." "I don't really care what side of the Creator's grace she was on the day she visited us. I only know that she killed almost 300 men getting into the Garden of Life. 300. She killed nearly 100 more getting back out. We were helpless against her." As his face reddened, his scars stood out all the more. "Do you know what it's like to see men dying and not be able to do a bloody thing about it? Do you know what it's like not only to be responsible for their lives, but to know that your duty is to keep her out of there and not be able to do anything to stop the threat?" Verna's gaze fell away from the man's intent blue eyes. "I'm sorry, General, but she was fighting against Lord Rahl. I am not. I'm on your side. I'm fighting to stop those like her." "That may be true enough, but my orders from both Zed and Lord Rahl himself, after he killed that vile woman, are that no one else is to be allowed in there. No one. If you were my own mother, I'd not be able to let you go in there." Something didn't make sense to her. Verna cocked her head. "If Sister Odette was able to get in there, and you and your men couldn't stop her—" She lifted an eyebrow. "Then what makes you think you can stop me?" "I'd not like it to come to that, but if need be, this time we have the means at hand to carry out our orders. We are no longer helpless." Verna frowned. "What are you talking about?" Commander General Trimac plucked a black glove from his belt and pulled it on, flexing his fingers to draw the snug glove all the way onto his hand. With the thumb and first finger of his gloved hand, he carefully lifted a red-fletched arrow from the rack of 6 in a quiver at the belt of a soldier beside him. The soldier already had one of the bolts knocked in his crossbow, leaving 4 in the special quiver rack. Holding the bolt by the knock end, General Trimac lifted the razor-sharp steel point before Verna's face so that she could see it up close. "This is tipped with more than steel. It's tipped with the power to take down those with magic." "I still don't know what you are talking about." "It's tipped with magic that is said to be able to penetrate any shield the gifted can erect." Verna reached out and with a finger carefully touched the rear of the shaft. Pain shot up her hand and wrist before she was able to jerk her arm back. Despite her gift being diminished in the palace, she had no trouble being able to detect the powerful aura given off by the web of magic that had been spun around the deadly point. This was indeed a potent weapon. Even with their full powers, the gifted would indeed be in trouble if they encountered one of these arrows coming toward them. "If you have these arrows, then why weren't you able to stop Sister Odette?" "We didn't have them back then." Verna's frown darkened. "Then where did you get them?" The general smiled with the satisfaction of a man who knew he would not again be defenseless against a gifted enemy. "When Wizard Rahl was here, he asked me about our defenses. I told him about the attack by the sorceress and how we were helpless against her power. He searched the palace and found these weapons. Apparently they were in some safe place where only a wizard could retrieve them. He is the one who supplied my men with the arrows and the crossbows to fire them." "How good of Wizard Rahl." "Yes, it was." The general carefully replaced the bolt in the special quiver rack that kept the arrows separated. She understood now why that was necessary. There was no telling how ancient these weapons really were, but Verna suspected that they were relics from the Great War. "Wizard Rahl instructed us on how to handle such dangerous weapons." He held up his hand and wiggled his gloved fingers. "Told us that we must always wear these special gloves to handle the arrows." He removed the glove and tucked it behind his belt with its mate. Verna clasped her hands before herself, taking a deep breath, and with it, care in how she framed her words. "General, I have known Nathan Rahl since long before your grandmother was born. He is not always candid about the dangers involved in the things he does. Were I you, I would handle those weapons with the utmost care and treat anything he told you about them, even casually, as a matter of life and death. Are you suggesting he is reckless? No, not deliberately, but he often tends to downplay matters that he finds inconvenient. Besides that, he is very old and very talented, so sometimes it's easy for him to forget just how much more he knows about some very arcane subjects than most other people, or that he can do things with his gift that they aren't able to do, much less comprehend. You might say he's like an old man who forgets to tell visitors that his dog bites. Men up and down the hall exchanged looks. Some of them lifted an elbow or a hand away from the quivers at their belts. General Trimac hooked a thumb around the hilt of the short sword in its sheath at his left hip. While I take seriously your warning, Prelate, I hope that you will understand that I also take seriously the lives of the hundreds of my men who died the last time a sister showed up, and we were defenseless against her magic. I take seriously the lives of these men here. I don't want any such thing to happen again. Verna wet her lips and reminded herself that the man was only doing his job. With the way the palace drained away her Han, she had an uncomfortable empathy with his feeling about being powerless. I understand, General Trimac. She smoothed back a wave of hair. I, too, know the heavy weight of responsibility for the lives of others. Of course, the lives of your men are valuable, and anything that will prevent the enemy from taking those lives is worthwhile. It is in that vein that I'm advising you to be careful with weapons that are wrought with magic. Such things are not typically intended for the unsupervised use of the ungifted. The man nodded once. We take your warning seriously. Good. Then you should also know that what is in that room is dangerous in the extreme. It's a danger to all of us. It would be in all our interest if, while I'm here, I just make sure it's safe. Prelate, I understand your concern, but you must understand that my orders gave me no discretion for exceptions. I simply can't allow you to go in there on your word that you are who you say you are, or that your intent is only to help us. What if you were a spy, a traitor, the keeper himself in the flesh? A sincere-looking woman though you may be, I didn't get to the rank of Commander General by letting attractive women talk me into things. Verna was momentarily startled by being called an attractive woman in front of all these people. But I personally can assure you that no one at all, has been in there since Lord Rahl himself was in there last. Not even Nathan Rahl went in there. Everything in the Garden of Life remains untouched. I understand, General. It would be a long time before she ever made it back to the palace. There was no telling where Richard was or when he would return. She rubbed her fingers on her forehead as she considered the quandary. Tell you what, how about if I don't go in, and instead I just stand in the doorway, outside the Garden of Life, and look in to make sure the 3 boxes being held in there are safe? You can even have a dozen of your men point those deadly arrows at my back. He chewed his lip as he considered. Men in front of you, men to the sides, and men to the back will have you under the points of their arrows, and their fingers will be on the release levers. You can look past my men through the doorway and into the Garden of Life, but you may not cross the threshold under penalty of death. Verna didn't actually need to get close enough to touch the boxes. Truth be told, she didn't really even want to get close to them. All she really wanted to do was to make sure that they were untouched by anyone else. At the same time, she wasn't exactly comfortable with the idea of all those men being only a finger twitch away from releasing one of those deadly arrows at her. After all, the notion to check on the boxes of Orden had only been an afterthought, being as she was already at the palace. It wasn't why she had come to the palace. Still, she was so close. Bargain struck, General. I only need to see that they are safe, so that we all can sleep a little easier. I'm all for sleeping easier. Berdine and Verna, with a knot of soldiers surrounding them, were led by Commander General Trimac down a broad passageway of polished granite. Columns spaced against the wall framed great slabs of stone, as if they were artwork. To Verna, they were visual evidence of the Creator's hand, artwork from the garden he had cultivated that was the world of life. The sound of all the men moving along with them echoed up and down the great hallway as they passed a series of intersections that were arms of the spell form, all pulling back into the center that was the garden of life. They at last came to a pair of doors covered in carvings of rolling hills and forests and sheathed in gold. "Beyond is the garden of life," the general told her in a sober tone. As soldiers surrounded her, raising their crossbows, the general began drawing one of the great gold doors open. Some of the men to the side and rear pointed their arrows at her head. The 4 men who moved in front of her leveled their crossbow bolts at her heart. She was at least relieved not to have the ones in front of her pointed at her face. She thought the whole thing was silly, but she knew that these men were dead serious, so she treated it as such. As the gold-clad door was swung wide, Verna, in lockstep with her cadre of personal assassins, shuffled closer to the opening so that she could see. She had to crane her neck and finally swish a hand to gently urge one of the men to move a little to the side so that she could have a clear view into the great room. From the rather dimly lit hallway, Verna peered inside and saw that overcast skies lit the place in all its glory through leaded windows high overhead. She was astonished to see that all the way up in the center of the People's Palace, the Garden of Life looked just like a lush garden. From what she could see, around the outside of the room, walkways wound their way through flower beds. The ground was littered with petals, a few still colorful reds and yellows, but most long since dried and shriveled. Beyond the flowers grew small trees, and then beyond them were short, stone, vine-covered walls. Contained within the walls was a variety of shrubs and ornamental plants, although they were in sorry shape from lack of care. Many were gangly with long, new shoots, and in need of a trimming. Others were infested with invasive vines. It looked as if General Trimac had been telling the truth that no one, not even the gardeners, had been allowed into the place. At the Palace of the Prophets, they had had an indoor garden, although on a much smaller scale. There had been a system of pipes coming from collection barrels on the roof that kept the garden watered. Recognizing similar pipes in a corner, Verna realized that rainwater collected on the roof provided a constant supply of water in this place as well, or everything in the garden, lit by such wonderful light, would be dried up and dead. In the center of the expansive room was an area of shaggy lawn that swept around almost into a circle, the grass ring interrupted by a wedge of white stone. On that stone sat 2 short, fluted pedestals that held a slab of smooth granite. Atop the granite altar sat 3 boxes, their surfaces such an inky black that it almost surprised her that they didn't suck the light entirely out of the room and pull the whole world with it into the eternal darkness of the underworld. Just the sight of such sinister things made her heart feel as if it were coming up in her throat. Verna knew the 3 boxes as the gateway, and they were exactly what the name implied. In this case, they were together a kind of gateway between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The gateway was constructed of the magic of both worlds. If that passage between worlds were ever to be undone, the veil would be breached, and the seal would be off the Nameless One, the keeper of the dead. Because the information had been in highly restricted books, only a few people at the Palace of the Prophets were even aware of the garden by its ancient name, the Boxes of Horden. The 3 boxes worked together, and together they constituted the gateway. As far as anyone at the Palace of the Prophets knew, the gateway had been lost for over 3,000 years. Everyone thought that it was gone, vanished, disappeared for good. There had even been speculation for centuries as to whether or not such a gateway had ever really existed. If such a gateway could even exist, had been the source of much heated theological debate. The gateway, The boxes of Orden did exist, and Verna was having trouble taking her eyes off it. It made her heart race to see such vile things. Cold sweat dampened her dress. It was small wonder that 3 wizards had ordered the general to allow no one into the room. Verna reconsidered her opinion of Nathan for equipping the first file with such dangerous weapons. The jeweled covering had been removed, leaving the sinister black of the boxes themselves, because Richard Rahl had put the boxes in play and had planned to use the power of Orden to claim mastery over the world of the living. Fortunately, Richard had stopped him. Stealing the boxes now, though, wouldn't do a thief any good. Extensive information was required to understand how the magic of Orden worked and how the gateway functioned. Part of that information was contained in a book that no longer existed except in Richard's mind. That, in fact, had been part of how he had defeated Richard Rahl. In addition to vast knowledge and information, any thief would also need to have both additive and subtractive magic in order to use the gateway or to claim the power of Orden for himself. The real danger would probably be to any person foolish enough to handle such treacherous things. Verna sighed with relief at seeing the 3 boxes untouched, right where Richard had said he'd left them. For now, there was no safer place to keep such dangerous magic. Someday, maybe Verna could help find a way to destroy the gateway, if such a thing were even possible. But for now, it was safe. "Thank you, General Trimac. I'm relieved to see that everything is as it should be." "And it will stay that way," he said as he put his weight against the door. It soundlessly moved closed. "No one is getting in there except Lord Rahl." Verna smiled at the man. "Good." She glanced around at the magnificent palace around her, the illusion of permanence, peace, and security it exuded. If only it were so. "Well, I'm afraid that we need to be on our way. I have to get back to our forces. I will tell General Meifert that things here at the palace are well in hand. Let us hope that Lord Rahl will be joining us soon and we can stop the Imperial Order before they ever reach this place. Prophecy says that if he joins us for the final battle, we have a chance to crush the Imperial Order, if not drive them back to the old world." The general gave her a grim nod. "May the good spirits be with you, Prelate." With Berdine at her side, Verna made her way back out of the restricted area and away from the Garden of Life. As they once again descended the stairs, she was relieved to be on her way back to the army, even if she was worried over their mission. She realized that since coming to the palace she felt more a sense of commitment and more of a sense of connection to what had become the Daharan Empire under Richard. Even more than that, she seemed to care more about life. But if they didn't find Richard and get him to lead their forces in the battle they would face when they finally met the Imperial Order, then the mission to stop Jagang's army was suicide. "Prelate," Berdine said as she pushed closed the door with a snake carved on it. Verna paused and waited as the woman tapped the palm of her hand on the top of the bronze skull door handle. "What is it, Berdine?" "I think I should stay here." "Stay?" Verna met the Mord Sith's gaze. "But why?" "If Anne finds Lord Rahl and takes him to the army, he will have you and a number of other Mord Sith who are there to protect him, and he will be where you say he needs to be. But maybe she won't find him." "She must. Richard is also aware of the weight of prophecy, and he knows that he must be there at the final battle. Even if Anne doesn't find him, I have faith that he will come to join us." Berdine shrugged with the difficulty of trying to find the right words. "Maybe, but maybe not. Verna, I've spent a lot of time with him. He doesn't think like that. Prophecy doesn't mean as much to him as it does to you." Verna heaved a sigh. "You said a mouthful, Berdine. This is Lord Rahl's home, even if he never really lived here except as a captive. Even so, he has come to care about us as his people and his friends. I've spent time with him. I know how much he cares about us, and I know that he is aware of how much we all care about him. Maybe he will feel a need to come home. If he does, I think I should be here for him. He depends on me to help him with books. With translations. At least I like to believe he does. He makes me feel important to him anyway. I don't know, I just think I should remain at the palace in case he comes here. If he does, he will need to know that you are desperately trying to find him. He will need to know of the impending final battle. Does your bond tell you where he is? Bradeen gestured west. Somewhere in that direction, but very distant. The general said the same thing. That can only mean that Richard is at least in the New World again. Verna found reason to smile. At long last, that much is good to know. The closer those with the bond are to him, the better able they will be to help you find him. Verna considered it a moment. Well, I will miss your company, Bradeen, but I guess you must do as you see fit, and I have to admit that what you say does make some sense. The more places we watch for him to show up, the better our chances of finding him in time. I really think it's right for me to stay here. Besides, I want to study some of the books and try to match up some of what Kolo says. There are a few things bothering me. Maybe if I work it out, I can even help Lord Rahl to win that final battle. Verna nodded with a sad smile. See me out? Of course. Both turned to the sound of footsteps. It was another Mord Sith in red leather. She was blonde and taller than Bradeen. Her piercing blue eyes took Verna in with the kind of measured calculation that betrayed utter, fearless confidence. Nida, Bradeen called. The woman smiled with one side of her mouth as she came to a halt. She placed a hand on Bradeen's shoulder, a gesture that Verna recognized as being as close to wild jubilation as it got among Mord Sith, except perhaps for Bradeen. Nida gazed down at Bradeen, her eyes drinking her in. Sister Bradeen, it has been a while. Dahara has been lonely without you. Welcome home. It's good to be home and see your face again. Nida's gaze slid to Verna. Bradeen seemed to remember herself. Sister Nida, this is Verna, the prelate of the Sisters of the Light. She is a friend and advisor to Lord Rahl. Is he on his way here? No, unfortunately, Bradeen said. Are you two sisters, then? Verna asked. No, Bradeen said, waving a hand at the notion. It's more like you calling the other woman of your kind sister. Nida is an old friend. Nida glanced around. Where is Reyna? Bradeen's face went white at the unexpected encounter with the name. Her voice fell to a whisper. Reyna died. Nida's face was unreadable. I didn't know, Bradeen. Did she die well, with her Aegil in her hand? Bradeen swallowed as she stared at the floor. She died of the plague. She fought it until her final breath, but in the end it took her. She died in Lord Rahl's arms. Verna thought that she could detect that Nida's blue eyes were just a little more liquid as she gazed at her sister Mord Sith. I'm so sorry, Bradeen. Bradeen looked up. Lord Rahl wept as she died. By the silent but astonished look on Nida's face, Verna could see that it was unheard of for the Lord Rahl to care if a Mord Sith lived or died. By the look of wonder that surfaced, such reverence for one of them was homage of profound proportions. I have heard such tales about this Lord Rahl. They are really true, then? Bradeen smiled radiantly. They are true. Chapter 32. What are you reading that's so absorbing? Rika asked as she used a shoulder to push the thick door closed. Zed grunted with displeasure before glancing up from the book lying open before him. Blank pages. Through the round window to his left, he could see the roofs of the city of Aidendril spread out far below. In the golden light of the setting sun, the city looked beautiful, but that appearance was but an illusion. With all the people gone, fleeing for their lives before the hordes of invaders, the city was no more than an empty, lifeless husk, like the shed skin of the cicadas that had recently emerged. Rika leaned toward him over the magnificent polished desk and tilted her head to see better as she peered down at the book. It's not all blank, she announced. You can't read something that is blank. You therefore must be reading the writing, not the blank places. You should try to be more accurate in what you say, if not more honest. Zed's frown darkened as his gaze rose to meet hers. Sometimes what isn't said is more meaningful than what is said. Did you ever think about that? Are you asking me to keep quiet? She set down a large wooden bowl containing his dinner. The steam, drifting up, carried the aroma of onions, garlic, vegetables, and succulent meat. It smelled distractingly delicious. No, demanding it. Through the round window to his right, Zed could see the dark walls of the keep soaring high up overhead. Built into the side of the mountain that overlooked Aidendrill, the wizard's keep was nearly a mountain itself. Like the city, it too was empty, with the exception of Rika, Chase, Rachel, and himself. It wouldn't be long, though, before there would be more people in the keep. At last the keep would once again have a family living in it. The empty halls would again ring with laughter and love as they once had when countless people called the keep home. Rika contented herself with gazing around at the shelves in the round turret room. They were filled with jars and jugs in a variety of shapes, and delicately colored glass vessels, some filled with ingredients for spells, and in one case, polish for the desk, the ornately carved straight-backed oak chair, the low chest beside his chair, and the bookcases. Books in a variety of languages filled most of the space on the shelves. The corner cases with glassed doors held more of the tomes. Rika folded her arms as she leaned close and studied some of the gilded spines. Have you actually read all these books? Of course, Zed muttered. Many times. It must be boring being a wizard, she said. You have to do too much reading and thinking. It's easier to get answers by making people bleed. Zed harumphed. When a person is in agony, they may be eager to talk, but they tend to tell you what they think you want to hear, whether it's true or not. She pulled out a volume and thumbed through it before replacing it on the shelf. That is why we are trained to question people by using the proper methods. We show them how very much more painful it is for them when they lie to us. If they understand the profoundly terrible consequences of lying, people will tell the truth. Zed wasn't really listening to her. He was concentrating on trying to figure out what the fragment of prophecy could mean. Every single possibility he came up with only served to further ruin his appetite. The steaming bowl sat waiting. He realized that she was probably hanging around, waiting for him to comment on dinner. Maybe she was waiting for a compliment. So, what's to eat? Stew. Zed stretched his neck a bit to glance in the wooden bowl. Where's the biscuits? No biscuits, stew. I know stew. I can see that it's stew. What I mean is, where are the biscuits to go with the stew? Rika shrugged. I can get you some fresh bread if you'd like. It's stew, he exclaimed with a scowl. Stew calls for real biscuits, not bread. If I had known you wanted biscuits for dinner, I could have made you biscuits rather than the stew. You should have said something earlier. I don't want biscuits instead of stew, Zed growled. You change your mind a lot when you're grumpy, don't you? Zed squinted at her with one eye. You really are talented at torture. She smiled, turned on a heel, and strode regally out of the small room. Zed thought that Mord Sith must strut even when they were alone. He went back to the book, trying to come at the problem from a different angle. He had only had time to read the passage again a couple of times when the latch on the door lifted and Rachel shuffled into the room carrying something in both hands. She used her foot to push the door closed. Zed, you should put your book away now and have some supper. Zed smiled at the child. She always made him smile. She was infectious that way. What have you got there, Rachel? She reached up and set the tin bowl on the desk, then stretched her arm out as she pushed it across the desk toward him. Biscuits? Flabbergasted, Zed rose up a little from his chair to lean over and look in the tin bowl. What are you doing with biscuits? Rachel's big eyes blinked at him, as if it were the strangest question she had ever heard. They're for your supper. Rika asked me to carry them for her. She had her hands full with a bowl of stew for you and one for Chase." "You shouldn't help that woman," Zed said with a menacing scowl as he sat back down. "She's evil." Rachel giggled. "You're silly, Zed. Rika tells me stories about the stars. She makes pictures out of them and then tells a story about each picture." "Is that so? Well, sounds like a nice thing for her to do." With the light fading, it was getting hard to read. Zed cast out a hand, sending a spark of his gift into the dozens of candles in the elaborate iron candelabrum. The warm light brightened the cozy little room, lighting the finely fit stone of the walls and the heavy oak beams across the ceiling. Rachel grinned, her eyes glistening with both reflected points of candlelight and with wonder. She liked seeing him light candles. "You have the bestest magic, Zed." Zed sighed. "I wish you weren't leaving me, little one. Rika doesn't appreciate my candle-lighting trick." "You will miss me?" "No, not really. I just don't want to be left alone with Rika," he said as he read the last bit again. "They will at first contest him before they plot to heal him." What could that mean? "Maybe you could get Rika to tell you some stories about the stars." Rachel began looking sad as she came around the desk. "I'll miss you something awful, Zed." Zed looked up from the book. Rachel held her arms out, wanting a hug. A smile overcame him as he scooped her into his arms. There were few things in life that felt as good as a hug from Rachel. She was a devotee of the hug, never putting less than her full enthusiasm into it. "You have good hugs, Zed. Richard has good hugs, too." "Yes, he does." Zed remembered being in that very room so long ago, when his own daughter was about the same age as Rachel. She, too, would come to see him and want a hug. Now, all that he had left was Richard. Zed missed him terribly. "I will miss you, little one, but before you know it, you will be back here with the rest of your family, and then you will have brothers and sisters to play with instead of just an old man." Zed sat her on his knee. "It will be good to have all of you at the Wizard's Keep with me. The keep will be a joyful place, what with life in it again. Rika said that she will never have to cook again once my mother comes here." Zed took a sip of lukewarm tea from a pewter mug on the chest beside him. "Did she now?" Rachel nodded. "And she said that my mother would probably make you brush your hair." She held out her hands, wanting to share a drink from his mug. He let her gulp tea. Zed cocked his head. "Brush my hair?" Rachel nodded with a serious look. "It sticks all out, but I like it." "Rachel," Chase said as he ducked in through the round-top door, "are you bothering Zed again?" Rachel shook her head. "I brought him biscuits. Rika said he likes biscuits with his stew, and I should bring him a whole bowl full." Chase planted his fists on his hips. "And how is he supposed to eat his biscuits with ugly children sitting on his lap? You could scare his appetite right out of him." Rachel giggled as she hopped down. Zed glanced at the book again. "Are you all packed up?" "Yes," the big man said. "I want to get an early start. We'll leave first thing in the morning, if that's still all right with you." Zed dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand as he studied the prophecy. Yes, the sooner you get your family back here, the better. We'll all feel better having them here, where we know they will be safe, and you will all be together." Chase's heavy brow drew lower over his intent brown eyes. "Zed, what's the matter? What's wrong?" Zed looked up with a frown. "Wrong? Nothing. Nothing is wrong." "He's just busy reading," Rachel assured Chase as she hugged his leg and put her head against his hip. "Zed," Chase said in a demanding drawl that said he didn't believe a word of it. "What makes you think something is wrong?" "You haven't eaten a thing." Chase rested one hand on the wooden handle of a long knife at his belt, and with the other caressed Rachel's head of long golden blonde hair. The man probably had a dozen knives of various sizes strapped around his waist and to his legs. When he left in the morning, he would add swords and axes to the knives. "That can only mean something is wrong." Zed popped a biscuit in his mouth. "There," he mumbled around the mouthful. "Satisfied?" While Zed chewed the warm biscuit, Chase leaned down and lifted the girl's chin. "Rachel, go to your room and finish getting your things packed up, and I expect your knives to be cleaned and sharp as well." She nodded earnestly. "They will be, Chase." Rachel had had a hard life for one so young. For reasons that had always made Zed suspicious, she'd been at the center of a variety of consequential situations. When Chase had taken the orphaned girl in to raise as his own daughter, Zed himself had admonished the man to teach her to protect herself, to teach her to be like him, so that she could defend herself and stay safe. Rachel adored Chase and eagerly learned all the lessons he taught her. With one of the smaller knives she carried, she could pin a fly to a fence post at 10 paces. "And I want you in bed early so that you will be rested," Chase told her. "I'm not carrying you if you're tired." Rachel gave him a puzzled look. "You carry me when I tell you I'm not tired." Chase cast Zed a pained look before giving her a clearly feigned scowl. "Well, tomorrow you're just going to have to keep up on your own." Rachel nodded seriously, unruffled by the man towering over her. "I will." She looked at Zed. "Will you come and kiss me good night?" "Of course," Zed said with a smile of his own. "I'll be in after a bit to tuck you in." He wondered if Rika would stop by her room to tell her a story. It was heartwarming to think of the moored Sith telling a child stories about pictures made by the stars in the sky. Rachel seemed to have that effect on everyone. Chase watched through the doorway as his daughter raced off down the broad rampart. Zed had been gratified at the way she had taken to the wizard's keep. In short order she had made it hers and was happily skipping through the halls that were thousands of years old. She minded well, and never strayed from the area Zed had warned her about. She was a child who understood danger. Out on the rampart, she looked completely at ease as she paused momentarily to gaze through a crenellation down at the city below before racing off again. It seemed to Zed a wonder that such spindly legs could carry the child so swiftly. After Chase was sure that she was safely on her way, he closed the heavy oak door and stepped closer to the desk. His size made the cozy room, a room that Zed had always thought quite comfortable, seem rather cramped. "Now, what's the problem?" The man wasn't going to be satisfied until he knew more. Zed sighed and used a finger to spin the book around for the boundary warden to read. "Take a look. You tell me." Chase glanced at the ancient book. He lifted a page to each side and briefly took a look before setting each page back down. "Like I said, what's the problem? It doesn't look like there is much here to worry about." Zed arched an eyebrow. "That's the problem." "What do you mean?" "It's a book of prophecy. It's supposed to have writing in it, prophecy. You can't have a book with no writing and have it still be a proper book, now can you? The writing is gone." "Gone?" Chase scratched a graying temple. "That doesn't make any sense. How can writing be gone? It's not like someone could steal the words right off the page." That was an interesting way to look at it, that someone had stolen the words right off the page. Having been a boundary warden most of his life until the boundary came down a few years back, Chase was the kind of man who would suspect theft before anything else. Zed hadn't considered that possibility. His mind was already rushing down the unexplored dark alley of deliberation. "I don't know how the words could be gone," he confided as he took a sip of tea. "What is the prophecy about?" Chase asked. "This happens to be a book of prophecy mostly about Richard." Chase looked completely calm, which of course meant that he was anything but. "Are you certain it used to have writing in it?" he asked. "If it's old, maybe you just forgot that it had blank pages. After all, when you read a book, you tend to recall the writing, not the blank pages." "True enough." He set the pewter mug aside. "I can't swear for certain that I remember it having writing in it, but I just don't believe it was ever mostly blank. Now it is." Chase's expression didn't betray his feelings as he considered the mystery. "Well, I admit that it does sound strange, but is it really a problem? Richard never was one for prophecy. He wouldn't have heeded them anyway." Zed rose up and stabbed a finger at the book, tapping insistently. "Chase, This book has been here in the keep for thousands of years. For thousands of years it's had writing, prophecy in it. I'm sure of it. Now it's suddenly blank. Does that sound trivial to you?" Chase shrugged as he hooked his thumbs in his back pockets. "I don't know, Zed. I'm no expert in such things. I think the day that you have to come to me for answers about books of prophecy is the day you're in big trouble. You're the wizard, you tell me." Zed put his weight on his hands as he leaned toward the man. "I can't recall anything that used to be in this book. I can't recall anything about the blank pages in all the other books of prophecy that have missing text." Chase's expression turned grim. "There are others with blank places?" Zed nodded as he smoothed back his hair. He gazed in the darkening window, trying to see himself reflected, but he couldn't. Yet it was still too light outside. "Does my hair need to be brushed?" He looked back at Chase. "Does it stick out too much?" Chase cocked his head. "What?" "Oh, never mind," Zed muttered with a dismissive wave of his hand. "The point is, I've discovered blank places in a number of books of prophecy, and I'm baffled by it." Chase shifted his weight and folded his arms. His brow bunched. He was beginning to look seriously concerned, which on Chase meant that he looked like he thought he might need to slaughter large numbers of people. "Maybe I'd better stay here for now. We don't have to leave tomorrow. We can wait until you find out if there's some sort of trouble at hand." Zed sighed, beginning to wish that he wouldn't have mentioned anything. This wasn't really a problem for Chase. Zed shouldn't have gotten the man all worked up over something he wouldn't understand or could do anything about. It was just that it was so blasted odd. "That isn't necessary. This kind of trouble isn't likely to need to have you strangle it into submission. It's an entirely different kind of problem. This is book trouble. I don't want to burden you with worry. It's my area, and I'm sure I'll figure it out sooner or later. I only wondered what you might think of such a thing. Sometimes it helps to have a fresh view." Chase waggled a finger over the book. "Well, what does that last part mean? That first contest him before they plot to heal him part. You said it was prophecy about Richard. That sounds like trouble, like someone is going to plot against him." "No, not necessarily." Zed wiped a hand across his mouth as he tried to think of a way to explain it. "The word plot in prophecy often means nothing more sinister than to lay out a plan, like plotting a course of action, you might say. In this case, the passage was talking about those who are his closest advisers, his allies. So when it talks about plotting to heal him, it most likely means that they must first convince him that he needs their help. And then once they are able to convince him, these allies, that would most likely be some of us, are going to set about planning a way to heal him." "Heal him from what?" "It doesn't say." "So then it isn't serious." Zed gave the boundary warden a meaningful look. "I believe that may be the part that is blank." "Then it is serious. Richard is in trouble. He needs help. Maybe he's hurt." Zed shook his head unhappily. "In my experience, prophecy is rarely so overt." "But that could be the case." Zed appraised the man for a moment. "We're a long way from needing to dream up things to worry about. In addition, the chronology of prophecy is always troublesome. For all I know, the part we're discussing could have already happened. It could, for instance, be talking about a time Richard had a fever as a child, and I had to find the proper herbs to heal him." "Then it just as well could be past history." Zed turned up his palms in frustration. "It could be. Without the missing text or knowing a lot more about prophecy than I do, it's probably impossible to put this in the context of his life." Chase nodded, but then stepped out of the way as the door opened and Rika swept into the room. She reached out to take the bowls, but paused when she saw they were still full. "What's the matter? Why haven't you eaten?" When Zed waved a hand as if trying to swish the issue away, she looked over her shoulder at Chase. "Is he sick? I thought he would have scraped the bowl clean by now and licked the smell off the ceiling. Maybe we had better think of a way to make him eat." "See what I mean about plotting?" Zed said to Chase. "It could be no more serious than that." Rika surveyed Zed's face for a moment, as if checking for any overt signs of insanity, then turned her attention to Chase. "What is he jabbering about?" "Something about books," Chase told her. She turned a growing glare on Zed. "Well, after all the trouble I went to fixing you this meal, you are going to sit right down and eat it. If you don't, then I'll feed it to the worms in the midden heap instead. Then, when you get hungry later and come to me complaining, you will only have yourself to blame. You'll get no sympathy from me." Startled, Zed blinked at her. "What? What did you say?" "I'm going to feed it to the worms if you don't." "Bags!" Zed snapped his fingers. "That's it." He held his arms out to her. "Rika, you're a genius. I could hug you." Rika straightened defiantly. "I prefer to accept your adoration from afar." Zed wasn't listening to her. He rubbed his hands together as he tried to remember exactly where it was that he'd seen the reference. It had been ages ago. But how long ago exactly, and where? "What is it?" Chase asked. "Have you solved the puzzle?" Zed's mouth twisted with the effort of thought. "I recall reading a reference to such an event. I remember seeing some kind of exegesis." "A what?" "An explanation, an analysis of this issue." "So then it is some book thing?" Zed nodded. "Yes, exactly. I just need to remember where it was I saw the passage. It was about worms." Chase cast a sidelong glance at Rika before he scratched his head of thick, graying brown hair. "Worms?" Zed dry-washed his hands as vague recollections ghosted through his mind. Those shadowy memories were real. He was sure of it. But despite his frantic effort to grasp them and pull them into the light of consciousness, they remained just out of reach. "Zed, what are you talking about?" Rika asked. "What did you say? Worms?" "What? Oh, yes, that's right, worms. Prophetic worms. It was some kind of evaluation, I think, examining if such a thing might be able to erode prophecy." Chase and Rika stared at him as if he were crazy, but said nothing. Zed paced from the table to the corner bookcase and back. He pushed the heavy oak chair aside with a foot as he walked back and forth, thinking. He ran through a list of places that might have a book that would contain such a reference. There were libraries all over the keep. There were thousands of books in those libraries, maybe tens of thousands. If he had even seen the reference at the Wizard's Keep. He had visited any number of libraries in other places. There were a number of archives in the Confessor's Palace, down in Aidendrill. There were palaces on King's Row, also in Aidendrill, that contained extensive collections of books. There were any number of cities that Zed had visited with repositories and archives. There were so many books. How was he to remember one he hadn't seen for ages, perhaps since he was young? "What exactly are you talking about?" Rika asked when she tired of watching him pace. "What explanation are you talking about?" "I'm not sure yet. It was a long time ago. Had to be. Had to be when I was young. I will remember, I'm sure of it. I just have to give it some thought. Even if it takes all night, I will remember where I saw the passage. I wish I had my reason chair," he muttered as he turned away. Rika frowned at Chase, as she kept an eye on Zed as he paced. "His what?" "Back in Westland," Chase said in a low voice. "He had a chair on his porch where he would sit and think, where he would reason out problems. That was back when everything started, when Dark and Rahl came and tried to capture him and Richard. They fled just in time. They came to me and I led them through a gap in the boundary." "Seems to me that there are chairs enough around here. He's practically tripping over that one there." Rika's mouth twisted with exasperation. "Besides, a person doesn't need a chair to make their brain work. At least if they do, they have bigger problems." "I suppose." Together with Rika, Chase watched Zed pace for a while. Finally, not being one to stand around, he caught the sleeve of Zed's robes. "I guess I'd better go see to Rachel while you work out your solution. I want to make sure she gets her things together and gets to bed." Zed swished a hand, urging the man on his way. "Yes, you're right. Go ahead. Tell her I will come to kiss her good night after a while. I just need to think on this a bit." Once he was gone, Rika leaned a leather-covered hip against the heavy desk and folded her arms under her breasts. "Are you saying that the words of prophecy vanishing was caused by some kind of worm, like a bookworm that eats the paste or the paper?" "No, it eats the words, not the paper." "Then it's, what, some kind of tiny little worm that eats ink?" Annoyed at the interruption, Zed halted his pacing to stare at her. "Eats? No, not in that way. This is something of magic. A tricky little twist of something clever. If I recall correctly, it was referred to as a prophetic worm, because it could eat away at the branches of prophecy, much like wood borer worms eat away at a tree. It starts with related prophecy, either in subject or in chronology, like wood borers might infest a particular branch. Once established, this kind of worm begins eating away the tree of prophecy. In this case, the branch is the one having to do with the time since Richard was born." Rika looked genuinely fascinated and at the same time distraught. She straightened and tilted her head toward him. "Really? Magic can do such a thing?" Zed, holding his elbow in one hand and his chin in the fingertips of the other, made a low sound deep in his throat. "I think so. Maybe. I'm not sure." He heaved an impatient, irritable sigh. "I'm trying to remember. I only saw the reference once. I can't recall if it was a theory I read, or if it was the spell itself, or if it was only a suggestion in a book of records, or if it... Wait!" He stared up at the beamed ceiling as he squinted with the effort of recollection. "It was before Richard was born, I'm sure of that much. I remember that I was a young man. That would mean that it had to be when I was here. That much makes sense. And if I was here..." Zed's head came back down. "Dear spirits." Rika leaned in. "What? Dear spirits, what?" "I remember," Zed whispered, his eyes going wide. "I remember where I saw it." "Where?" Shoving his sleeves higher up his bony arms, Zed headed for the door. "Never mind, I will see to it. You just go about your patrolling or something. I'll be back later." Chapter 33. With the sun going down, the air was beginning to cool as Zed raced down the broad rampart. The huge stones of the crenellated wall radiated heat it had stored from the hot sun, beating down on them all day. The city far below the mountainside was melting into a sea of gloom, while pink rays of the departing sun still caressed the tops of some of the tallest towers of the keep, high overhead. The dying light of dusk had brought a still quiet touched only by the distant whisper of cicadas. At an intersection of ramparts, Zed ran around the corner to the right. Unlike the rampart at the edge of the keep, which overlooked a drop-off of thousands of feet down the sheer face of the mountain, the narrower interior bastion wall had precipitous drop-offs to both sides, yet within the massive complex that gave